Chapter 6 Competition Master Huang. I'm Liang Kuan from Meixian County. I'd like to learn martial arts from you. The next morning, at first light, Po Chi Lam had just opened its doors. Liang Kuan, who had been waiting for a long time,
suddenly knelt on the ground, not caring whether the person before him was Wong Fei-hung or not. You're too polite, little brother. Huang is unworthy of this. Please stand up quickly. Fortunately, Lin Sha had explained the situation last night.
Huang Feihong was mentally prepared. He stepped aside to avoid Liang Kuan's kneeling gesture, while speaking humbly and winking at Lin Sha, who was following him. Master Huang. Liang Kuan suddenly became anxious.
Huang Feihong's behavior clearly showed that he didn't want to take him as his apprentice. Brother Liang Kuan, please stand up quickly. It's not what you think. Lin Sha hurried forward. With both hands, he gently lifted Liang Kuan up, pulling him by the handle.
Don't be impatient. Accepting a disciple and passing on your skills is a serious matter. How can you make such a hasty decision? So what does Master Huang mean? Liang Kuan was stunned at first, then nodded in agreement.
The frustration on his face faded considerably. He asked with some trepidation, investigation, you know? Seeing Liang Kuan's bewildered expression, Lin Sha didn't care. He simply spoke earnestly, Master. This is the first time I've met you, Brother Liang Kuan.
I'm not familiar with you and don't understand your character. It'll take some time to observe and get to know you better, right? About learning Kung Fu, Liang Kuan nodded in confusion, rubbing his hands together.
His face filled with anxiety yet a hint of longing. Let's first follow the militia brothers to do morning exercises every day to lay the foundation. Lin Sha smiled slightly and gave the reason he had prepared long ago. Lay the foundation.
Liang Kuan was clearly dissatisfied with this. He glanced around and saw Huang Feihong greeting a group of young militia members. Seeing no one was paying attention, he lowered his voice and said proudly, I have a foundation in martial arts.
He puffed out his chest's strong body. Yeah, Lin Sha chuckled. His right hand carelessly rested on Liang Kuan's shoulder. His arm muscles twitched, and his wrist exerted force. Liang Kuan didn't even have time to react,
and the weight of his shoulder pushed him down, sending him crashing to the ground. Ouch, Brother Lin Sha, you have such a strong hand. Liang Kuan screamed and rubbed his buttocks before climbing to his feet. It's not that I have strong hands.
It's that your lower body is unstable. You haven't practiced the basics well. Lin Sha rolled his eyes and said rudely. Asha, and Brother Liang Kuan. Let's go exercise now. Liang Kuan was unconvinced and wanted to say something. Meanwhile,
Wong Fei-hung had already finished greeting the young militia members. He turned around, waved, and then led the way in a jogging warm-up. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and catch up with us while we run and talk.
Lin Sha grabbed Liang Kuan and trotted over to catch up with the young militiaman. Meanwhile, he quietly gave Liang Kuan some basic knowledge about martial arts. In short, martial arts training is a very arduous task. It requires persistent effort.
The fundamentals are paramount, and so on. Liang Kuan was stunned by what he said, and could only nod and listen. After discussing the importance of basic skills, Lin Sha changed the subject and asked about Liang Kuan's life.
He mainly wanted to know if he could persist in training with the young militia members every day. Liang Kuan immediately patted his chest and proudly declared that he had found a job in the opera troupe. The troupe owner, seeing his considerable skills,
had offered him a position as a martial artist. He was currently an apprentice, and every morning he would be able to join the young militia in their drills without any problems. So after arriving at the beach,
Lin Sha first introduced Liang Kuan to a group of young militiamen. The key point was naturally their close relationship. These were the hundreds of young militiamen who had been transformed from the Black Flag Navy. Liang Kuan was indeed a clever fellow.
He was soon being called Big Brother and Uncle. He was happily hanging out with a bunch of young militiamen. Brother Lin, after morning exercises, let's play a game, shall we? Without Liang Kuan, the martial arts novice, to chatter with him.
Lin Sha felt at ease as he approached Zhu Rourong, who was boasting to a group of young militia members, and whispered a suggestion. He spent the entire day yesterday not only becoming completely familiar with his new identity,
but also spent a lot of time at the small training grounds during lunch and after dinner. At least the original owner of this body had become quite familiar with the Hongmen Kung Fu. Now, he needed to find someone to practice with and solidify his skills.
Perhaps the original owner of this body suffered greatly as a beggar in his childhood. This fellow was extremely diligent in his training. At only 13 or 14 years old, he had already developed strong muscles and bones.
He was even on the verge of reaching the threshold of Ming Jin. Lin Sha had already reached the peak of Ming Jin. Mastering the original owner's skills wasn't too difficult. At least, there weren't any issues with exerting force.
What he lacked was a full and harmonious balance of energy and spirit. Okay, as long as you're not afraid of getting beaten, I'm always here for you. Zhu Rourong laughed heartily and said heartily. His face was full of flesh and his body was strong and tough,
which really gave him a bit of a bully temperament. That settled then. Lin Sha smiled softly and nodded. He still had great respect for Lin Sha.
As the most outstanding disciple of Huang Feihong in official history and a famous martial artist in southern China during the late Qing Dynasty and early Republic of China,
Lin Sharong's achievements and reputation are far greater than those of He Yuanjia's descendants. As a martial arts enthusiast of later generations,
he knew a general idea of the famous martial arts masters and masters during the most glorious period of the late Qing Dynasty and early Republic of China. After finishing their morning exercises,
the young militia members dispersed early to attend to their own livelihoods. Only a few of their closest and most familiar members, along with their chief master Huang Feihong and a group of fellow apprentices, remained at the beach,
ready to watch the fight between Lin Sha and Zhu Rourong. Liang Kuan was naturally one of the spectators. He was so excited that his face flushed and he was dancing with joy, as if he were the one competing. Both practitioners stand at attention.
With their right hands raised to the upper left, they raise their fists, step forward with their right foot and bend their knees, point their left foot forward. Simultaneously, they extend their right fists and left palms forward. This is the Hungar greeting.
Let's get started. Use all your skills and let's end this quickly. After the greetings, Zhu Rourong stood on the beach. His waist was slumped and he fell off his horse, exuding the demeanor of a master. Brother Lin,
don't look down on others. Look at the boxing of the black tiger. Lin Sha's face darkened, and he immediately entered combat mode. He moved, his feet squaring up like a galloping horse. With a few strides, he rushed in front of Zhu Rourong, bending and twisting,
with its muscles bulging, delivered a powerful punch straight to Zhu Rourong's chest. Well done! Zhu Rourong shouted loudly. His strong right hand blocked his chest. His left hand transformed into a claw,
grabbing Lin Sha's shoulder with a fierce gust of wind. Watch me. Lin Sha hunched his shoulders and stepped back, dodging Zhu Rourong's fierce claw. He lunged forward, his right hand transforming from a fist into a palm,
sweeping across Zhu Rourong's face like a white crane spreading its wings. The sharp palm wind scraped Zhu Rourong's cheek painfully before it even reached him. Good boy. Nice tricks. Zhu Rourong's eyes flashed with admiration. He jerked his massive body back.
His powerful right leg swept across Lin Sha's lower body like a giant tree. The two sides exchanged blows fiercely. Their punches and kicks were fierce and ferocious, leaving the audience stunned and cheering. Chapter 7.
Rourong had a fierce and exciting fight. Both men employed Wong Fei-hung's unique martial art, the tiger crane twin form fist. One was powerful, the agile and swift as a crane. His fists, fingers, claws,
hooks, nails, hammers, and thrusts all seemed as powerful as they were tactile. Bow stance, horse stance, a kneeling stance, independent stance, and Qulin stance were all masterfully executed to remarkable effect. Zhu Rourong,
with his immense strength and sturdy physique, brought the tiger form of the tiger and crane form to full effect. Every move and form was imbued with the dominance and ferocity of a tiger. His momentum was fierce and unstoppable.
Because Lin Sha was still growing, he couldn't match Zhu Rourong in either strength or speed. He could only rely on the more flexible crane form of the tiger and crane dual forms.
The massive damage of the auxiliary tiger form fist posed a sufficient threat to Zhu Rourong. It's a great pleasure. Junior brother Lin, be careful. I'm going to give it my all. The fight was in full swing. Zhu Rourong laughed heartily, exclaiming,
it was a great pleasure. His expression, however, was more serious than ever. His eyes were filled with solemn warnings. Ha, senior brother Lin, just come over here. Junior brother, I'll take it all. Lin Sha also felt a surge of joy.
His movements became more agile and nimble. His movements became more coordinated and natural. Clearly, the competition had given him a deeper understanding and familiarity with the tiger crane dual form. Here I come. Be careful, junior brother.
Zhu Rourong's eyes widened as he roared. He thrust his fists forward and took a step forward. Bang, bang, bang. 3 clear, inch-thick footprints suddenly appeared on the soft sand. Sand flew up, and Zhu Rourong's fists unleashed a whistling wind.
Listening closely, it even contained the faint sound of a sonic boom. Ming Jin. Lin Sha's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Zhu Rourong to have already broken through to the Ming Jin realm. He became even more cautious.
His movements were as agile as a soaring crane. He would flee immediately upon contact, never engaging Zhu Rourong head-on. In his previous life he was a peak Ming Jin master. He understood the power of Ming Jin firsthand.
Being able to cause Qi to explode bones and muscles with a single punch was a sign of reaching a certain level of strength. The power and damage of a direct blow were astonishing. Unfortunately, his body was still in its developmental stages,
and he hadn't yet fully mastered every aspect of his body. Although he had touched the threshold of Ming Jin, it would still take another month or two to cross it.
Mastering the power of Jindao and attacking with ordinary routines are two completely different things. Even if it's the same as hitting a brick, ordinary routines will at most cause the two to break apart. However,
a Ming Jin master can directly smash the brick into pieces. There's no comparison between the two. Lin Sha opened his arms, clawing and pecking. He dodged Zhu Rourong's direct attacks, moving high and low to block. His body rose and fell,
targeting Zhu Rourong's vital points, his chest, waist and abdomen. This forced Zhu Rourong to retreat and attack with all his might. In his previous life, he had some knowledge of Southern boxing. Southern boxing emphasized maneuvering in tight spaces.
Sharp and compact, the movements were simple, with varied techniques. The short-handed, continuous strikes and steady footwork were employed. The attacks were fierce, often accompanied by shouts of encouragement,
and possessed a strong fighting spirit. In other words, he was extremely skilled in close combat. His attacks were fierce and ferocious. A single careless move could result in serious injury. He didn't want to experience the power of his attacks firsthand.
The two fought with great enthusiasm. The spectators also watched with great interest, commenting on each other from time to time. They were very surprised at the strength of both sides. Master,
I didn't expect that senior brother Lin could actually break through Ming Jin. Ling Yongkai didn't leave with the young militiaman to do business. Instead, he stayed to watch the fight. Seeing Zhu Rourong's punches rumble,
he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement to his master. Huang Feihong Shirong is quite good. He practices diligently every day. With his talent and comprehension, it's no surprise that has broken through to Ming Jin so quickly.
Huang Feihong nodded with satisfaction. He also took the opportunity to offer some pointers. It's probably not long before Shirong breaks through to Ming Jin. You see, he often loses control of his punches. He needs more practice, master.
Then isn't junior brother Lin Sha in danger? Ling Yongkai was startled. Watching closely, he saw that Zhu Rourong's punches were indeed powerful, but also quite inappropriate. He clearly hadn't yet achieved the state of perfect control.
He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Lin Sha. It doesn't matter. Sha's crane form is incredibly powerful, as long as he doesn't confront Shirong head-on. Using his shorthand against his long hand, it won't be difficult to hold out for a while.
Huang Feihong shook his head. The smile on his face widened even more. I never expected junior brother Lin Sha to have reached this level. Is he almost reaching the threshold of Ming Jin? Ling Yongkai felt a mixture of disappointment and joy.
He couldn't help but remark happily as he watched Lin Sha, dancing like a crane, mastering every move with unparalleled skill. Yes, Huang Feihong also sighed. He hadn't expected Sha's strength to improve so quickly after only a month of not practicing.
It looked like he'd been training diligently. These words naturally expressed his delight at Lin Sha's rapid improvement. At the same time, they also served as a warning to Ling Yongkai and his other disciples. The key to learning martial arts lies in persistent,
diligent practice. Ling Yongkai couldn't help but hear the deeper meaning behind his master's words. He exchanged glances with his fellow disciples and could only smile wryly. Of course, he didn't want to focus on martial arts training.
But his family situation didn't allow it. Every day, he had to work hard to make a living. Naturally, he had very little time for martial arts training, unlike Lin Sha, who was born an orphan and lived in Beaujolin.
He not only possessed a talent for martial arts, but also learned medicine at a rapid pace. Under his master's careful training, in just 6 years, he not only ranked among the top martial artists among his fellow disciples,
but also mastered the art of treating injuries. Now he can even practice medicine in Beaujolin and can barely handle minor injuries and ailments. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Huang Feihong noticed it immediately.
He naturally understood what his disciples were thinking. He could only sigh and not dwell on it. He signaled his disciples to watch the competition between Zhu Rourong and Lin Sha, hoping they would learn something from it. Good. Awesome.
Not to mention Huang Feihong and his disciples, who each had their own thoughts. Liang Kuan, who had stayed behind to watch the fight, was incredibly excited. His eyes were ablaze, and he was dancing and shouting loudly to cheer.
He hadn't expected that the Lin Sha brother, who looked younger than him, was so skilled in martial arts. He could even hold his own against Master Huang's eldest disciple Zhu Rourong. This performance is truly amazing.
No wonder he was able to be pinned to the ground with just one hand. This strength was far superior to those random farming techniques he had learned. He must become Master Huang's disciple, even if Master Huang refused to accept him.
It would be a good idea to become the Lin Sha brothers' disciples in order to learn real kung fu. Lin Sha, currently locked in a bitter battle with Zhu Rourong, had no idea that his impressive performance in the competition had even inspired Liang Kuan,
his future fellow disciple, to consider becoming his disciple. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't have taken it too seriously. At this moment, his competition with Zhu Rourong had reached the final critical moment. Chapter 8, Departure and Mission.
The competition ended inconclusively at the crucial moment. Huang Feihong called out to stop the fight. Ha, junior brother Lin Sha is truly amazing. Zhu Rourong retracted his attacking stance and wiped the sweat from his forehead.
His face flushed and he looked refreshed. He gave Lin Sha thumbs up and praised him. I didn't expect you, junior brother, to be so powerful without making any noise. Brother Lin, your words are very ambiguous. It makes me feel like there's some conspiracy.
Lin Sha rolled his eyes. He was panting and sweating profusely. His shorts were already soaked through. They clung tightly to his compact, well-proportioned, and muscular body. He had been exhausted from the previous fight. All right, you two are great.
Huang Feihong quickly interrupted his brother's chatter. He first gave Zhu Rourong some pointers. Zhu Rourong had just broken through the Ming Jin level. Don't rush into a fight if you can't control your strength. It might just lead to trouble, master.
Zhu Rourong suppressed his smile and replied respectfully. And Lin Sha, after instructing Zhu Rourong, Huang Feihong turned his gaze to Lin Sha and said with a smile. You're quite good. Your strength has already reached the edge of Ming Jin.
Once your body grows a little more, you'll be able to easily break through. Haha, it's all thanks to my master's good teaching. Feeling the envious and eager gazes of his fellow apprentices, Lin Sha laughed heartily and spoke modestly. Don't get too.
I see there's a bit of sluggishness and incoherence in your attacks. Clearly, your fundamentals aren't solid yet. You need to work harder on this area. That way, you'll be able to break through to the Ming Jin level even faster.
Huang Feihong's face turned serious as he warned solemnly. He is not a famous martial arts master in the Republic of China. Lin Sha's heart was filled with awe. He replied respectfully, I will respect master's teachings. Huang Feihong was right.
Lin Sha hadn't had enough time to fully master his form yet. Had felt some of his moves were awkward during the earlier sparring. Had never expected Huang Feihong to see through it so quickly.
His martial arts skills must have been at least a level or two higher to have such foresight. He warned Lin Sha against arrogance and took the opportunity to ask the other disciples to learn from Lin Sha. Finally, he gave Lin Sha a sweet treat.
Wong Fei-hung solemnly announced that Lin Sha was ready to leave his post. He no longer needed to stay at Po Chi Lam every day to learn martial arts and medicine. He could go out and see the world. Lin Sha was naturally delighted.
He repeatedly thanked his cheap master for having the opportunity to compete with his senior brother Zhu Rourong. Wasn't it all for the right to walk freely on the street? Because he was too young and at a critical stage in learning kung fu and medicine.
He was confined to Bajilin by his cheap master and was not allowed to go out without his permission. Lin Sha had other ideas in mind. He longed to capitalize on his past life's knowledge to achieve something significant. At the very least,
he wanted to improve Bajilin's dire financial situation. Free access to Bajilin was merely a prerequisite. It was obvious that he was too happy too soon. The reason why his cheap master Huang Feihong was so generous was because he had another task for him.
The most idle person in Baojilin. What? Master, you're not mistaken, are you? You want me to follow Aunt 13? Lin Sha hurried back to Baojilin in high spirits. He was about to say goodbye to Master Biani.
He planned to go to the market where his senior brother Zhu Rourong was selling meat. He was ready to discuss an important matter with him. Unfortunately, his cheap master didn't give him a chance.
He directly assigned him the task of following and protecting Aunt 13. Lin Sha immediately jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Why, you don't want to? Huang Feihong raised his eyebrows slightly.
And a hint of hostility flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lin Sha. No, I just think. Lin Sha's hair stood on end. He felt uncomfortable, as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast. He quickly lowered his head and shook his head. Oh.
There is nothing the master can do. Seeing Lin Sha nod obediently, Huang Feihong smiled helplessly. Asha, I'm sure you've heard about Foshan's security situation. 13th aunt doesn't want to stay at home all day.
She insists on taking her female companion with her to take photos for people. Master, I can't protect her all the time. I can only ask you, Asha, to help run errands. Well, now that it's come to this, if he doesn't agree, he'd be ungrateful. Okay, master.
But I have one condition. Lin Sha's face was filled with frustration, and he could only let out a wry smile. He first agreed to his cheap master's insistence. Then he offered his own opinion.
13th aunt could only wander around the city. If she left the city, I wasn't sure I could protect her safety. Some things must be made clear up front, lest any problems later be blamed on him, although he didn't remember the Wong Fei-hung films very well.
He knew 13th aunt was a troublemaker. She was beautiful, dressed in fashionable clothes, and flaunted herself everywhere. It was impossible for her not to cause trouble. The master agreed. Huang Feihong pondered for a moment. After thinking it over,
he agreed. He added a reminder to if Aunt 13 really wants to leave the city. Asha, you must send a message back immediately. Got it, master! Lin Sha agreed weakly. When I saw Aunt 13 again,
the sun was already high in the sky. Seeing Aunt 13 and her foreign girlfriend each pushing a wooden bicycle, his eyes nearly popped out. Damn, bicycles existed back then, and they looked similar to the 28-inch men's bicycles of later generations. Asha.
Time is almost up, let's go! 13th auntie didn't live in Baozilin. Cheap master had obviously made arrangements with her beforehand, so she greeted him without hesitation the moment she arrived. After Lin Sha responded and hurried out the door.
He saw two beautiful women in dresses, their legs lifted high as they mounted bicycles. He was speechless, but he mentally yelled, "You two beauties, please pay attention to your appearance."
The two beautiful women in dresses clearly mistook him for a country bumpkin who couldn't ride a bicycle. They simply urged him to hurry up and catch up. Then, with a sharp push of their feet, the wooden bicycle,
carrying the two women and a super old-fashioned camera, lurched forward with a harsh creaking of branches. Lin Sha gritted his teeth and trotted after him with a depressed look on his face.
He truly admired the two beautiful women in dresses for their endurance. Their wooden bicycles had no tires or shock absorbers. Even the seats were made of solid wood, remarkably sturdy, as they raced along the bumpy, bluestone-paved streets of Foshan.
The bike thumped and bounced up and down. Just watching them made his butt hurt. Yet, the two women in dresses remained calm and composed, truly divine. The streets of Foshan are truly bustling and bustling. The bustle of people is clamorous.
Street vendors shout at the top of their lungs, soliciting customers. They sell a wide variety of handicrafts, snacks, and small gadgets. Horse-drawn carriages occasionally pass by. There are also Indians dressed in red, who appear to be incredibly lifelike,
and foreigners with arrogant and domineering expressions. From the docks, bursts of shrill whistles drift by. A vivid picture of urban life in the late Qing Dynasty comes to life on the page. Along the way, no unscrupulous thugs came looking for trouble,
saving Lin Sha a lot of trouble. Two beautiful women in western dresses riding rickshaws paraded through the streets. Naturally, they attracted a lot of attention. There were looks of surprise, disdain, and whispers. Lin Shu.
He remained calm and composed, showing no unusual expression. He trotted to the first customer. Chapter 9. Accident. During the photo shoot, the unsophisticated customers unfamiliar with cameras
were frightened by the sudden burst of smoke. This led to a series of hilarious jokes. Watching Aunt 13 struggling to explain the principles of photography to customers, occasionally spouting a few jargon-like words, Lin Sha felt particularly annoyed.
Later, he couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he took the initiative to help 13th aunt out of the predicament. "My name is Lin Sha. My master is Bao Zhelin and Huang Feihong." Having introduced himself to this point, he felt a little depressed again.
Baozilin was just a clinic specializing in treating injuries. How could it compare to the prestigious title of the head coach of the Foshan town militia? But you have to say, the name Chief Chef Huang Feihong is still very effective.
The customers and their families, who had just been stern and cold towards 13th aunt, immediately changed their expressions and became extremely warm and friendly. Even to a childish boy like Lin Sha, he was overly polite.
He thought to himself that Huang Feihong's reputation as a benevolent and invincible man was well deserved. However, he couldn't quite accept the enthusiasm. He humbly bowed and explained, "A camera is just like looking in the mirror at home.
It's just that a mirror can't capture a person's image. A camera can." Ignoring Aunt 13's frequent glances, Lin Sha continued explaining to the stunned crowd. "When a camera is turned on, a lot of smoke will rise. This is normal. Don't worry, father-in-law."
After some persuasion, I calmed the frightened customer down. I posed for the photo and took the picture. I arranged a time to pick up the photos. This photo-taking trip was a complete success. Lin Sha, why do you lie to people with such nonsense?
On the way back, Aunt 13 rode her bike slowly. Her delicate, bright face held a hint of anger. "Your statement is completely unscientific." "Please, Aunt 13." Lin Sha followed the two wooden bicycles at a leisurely pace.
He carried a heavy camera stand on his shoulder. He rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "I don't understand science." Seeing Aunt 13 nodded thoughtfully, he smiled softly and then said, "I guess it's in England."
"There aren't many people who understand the principles of cameras." "Who said that?" 13th aunt's face hardened. She turned around and was about to start a conversation. Suddenly, the front of the car hit something,
causing the handlebars to tilt, and she screamed, falling sideways. Her beautiful face was about to come into close contact with the uneven bluestone pavement. "Ouch! Careful!" A scream and Lin Sha's urgent warning echoed simultaneously.
Lin Sha didn't care about the traffic, disobedient person lying in front of the car. He lunged forward and gently reached out with his free left hand. 13th aunt's plump, soft body was lifted horizontally, averting a serious traffic accident.
At the same time, he extended his right foot forward and hooked his instep, easily stabilizing the wooden bicycle that was about to fall. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Aunt 13, are you okay?" Although the touch on his hand was quite pleasant.
Lin Sha was not a lecher. The woman in his hand was also having an ambiguous relationship with his cheap master. He had no intention of getting involved. So he immediately helped the frightened 13th aunt to stand up straight.
Then he let go and asked with concern, "No, it's okay." 13th aunt shook her head in panic. Before she could even thank Lin Sha for her help, she was hugged by her foreign female companion who had rushed over from behind.
She was terrified and muttered something incomprehensible. Lin Sha shook his head. Ignoring the whispers of the two beautiful women in dresses, he gently used his right foot to straighten the bicycle. Then, with one hand on the handlebars,
he walked over to the unfortunate individual who had broken traffic rules. He knelt down and kindly asked, "Hey, friend, you okay? Ouch, do I look alright to you?" The man knocked to the ground by the bicycle was a young man. He kept yelling, "Ouch!"
He was dressed in shorts and covered in dirt, looking like a dock laborer. But his scoundrel air and profanity made him look like a street thug. "Watch your mouth, my friend." Lin Sha's face turned,
and he looked at the young man with an extremely unfriendly look. "Damn, you're still so arrogant even after hitting someone. Let me tell you, I'm not someone to be trifled with either." The young man was extremely arrogant, lying on the ground.
He screamed and groaned, his mouth spitting out dirty feces. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his leg and let out a sharp scream like a pig being slaughtered. It turned out that Lin Sha was upset by his foul language. With one hand,
he lifted the front wheel of his bicycle and pressed it hard against the man's leg. "What's wrong? What's wrong with Lin Sha?" Such a deafening scream naturally attracted the attention of two beautiful women in Western clothes who were comforting each other nearby.
13th aunt asked anxiously, like a frightened bird. "It's okay. The guy who was hit just now was trying to pick a fight. Aunt 13, don't come over. I'll handle it." Lin Sha chuckled and calmed Aunt 13. Then he softened his grip.
He ignored the surprised and fearful looks from passers-by and vendors. With a soft laugh he asked, "How's it going? Do you know how to keep your mouth shut? Boy, you are so cruel," knowing that Lin Sha was a tough guy who was not to be trifled with.
The young man lying on the ground gave up the idea of continuing his mischief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly got up from the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. "Why, are you not convinced?" Lin Sha's eyes darkened.
He lifted his bicycle with one hand, poised to charge. The startled young man retreated in panic before snorting. Who was it that suddenly crossed the street and got hit by the bicycle? I saw it clearly from behind. How do you want to deal with this, kid?
"Mark the path, and I'll take it." "Humph. No matter what, I was hit by a car, that's a fact." When the young man heard Lin Sha wanted to mediate privately, his eyes lit up and his ruffian spirit resurfaced. He swaggered a few steps closer, held up 2 fingers,
and said proudly, 20 taels of silver. This will be used as medical expenses for the car accident. Without 20 taels of silver, this matter will not be resolved. Just you, kid." Lin Sha was furious. He lifted the bicycle a few dozen centimeters higher.
His face was filled with undisguised sarcasm. 20 taels? Your life isn't even worth 20 taels, is it? And you dare to ask for so much? Aren't you afraid you'll choke on it if you eat too much? Boy, don't be so arrogant."
The young man's expression shifted constantly. He was furious at Lin Sha's disdain. His eyes blazed with anger. "Old man, my life is worthless. But the lives of the Shay gang members are not worth anything you say." "Shay gang?" Lin Sha's eyes narrowed.
He had never expected that the young man before him was actually a member of the notorious Shay gang. "Why are you scared, boy?" The young man saw Lin Sha's expression change. He thought he was intimidated by the reputation of the Shay gang.
He immediately laughed arrogantly. "Be smart and pay the money to avoid trouble. Otherwise, the Shay gang members will come to you. We can't just give you 20 taels to get rid of you." Chapter 10. A Hidden Threat. Pochi Lam, Wong Fei-hung.
In the main hall of the Shay gang, a middle-aged man with a fierce look on his face sat at the main seat. His brow furrowed with a murderous look. He remained silent. It's none other than the one from Bajilin, Huang Feihong's apprentice, gang leader.
"You must make the decision for me." A young man, covered in dirt and with a scoundrel-like expression, knelt in the middle of the hall, sobbing and wailing. He lifted his shirt to reveal a row of bruises on his chest, proving he had indeed been wronged.
What did that kid say? The Shay gang leader was not as furious as the crying little brother had imagined. Instead, he asked calmly, he said. The scoundrel kneeling in the middle of the hall rolled his eyes, hesitant,
as if he was about to speak but hesitated. Even a fool could see the fear on his face. "Explain." The Shay gang leader suddenly roared, his face ferocious as if he was ready to devour someone. Yes, I'll tell you what I'm talking about."
So what if that kid said the Shay gang? They're from Bajilin too. The ruffian shuddered with fear. He didn't dare to challenge the gang leader's patience any further. He spoke smoothly. "Humph, what a big tone."
What once again surprised the kneeling younger brother was that the gang leader, who was always hot-tempered and self-centered, only turned extremely grim. He did not erupt in rage. His tone remained calm as he continued to ask,
"How much did that kid pay you again?" 10 copper coins. Just enough to buy a small bottle of safflower oil. Speaking of this, The scoundrel kneeling in the middle of the hall erupted in indignation. He lifted his shirt, revealing his bony chest.
Tears and snot streamed down his face as he wailed. "Boss, it's okay that I was humiliated, but that kid keeps saying he looks down on our Shay gang." "Enough!" The Shay gang leader's furious shout interrupted his subordinates' chatter.
His already ferocious face twisted and distorted, becoming even more sinister. He casually swept the fine porcelain teacup from the coffee table to the floor. With a snap, the porcelain shattered, sending warm tea splattering everywhere.
The vast hall fell silent, the atmosphere dignified to the extreme. "This is really too much." The Shay gang leader gnashed his teeth, veins bulging from his forehead. His eyes were filled with ferocity like a wounded beast. They turned blood red.
"When we find the opportunity, I, the Shay gang, will return this insult tenfold and 100-fold. The younger brothers in the hall, familiar with the gang leader's temper, were once again dumbfounded.
They hadn't expected the gang leader to be so furious. How could he possibly tolerate this? In fact, the Shay gang leader not only tolerated this, but also sternly warned his gang of lawless brothers not to provoke Baozhiling casually. Shay gang.
Huang Feihong asked in surprise. "That's right, it's the Shay gang's henchmen." Lin Sha nodded seriously, then, with a chuckle, he said, "I was just walking without paying attention. I was hit by 13th ant spike. I wasn't hurt."
But she actually demanded 20 taels of silver. "So, Asha, how did you deal with it?" Huang Feihong raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with some seriousness and curiosity. The Shay gang was a notorious gang in Foshan. They were known for extortion.
Forced women into prostitution and operated opium dens and gambling dens, forcing countless families to ruin and causing widespread public outrage. Yet, the Shay gang leader had a good relationship with the Foshan government, or perhaps, more accurately,
they were in cahoots with each other. How could ordinary civilians be a match for the collusion between officials and gangsters? Huang Feihong had heard of the Shay gang's misdeeds before, and was often asked by Foshan gentry to mediate disputes with the gang.
Who would have thought that the Shay gang would actually target 13th aunt this time? No matter how good-tempered and gentle he was, he couldn't help but feel nameless anger when the woman he loved was harassed. How else can it be solved?
Lin Sha spread his hands and said nonchalantly, "I'll pull that guy to a quiet part of the street. I'll explain the facts to him and reason with him. Then I'll compensate him with 1 or 2 taels of silver for his medical expenses."
The matter will naturally be easily resolved. Seeing his cheap master Huang Feihong's face turn serious, he opened his mouth to lecture him, but he hurriedly said, "Master, Aunt 13 was quite frightened today. Why don't you go and visit her now?"
"It's time to go and have a good visit." Huang Feihong hesitated for a moment. Finally, under Lin Sha's repeated urging, he reluctantly agreed. He took some silver and some calming medicine and hurried out. He no longer had the energy or time to lecture Lin Sha.
Lin, you're really amazing. Just a few words. You fooled the master away." When Lin Sha returned to the backyard, Yakasu quickly put down the Chinese medicine book in his hand, gave a thumbs up, and stammered with admiration, "Hey!"
He gave Yakasu a smug smile and said, "Actually, it's easy to fool the master, as long as you don't make a big mistake and have a legitimate reason. Ling, you're Sha, you're so wicked, you you dare to deceive."
Yakasu adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. He stammered with a wicked smile. He, 13th aunt, was frightened. The one who must be most annoyed is master. Lin Sha rolled his eyes, chuckled, and shook his head. "You don't understand," he said, looking irritating. Lin Sha, you've offended the Shay gang. From now on, you'll have to be careful." Yakasu didn't want to discuss the gossip about his master. So he changed the subject and warned him, "I know this better than you." Lin Sha smiled softly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Yakasu, I'm going to practice martial arts. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do."
In the small training ground, Lin Sha diligently practiced all his Hongmen kung fu skills, as well as his cheap master's unique tiger crane double form fist. He savored the subtleties of each move, feeling a sense of improvement and a satisfied smile.
He wiped the sweat off his body with a towel. He then took a long sip of warm tea from the large teapot. He calmly sat in horse stance on the bluestone floor of the small martial arts training ground. After his strength had mostly recovered,
he stretched his arms and legs and began warm-up exercises for Sanda. Sanda is a purely external martial. Naturally, it's not as effective as internal martial arts in terms of maintaining health and regulating bodily functions.
The further you advance in the martial arts, the harder it is to advance. Internal martial arts, on the other hand, become more powerful the more you practice them. However, he was quite skilled in Sanda in the early stages of combat.
Especially since he had reached the peak of Ming Jin in his previous life, it wasn't difficult for him to regain his skills and reach the Ming Jin realm. Speaking of Lin Sha's martial arts experience in his previous life, it was quite legendary.
His true martial arts journey began when he joined the Wushu club in college. He practiced quick-fix martial arts like Sanda. After graduating, a family tragedy struck, forcing him to participate in black market boxing matches to raise funds.
His skills improved dramatically through these thrilling fights. To be honest, Lin Sha was definitely a martial arts prodigy in his previous life. Chapter 11, feeling the bottom line. Bang bang bang, jab, sign, kick, knee, strike, side kick.
Yet intense attacks, like a torrential downpour, struck the heavy sandbags hanging from the wooden poles. Swaying like banana leaves in the rain, nearly crumbling, he unleashed hundreds of punches and kicks.
The sandbag swung back and forth, threatening to break free. Only when he felt his strength was completely drained, unable to muster even a single ounce of it, did Lin Sha, panting, stop his frantic punches and kicks. Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
Large beads of sweat emerged from his forehead, running down his nose and cheeks before dripping onto his sturdy and powerful body, mixing with the glistening sweat that covered his sturdy body. They formed a stream that fell to the ground.
Sanda is indeed a well-known, quick-learning martial art. It's based on Western boxing and traditional Chinese leg techniques. It's incredibly easy to master, in just a few days.
Lin Sha has already vaguely grasped the feel of his Ming Jin attacks from his previous life. Unfortunately, the easier something is to master, the harder it is to reach a higher level. In his previous life,
he had reached the peak of Ming Jin at the age of 26. But for the next 4 years he remained stagnant. He never reached the threshold of Anjin until his death. This shows how difficult it was. It was precisely because of this,
coupled with the high risk of black market boxing, that he had decided to retreat in his previous life. However, at the last moment, he suffered a crushing setback, a setback that cost him his life.
Because he hadn't been able to reach the threshold of dark power, and because his financial problems had been completely resolved. Lin Sha began to learn about Chinese martial arts when he was 27 or 28 years old in his previous life, since the Republic of China.
Not only have masters of dark power emerged in the Chinese martial arts world, but even masters of the higher realms of transformation have emerged in an endless stream. Each martial art has its own system of inheritance.
From Ming Jin to Anjin and then to Hua Jin, there are experiences from predecessors to follow. Compared with pure external martial arts like Sanda, which are learned without any prior knowledge, they are far superior.
Thanks to the highly developed information network of later generations, Lin Sha had a deep understanding of various schools and internal martial arts. He had a clear understanding of their unique stances, training methods, and fighting styles.
Comparing this with his own situation, he immediately saw his own major flaws. The foundation is not solid, there is no systematic inheritance, there is no clear theoretical guidance. Anyway, there were a lot of problems.
Especially when he was training hard in Sanda. He was obsessed with improving himself and neglected physical conditioning. The accumulation of some hidden injuries was also a major factor hindering his further progress. Later,
he began learning the Xuanhuan stance of Tai Chi to improve his health. He also studied Tai Chi techniques to understand the hidden power. Unfortunately, he never had the time or energy to visit a qualified master.
He was completely unclear about many key points of the joints, and never reached the threshold of the hidden power. Now he was reborn in the late Qing Dynasty, with a master like Huang Feihong, a master of internal martial arts, as his teacher.
If he didn't seize the opportunity, he would be the biggest fool in the world. Fortunately, the original owner of this body had a solid foundation, saving him the pain of building a foundation. After becoming familiar with his body,
he directly touched the threshold of Ming Jin. Combined with his past life experience, crossing this threshold was not difficult. Of course, he hadn't given up on Sanda either. It was
a fierce attacking method unlike the traditional kung fu of this era. As a concealed weapon, it might prove crucial at certain moments. Besides, in his previous life, he relied on a set of Sanda kung fu to become a top-level Ming Jin master.
He has a deep understanding of Sen external martial art. It is impossible for him to give up just like that. Lin Sha. You're so awesome. What kind of kung fu is this? Why haven't I seen you use it before?
In front of the moon gate that led from the central hall to the backyard, Yokosu stuck his head out and said with envy, he was merely a traditional Chinese medicine apprentice at Po Chi Lam. He didn't train in martial arts with Wong Fei-hung. Instead,
he spent his days interacting with skilled kung fu practitioners. Through his daily interactions, he became familiar with kung fu. Of course, if possible, he would also like to learn some martial arts, not to mention bullying.
At least it would give him some self-defense in this chaotic world. It would also improve his health, so why not? Unfortunately, he couldn't bear the pain of practicing martial arts. Haha, just some attack methods I figured out myself. Yokosu.
Lin Sha laughed heartily, tossing the towel onto the table. Then he turned around and asked Yakusu, This. Yakusu was hesitant.
The key was that he didn't know if Lin Sha's fierce attack methods would require years of training in basic skills. To be honest, he really couldn't bear the hardship. Don't worry, you don't need to practice the basics.
Just set aside a little time every day for a morning jog, then practice on the sandbag. Lin Sha smiled slightly. Clearly understanding Yakusu's concerns, he chuckled and said temptingly, Really? Well, then I won't be polite.
Yakusu was overjoyed when he heard this. He nodded in agreement hastily, as if he was afraid that Lin Sha would go back on his word. How about trying it now? Lin Sha shook his head and chuckled. He beckoned Yakusu over. Then, with a relaxed gesture, he said,
You've come back from America. You must have seen those foreigners boxing. This set of kung fu is based on boxing. Having successfully tricked Yakusu into joining him in Sanda training, Lin Sha elated.
He spent the next few days following Aunt 13 around, taking photos for people. Then, he would retreat and diligently practice Hongman Kung Fu, practicing Sanda routines with Yakusu.
Or he would take the opportunity to visit the market and get to know the elder brother. He also learned about the lives of the young militia members, who had been transformed from the Black Flag Navy, after personal observation and understanding.
He has a clear understanding of the lives of the grassroots people in Foshan. Bitter! It's really bitter! Foshan's economy was actually quite good. Commercial development had also experienced rapid growth since becoming a trading port.
Guangdong had always been a major trading province. The business atmosphere here was quite strong, and the market was very prosperous. In Lin Sha's opinion, it was at least as good as his hometown in the future.
Both in terms of economic level and economic capacity. Because of its vibrant economy, Foshan town has no shortage of jobs and livelihoods. For example,
the market where senior brother Zhu Rourong works has a significant daily flow of water and vegetable supply, enough to feed nearly half the city. There's also the fish market where senior brother Ling Yongkailing works, because it's close to the sea.
It has a wide variety of live seafood. Not only are Foshan locals buying here, but even the foreign warships stationed nearby regularly send their crews to make purchases. Ordinarily, with such a favorable economic environment and atmosphere,
the lives of ordinary people in Foshan should be good. However, the opposite is true. Life in Foshan is extremely difficult, primarily due to the harsh exploitation by the government and gangs. Chapter 12. Encounter. The late Qing Dynasty was a turbulent time.
First, the Taiping Rebellion swept across half of China. Then the British and French forces captured the capital and burned the old summer palace. The entire Chinese land was plunged into chaos. Guangdong,
as a major economic province comparable to Jiangnan and Huguang, shouldered the heavy economic burden imposed by the imperial court. During the Taiping Rebellion, Guangdong was the most important source of food and wages for the Hunan army in its early stages,
continuously supplying them for several years. During this period, the Tiandai uprising broke out in Guangdong. Although it was quickly suppressed, it still had a significant impact on Guangdong's economy and people's livelihood.
To deal with the Great Cheng Kingdom in Guangxi, Guangdong not only sent troops but also provided money and food. It took 4 years of fighting to suppress the uprising in Guangxi. This was another huge economic burden during the Second Opium War.
British troops broke into Guangzhou. They not only captured the governor, general of Guangdong and Guangxi, Yi Mingchen, but also emptied the Guangdong provincial governor's office. They also sent troops to plunder the surrounding areas of Guangzhou.
This rapidly deteriorated the security situation in Guangdong, leading to frequent local unrest and a significant blow to the Guangdong economy. After the humiliating Treaty of Beijing was signed by the Japanese,
Guangdong was unfortunately allocated a large share of war reparations by the imperial court. It can be said that since the Taiping Rebellion, the people of Guangdong have lived in poverty.
The excessive and burdensome taxes imposed by the government were too numerous and too heavy. As a major economic center in Guangdong, Foshan naturally shouldered a significant share of the levy.
Add to that the miscellaneous taxes levied privately by the government and the surreptitious extortion by clerks. The sheer weight of fees ordinary citizens had to pay was simply unimaginable to Lin Sha.
Money from the government is not something you can refuse, and money from the gangs cannot be denied even a penny. The Shay gang was the largest gang in the area. Anyone with a strong backing had to pay them protection fees on a regular basis,
regardless of their business, and the amount was substantial. Senior brother Zhu Rourong and his band of militiamen were naturally not afraid of the Shay gang and didn't have to pay protection fees. However, they still lived a very tight and miserable life.
There was no other way. I had a family to support, my small business was struggling, and I could only barely make ends meet. This hardy man, who had experienced the bloodshed of battle, was naturally very dissatisfied with his current life. However,
he had no power to change it and could only helplessly do nothing. While chatting with his senior brother Zhu Rourong, Lin Sha accidentally mentioned that the militia brothers were having a hard time and needed to find a way to change things.
This provoked a flurry of complaints from his senior brother. Zhu Rourong was also very dissatisfied with the current situation. Unfortunately, he only had a meat stall. While he had enough for himself, he was unable to help others.
Lin Sha stopped provoking them. Although he felt the militia members were all very willing to change, he couldn't afford to be careless with the survival of hundreds of families at stake. He had to continue observing, at the very least.
He had to figure out a concrete way to make money, right? Of course, it was difficult to explain to his chief master, Huang Feihong. After all, his chief master was the head coach of the militia. His prestige was far beyond the reach of a teenager like Lin Sha.
Without his chief master's full support or tacit approval, it would be extremely difficult for him to mobilize the young and strong members of the militia. Had been out and about these past few days,
constantly observing and understanding the gangs within Foshan City. Had also encountered members of the Shay gang a few times. What struck him as odd was that, despite the men's fierce eyes and ferocious expressions,
they didn't actively approach him to cause trouble. While Lin Sha felt relieved, he could help but feel wary. As the saying goes, a biting dog doesn't bark. The more the Shay gang members tolerated him, the more uneasy he felt. In my previous life,
I followed my boss in underworld boxing. I frequently encountered gang members from various places. Those who were the loudest were either extremely powerful or the easiest to deal with. I was most afraid of those who quietly plotted against me.
Because he was worried, he reported the matter to his chief master Huang Feihong, hoping that he would pay enough attention to avoid any mistakes and be caught off guard. The chief master understood what he was saying. His expression immediately grew serious.
However, he didn't make any specific arrangements. He simply told his fellow apprentices who were out in the field to be careful and not let anyone take advantage of them.
Lin Sha finally felt relieved and spent the whole day running around with Aunt 13 and her foreign girlfriends, taking pictures for people. What made him feel a little uneasy was that he found 13th Aunt's attitude towards him quite dangerous.
She was much more friendly than the other disciples in Baojilin. She spoke and acted very casually in front of him, and she would occasionally give him a bright smile, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Of course,
to say 13th Aunt was interested in him was a joke. Her affair with her chief master was gradually heating up, but the current situation felt very risky. He secretly speculated.
Perhaps it was the way he spoke and acted that had distinctly 21st century characteristics. Unlike the old-fashioned and conservative people of this era, he often cracked a little joke and offered a bit of humor.
This would make 13th Aunt burst into laughter, making her feel familiar back in England. No matter what, he held fast to his duty as a disciple and refused to overstep the line. He could joke and play around normally,
but he would immediately withdraw his attention if anything romantic came up. To be honest, being around two beautiful women in Western-style clothes all day was not only pleasing to the eyes,
but he also usually interacted with famous local gentry and wealthy people in Foshan City, or leaders in certain industries. This helped him expand his network quite a bit. It was a gloomy day. 13th Auntie, invited by the troupe's owner,
went to take a photo of the fashionable troupe's owner. Lin Sha, still a sidekick, shouldered the heavy stand of an antique camera. He strode briskly behind the bicycle. Arriving at the troupe, he was warmly received by the old owner.
While Aunt 13 and her foreign companion were fiddling with the tripod to set up their camera, he casually strolled back and forth near the troupe. Soon, he ran into an acquaintance near the small area where the camera was set up, Liang Kuan.
Hurry up and fix the hole in the roof. It's almost time to start. The troupe leader who had greeted them earlier, a thin old man, was seen shouting towards a rooftop not far away. Lin Sha looked up hastily. He saw Liang Kuan, his butt sticking out,
hunched over the roof, busy at something. He could hear him muttering in frustration. I'm a martial artist, but they're asking me to fix the roof. Isn't this the kind of job I'm supposed to do? The old man who led the group said confidently.
How can I know how good your kung fu is if I don't climb high? He looked at Liang Kuan with amusement, his face full of reluctance. He was working leisurely on the rooftop. He didn't even bother to go up and say hello. This was the troupe's internal affairs.
As an outsider, it wasn't right for him to interfere, right? But at this moment, a loud whistle from a foreign warship blew from the sea not far away. At the same time, a sudden thunderclap echoed in the dark sky. An unexpected incident occurred. Check.
The atmosphere is wrong. Liang Kuan suddenly somersaulted on the roof and nearly fell off. The old boss yelled in dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Liang Kuan said embarrassedly. I thought the foreign ship fired its cannon.
The old boss face was filled with disdain. Oh my god, it's thundering. Do you think it was a foreign ship firing a cannon? If only it were a foreign ship firing a cannon, you and I can go directly to the United States to dig for gold.
Oh, really? He turned and walked away angrily. Aunt 13 was not far away, beckoning him to sit down and prepare for the photo. At this moment, who didn't know what medicine he had taken, suddenly shouted,
"Wait for him." Then he jumped directly from the roof with a basket. Unfortunately, he didn't control his strength well and fell on his butt in front of Aunt 13. "Liang Kuan, what are you doing?" Lin Sha took a few steps forward.
His figure flashed between Liang Kuan and 13th Aunt, blocking their eye contact. He spoke unhappily to Liang Kuan, whose face was filled with infatuation. Lin Sha, why are you here?" His vision was blocked. Anger flashed across Liang Kuan's face.
When he saw the man's face clearly, he was nonsense. "My master told me to follow Aunt 13, to help out and be her bodyguard at the same time." Lin Sha rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "But you kid.
Didn't you always say you were a martial artist in a theater troupe? Why are you in such a mess?" At that moment, 13th Auntie suddenly let out a startled scream. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a white object in mid-air,
careening towards her head and face. Without a second thought, Lin Sha leaped up and gently pushed 13th Auntie away with his deft strength. Then, with his shoulders slumped and his back bent, he sped away like a galloping horse,
fleeing from danger just as the white object in the sky was about to descend upon him. Boom! At the same time, a muffled thud was heard from Liang Kuan's direction. Then Liang Kuan started yelling in panic. "Oh no, my head is stuck!" Lin Sha glanced over.
Both amused and annoyed, he saw a small wooden barrel strapped to Liang Kuan's head. His sharp eyes spotted a white, slimy liquid dripping from the edge of the barrel. Seeing Liang Kuan looking so shabby, it looked like it was some kind of paste.
There was naturally a chaotic scene that made people laugh and cry. Liang Kuan went downstairs to change his clothes. The old troupe owner, however, still had some conscience. Despite his harsh word,
he took full responsibility for Liang Kuan and hurriedly apologized to Aunt 13. 30th Aunt, however, was good-tempered. She had nearly been doused in the glue that fell from the sky. Despite her shock,
she still forgave the old man who ran the troupe. She even insisted on taking a photo of him. After agreeing on a time to pick up the photo, she and her frightened foreign companion packed up and prepared to leave. "Hey Lin Sha,
is that woman in the dress called Aunt 13? Liang Kuan had already changed his clothes. He didn't even bother to clean the white glue from his braid. He was pulling Lin Sha with a shifty look on his face.
Liang Kuan has been doing morning exercises with the militia these days. While the results haven't been very noticeable yet, he's already become very familiar with the militia and the Bajilin disciples. He has a particularly good relationship with Lin Sha. Boy,
you've never seen a beautiful woman. Do you want me to take you to a brothel to see some?" Lin Sha rolled his eyes at the guy in anger. Seeing that the guy was not being honest and his eyes were rolling around, he couldn't help but remind him in a deep voice.
"What are you looking at, kid? Aunt 13 is my master's childhood sweetheart. Do you still want to join Bajilin?" "Oh, is that so?" Liang Kuan looked lost, as if he had suffered a great blow, like an eggplant hit by frost.
What Lin Sha hadn't anticipated was his well-intentioned warning would lead to a series of twists and turns. Liang Kuan also suffered greatly because of it, and even nearly missed out on the opportunity to join Bao Jilin. Of course.
Boom 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 boom. Dark clouds covered the sky and thunder rumbled. It looked like a heavy rain was about to fall. At Lin Sha's urging,
Aunt 13 and the others hurriedly packed up their belongings and waved goodbye to the troupe's owner. "Take your time. Lin Sha, remember to come and play next time!" The old troupe owner waved goodbye. Unexpectedly,
Liang Kuan wasn't shy about showing them off. Like a host, he escorted them all the way out of the troupe. Then, with eager eyes, he walked several hundred meters before finally watching his beloved goddess happily depart on her bicycle. This kid
looks like he'll need a good beating in the future. Lin Sha saw the eager expression on Liang Kuan's face, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He secretly resolved to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Turning back,
he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a tall figure performing arts at a street stall. His heart skipped a beat in surprise. "Master!" He had wanted to take a closer look, but 13th Auntie's urging kept him going.
He could only let go of his shock and trot away. But a sigh of admiration filled his heart. It was indeed the late Qing Dynasty, a period when Chinese martial arts were about to flourish.
Even the street performers in the small city of Foshan were masters as strong as, or even stronger than, those in his previous life. He still had some discernment. That figure, that was so similar to his peak in his previous life. Needless to say,
he was definitely a master of external martial arts. As expected in the late Qing Dynasty, economically developed areas like Foshan could truly be described as full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The heavy rain continued for several days,
forcing the militia to temporarily interrupt their daily morning exercises. In such weather, even 13th Aunt stayed at home, occasionally popping into Bajilin to exchange glances with her cheap master. This gave Lin Sha a moment of relief.
He could now focus on his martial arts. If he had any questions, he could ask his master for an immediate answer. He thought this was a good idea. It would help Liang Kuan calm down his budding passion.
He wouldn't be pestered with questions during morning exercises. Or maybe his cheap master would find out, which would be bad. The weather finally cleared up that day. Aunt 13 rushed to Baozhilin early in the morning,
Yelling at Lin Sha to hurry up and go out with them to finish the photography business that had been put on hold for the past few days. Lin Sha could only sigh. Amidst the gloating glances of his fellow apprentices, he resigned himself to his fate.
Carrying the heavy stand of the antique camera, he trotted after the two beautiful women in dresses. The journey was a toss and turn for him. Foshan's drainage system, whether it was due to age or simply inadequate, was muddy and difficult to navigate.
He couldn't get far before his feet and body were splattered with mud and water, making it incredibly uncomfortable. After finally finishing a business deal, Lin Sha sent the two beautiful women in dresses home. Then, exhausted, he returned to Baozhilin.
But the moment he entered, he sensed something was amiss. The small courtyard in front of Baozhilin's hall was packed with people. He saw that they were all young men from the Black Flag Navy who had been converted into militiamen.
Each of them had a gloomy face and clenched fists. Their faces were filled with anger and sorrow, their lips were pursed, and their eyes were blazing like a volcano about to erupt. Chapter 14. Rage was in What's Wrong? What's going on?
Lin Sha couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly as he passed through the dense crowd in the small courtyard and stepped into the front hall, which was also the pharmacy. Only Bao Zhulin and his companions were in the front hall.
The air was filled with the faint smell of blood and the pungent smell of lust. His face suddenly darkened. This is, someone's injured, and it's a gunshot wound. He didn't think that the explosion of firecrackers would cause such a commotion.
The atmosphere in the front hall was equally tense and solemn. Chef Huang Feihong was tending to a wounded man. Lin Sha's pupils constricted slightly at the sight of him. It was a middle-aged man he didn't recognize.
Senior brother Zhu Rourong's face was filled with fury. He was breathing heavily, his eyes reddened with murderous intent. He was clearly furious. Yokosu was busy helping out, handing out medicine and gaos until he was sweating profusely. But that was it.
The atmosphere was so depressing that it was almost suffocating. Lin Sha, you come back. Yokosu finished his work and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then he forced a smile at Lin Sha. What's going on? Lin Sha frowned.
Somewhat unaccustomed to such a dull atmosphere. There was a fishmonger who was beaten up by the British. Yokosu had become very close to Lin Sha in recent days, he explained stutteringly. How could the British shoot this uncle? Lin Sha was even more
Although he didn't know much about the history of the late Qing Dynasty, he knew that those Western powers, who claimed to be civilized people, would not hurt anyone without provocation. Okay, the bullet is out. Su.
Bring the medicine. At this time, the cheap master Huang Feihong stood up and took the hot towel handed to him by senior brother Ling Yinkai. He wiped his hands while giving instructions. Master, what medicine? Lin Sha quickly chimed in.
He knew Yokosu was still learning Chinese. Some of the medicine names were too difficult to pronounce. Yokosu might not recognize them. Golden One medicine. Huang Feihong then saw Lin Sha. Sha is back! Master, what is going on?
Lin Sha helped get the medicine while curiously trying to get to the bottom of it. What else could it be? Foreigners are bullying us Chinese! Without waiting for the cheap master to answer, the eldest brother Zhu Rourong, who had been silent the whole time,
spoke in a hoarse and angry voice. Shirong, stop talking nonsense! Chef Huang Feihong glanced at Zhu Rourong with dissatisfaction and instantly suppressed Zhu Rourong. There are so many foreign ships in the harbor now, all flying a variety of flags.
This man just could tell the difference between the American and British flags. That's why he got on the wrong ship and got injured, Huang Feihong explained helplessly. No way, the American stars and stripes, the British Union Jack.
These are easy to recognize. Lin Sha was a little surprised. Making a living on the docks, he couldn't even distinguish the flags of foreign countries. He didn't know what to say. A strange look flashed across the face of his cheap master, Huang Feihong.
He shook his head briefly. Fortunately, there was no vital injury. The bullet was removed and his life was saved. At this time, senior brother Ling Yinkai came over carrying a tray, besides the blood-stained medical tools.
There was also a round-headed lead bullet lying quietly. Master, this is the bullet for a foreign rifle. Although the eldest brother Zhu Rourong looked furious, he still picked up the extracted bullet with curiosity and said curiously, Hey, big brother.
When you were in the Black Flag Army, didn't you ever play with a gun? Lin Sha was a little annoyed. He snatched the bullet from Zhu Rourong's hand. After carefully examining it, he said solemnly, Master, these lead bullets are poisonous.
I wonder how serious this injured uncle's wound is. It's best to wash it several times with strong liquor. It might get inflamed. From now on, you will be responsible for treating that uncle's wound. Chief Master Wong Fei-hung was stunned when he heard this.
Then he smiled and gave instructions. Don't worry, Master Lynch nodded in agreement. Although it felt a bit troublesome, he still felt it was better to lend a hand if he could save someone's life then. Master, how do we deal with the uncle's matter?
Zhu Rourong was embarrassed by Lin Sha's question. Then he suddenly interrupted. Huang Feihong shook his head helplessly and sighed. The capital is carrying out the westernization movement. In the end, the Chinese will suffer in disputes like this. Lin Sha too
felt helpless. He deeply felt the sorrow of a weak nation. Foreigners ran rampant on Qing territory. Not only were they okay with injuring people, but they also held the perpetrators accountable. How rampant! How unfortunate! Are we still alive?
The eldest brother Zhu Rourong suddenly roared, startling everyone. Zhu Rourong paced back and forth furiously. His face was filled with rage, his arms raised, and he shouted, "The imperial court is so weak, they're so spineless, groveling before the foreigners.
We've been wronged, but we can only hold it in. Unable to vent!" The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Zhu Rourong rushed out of the front hall with a mad look in his eyes. He shouted at the young militiamen in the small courtyard. "Militia brothers,
let's go and cause trouble for those foreigners. Let them know that we Chinese are not to be bullied." "Big brother, are you crazy?" Lin Sha saw that something was wrong. He quickly jumped up and grabbed Zhu Rourong's arm, shouting angrily, "Let me go! I'm not crazy."
I just can't stand this humiliation!" Zhu Rourong struggled hard, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. As if infected, the dozen or so young militiamen in the small courtyard started to stir. "I can't stand this humiliation either!" Lin Sha's body lurched.
And Zhu Rourong nearly flung him flying. A surge of rage shot up from his chest, and he roared angrily. "But the foreigners have powerful ships, cannons, and rifles. What do we have?" With that, he swung his arm with all his might,
Forcibly pulling Zhu Rourong back into the front hall. The young militia member, eager to fight, shouted, "What are you doing fighting the foreigners? Just relying on passion and bare hands? That's not courage at all. That's suicide!"
It was like a bucket of cold water. The young militiamen in the courtyard looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing Lin Sha's words. After calming down, they suddenly became listless. "So what do you think we should do?"
Zhu Rourong's rage was still raging. He roared at Lin Sha in dissatisfaction. "We've been wronged. Do we just have to bottle it up and not vent?" "I can stand this! You have to endure it even if you can't bear it!" Lin Sha's heart was raging with rage.
He felt Zhu Rourong was being unreasonable. He shouted angrily, his face filled with displeasure. "Foreigners have the upper hand, so they rule. If we're wronged and don't want to die, we have to endure it. If everyone is like you, brother."
Will China still have any backbone? If they all die, then this country will be hopeless. All right. Stop arguing, brothers. Seeing the two men getting increasingly angry and about to fall out, Huang Feihong quickly spoke up to smooth things over.
Chapter 15. What is more important? Chef stepped in to smooth things over. Lin Sha and Zhu Rourong both calmed down their anger. They exchanged apologetic glances,
indicating that their anger was merely a momentary one and that it wasn't a deliberate attack. "Rourong, don't be impulsive. I won't let you interfere in this matter," Huang Feihong warned sternly. "He'll handle this." How does the master plan to deal with this?
Lin Sha secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject, asking curiously, "I'll go to the government office and explain everything to the foreigners. Otherwise, life will be very difficult for the people of Foshan in the future."
Huang Feihong nodded and said solemnly. Chef had said this. Zhu Rourong had no choice. After calming down, he realized that he had been impulsive. If he had really gone to the foreigner gathering area and caused trouble without caring about anything,
not to mention his safety, everyone involved would be implicated. Even Liu Yongfu and the main force of the Black Flag Army in Annan would be reprimanded by the court. This result was truly demoralizing.
When the young militiamen gathered in the courtyard heard the news, their faces were filled with disappointment and frustration. Lin Sha really wanted to do something. Unfortunately, he was too small and powerless to do anything. He could only sigh helplessly.
He called Yakasu and senior brother Ling Yongkai to the kitchen and prepare a few tables of sumptuous feasts to entertain these young militia members who had always lived below the poverty line, after sending off the well-fed and well-drinking militiamen.
Baojilin returned to its usual tranquility. However, the atmosphere remained oppressive and uncomfortable. Huang Feihong, his cheap master, was clearly not in a good mood. However,
he still gathered his fellow apprentices together to discuss how to seek help from the government and jointly resolve this problem. Senior brother Zhu Rourong remained silent, clearly having no intention of expressing his opinion.
Senior brother Ling Yingkai was a man of action, yet he didn't dwell on matters. Yakasu had only recently returned to China and spoke haltingly in Chinese. His lack of understanding of the situation could be ignored.
The other brothers were either simple-minded or came from humble backgrounds and had no idea about the government. They couldn't explain it either. Huang Feihong glanced at his disciples one by one.
He was naturally disappointed to find that no one was available to discuss important matters. Lin Sha, however, remained calm, which was particularly striking. Huang Feihong suddenly developed feelings for this young disciple.
Huang Feihong was delighted by his young disciple's recent impressive performance. But he also harbored a number of doubts. Previously, this young disciple had little presence in Baojulin, despite his considerable talent in martial arts and medicine.
He was usually taciturn and invisible, but has been performing exceptionally well these past few days. First, has reached the brink of Ming Jin in his kung fu, then, his demeanor has changed dramatically, has become humorous and joking.
Has also been doing quite well out and about with Aunt 13. Has decisive, calm and measured, a true talent. He didn't know why his young disciple was acting so strangely, but now wasn't the time to ask. He asked Lin Sha, "What do you think?"
I don't know to what extent the master wants to resolve this matter. Lin Sha smiled faintly, as if he had known the chief master would ask him. He asked without hesitation, "What do you mean?" Now, not only Huang Feihong,
but also the other brothers and even Zhu Rourong showed curious eyes. If you just want to resolve the situation of the shot uncle trespassing on the British warship, it is very simple. Lin Sha looked confident.
All he needed was a goose feather fan to transform him into Zhuge Liang. Did I hear correctly? This is so simple. Senior brother Ling Yunkai looked surprised and exclaimed in confusion, "It's simple indeed!" Lin Sha's gaze swept gently over his fellow apprentices.
Finally, he landed on his chief master and nodded solemnly. Actually, the British didn't necessarily want to make a big deal out of this and cause public outrage. Otherwise, the shot uncle wouldn't have been able to be sent to Baojulin alive.
How do you know what the British think? Zhu Rourong spoke up at this time. He asked with a look of disbelief. Don't forget, Aunt 13 just came back from England. Lin Sha smiled faintly. He had no intention of keeping her in suspense.
Had only just learned from chatting with Aunt 13 that Britain had colonies all over the world. Many places needed military garrisons to maintain order. The Qing could muster many troops, otherwise
they wouldn't just establish concessions but send troops directly to turn the Qing into another India. Since it was just a concession, the surrounding environment naturally needed to be kept reasonably clean. Furthermore,
most of the food and water supply in the concession depended on Foshan. Provoking too much public outrage wouldn't be beneficial to them. Everyone nodded after hearing this, feeling that Lin Sha's analysis made a lot of sense.
Huang Feihong smiled faintly and suddenly asked, "What if we go one step further and want the British to pay us compensation and apologize?" Absolutely not. Lin Sha was resolute. He shook his head and looked at his chief master. He said in a deep voice, "Master,
let's stop while we're ahead. Don't bring unnecessary trouble to Baojulin." Chief Master Huang Feihong and his fellow apprentices were horrified upon hearing this. Lin Sha, determined to dissuade Chief Master from his righteous desire to step forward,
continued to use his eloquence. Not only would the British not agree, but even the government wouldn't help. They might even side with the British. Why was this? The other disciple's eyes widened. The eldest brother, Zhu Rourong,
was filled with fury and a menacing look. Even Huang Feihong, the junior master, frowned and glared at them. The imperial court was currently carrying out the westernization movement in full swing. Naturally,
they did not want to offend the world's leading power at this time. This was the first. Lin Sha was talking like a spitting fountain. His spirits were high like a master orator. He held up 2 fingers and continued. Secondly,
the new emperor has just ascended the throne. What's needed now is political stability. Without waiting for his fellow apprentices or his chief master to digest what he had just said, he extended a 3rd finger. His face was serious and he spoke in a deep voice.
The most important national event right now is Marshal Zhu's suppression of the rebellion on the border. That region also happens to border the British sphere of influence in the Arab region. It would be unwise to antagonize the British at this time.
The brothers and their chief master were all deeply moved upon hearing this. Lin Sha's words were like the resounding sound of a huge bell, resonating with the ears. Their feelings of frustration and resentment were, in the face of the true national cause,
as ridiculous as children playing house. At this moment, Lin Sha, infected by the atmosphere, was filled with grief, his eyes fierce. He waved his hand and roared angrily. The country's weakness is a fact. No matter how unhappy we are, it won't change any.
But safeguarding the country's territorial integrity is our unshirkable responsibility. Chapter 16. Want to live with dignity. After much persuasion, the chief master finally gave up his righteous but unrealistic idea. Lin Sha breathed a sigh of relief.
His fellow disciples, especially the eldest brother, Zhu Rourong, who had the most violent personality, his sudden silence was rather unpleasant. Senior brother, a rare sight. The other disciples all had dinner at Baojulin. Afterward,
they gathered in small groups chatting quietly. Lin Sha silently approached his eldest brother, Zhu Rourong, its junior brother Lin. Why aren't you staying with master?
Zhu Rourong sat down on the bluestone steps in front of the front hall and was a little surprised to see Lin Sha coming over. Master was discussing with Yokosu about contacting the British fleet commander. I couldn't get a word in.
So I had to come over to talk to senior brother. Lin Sha smiled to himself and casually plopped down next to Zhu Rourong. During dinner, Chef Bien had already decided on the negotiating delegation, which would be headed by himself, Yokosu,
who knew foreign languages, was the natural choice for translator. Wong Fei-hung even specifically requested Lin Sha to accompany him as an advisor. Lin Sha didn't want to offend Chef Bien at the dinner table, so after the meal,
he approached Chef Bien and expressed his unwillingness to participate in the negotiations. The chief master naturally asked why. Lin Sha said that he didn't understand foreign languages and couldn't stand the arrogance of foreigners.
It was better to keep it out of sight and out of mind. The chief master was quite generous. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed to his unreasonable request. Of course, it was enough for him to know the whole story in his heart.
There was no need to brag about it and make his chief master unhappy. Big brother, are you still upset about the uncle who got shot? The relationship between the brothers was excellent. There was no need to hide things and create unnecessary misunderstandings.
Lin Sha didn't hesitate and spoke directly to the point. How dare I? Zhu Rourong rolled his eyes in annoyance. He snorted. You've even brought up Marshal Zuo. If I still insist on not giving in, wouldn't that be quite tactless?
Wouldn't that be a betrayal of the nation's cause? How is that possible? Lin Sha chuckled and quickly flattered him. Who doesn't know that Huang Feihong's eldest disciple is a chivalrous and courageous man, a famous and righteous hero in Foshan City?
You're a good talker. Lin Sha's flattery was so disgusting that Zhu Rourong could no longer maintain his serious expression. He patted Lin Sha's shoulder and chuckled. The eldest brother finally smiled. Lin Sha secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
I speak the truth. Not a single word is false. It comes from the heart. Okay, stop talking to me about this nonsense. I just want to ask you one thing. At this point, Zhu Rourong's expression darkened.
He looked at Lin Sha seriously and said, Lin Sha, is there really no way you can get justice for the man who was shot? Seeing the eldest brother's response, Lin Sha also replied with a serious face, it's very difficult. Zhu Rourong's eyes lit up.
He instantly grasped the key point. In other words, it wasn't impossible, but rather difficult. Lin Sha nodded slightly and said solemnly, in the current situation, we can't rely on the imperial court or the government. The only one we can rely on is ourselves.
Ourselves? Zhu Rourong was puzzled. For a moment he didn't know how to respond. Evening, Huang Feihong's bedroom. On our own. Huang Feihong smiled wryly. His gaze towards Lin Sha was filled with reproach. Bao Zhilin only has a few of you fellow disciples.
Where else can we find any other power? You're wrong, master, Lin Sha said with a firm and decisive expression. You still have a force at your disposal. Even the governor-general of Guangdong and Guangxi won't dare underestimate it. You mean?
Huang Feihong. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. His breathing became a little rapid. His voice trembled. Militia, that's right. Lin Sha nodded seriously, his eyes gleaming as he spoke in a deep voice. Exactly.
They should be young militiamen transformed from the Black Flag Navy. Are you crazy? Huang Feihong exclaimed in disbelief. I'm not crazy, Lin Sha chuckled. He extended his right index finger and tapped his forehead. His mouth widened, revealing 2 rows of sharp white teeth. This place was more sober than ever before. Do you know how much trouble this will cause if word gets out? Huang Feihong asked angrily. I know. Lin Sha lowered his eyes. His tone was as calm as water. Do you know how much disaster this would bring to the militia brothers if something goes wrong? Huang Feihong asked sternly. Even Lord Liu, who is on the front lines in Annan, would be greatly implicated. Lin Sha suddenly opened his eyes.
He exchanged a fierce stare with his chief master. He said gravely, I only know that the Black Flag Navy's brothers have a hard time. I also know that if we don't have another opportunity to train on board, the Black Flag Navy brothers will be ruined.
Huang Feihong was speechless for a moment. His mind was in a trance, and he seemed to have returned to the moment when Liu Yongfu, the Lord, had earnestly entrusted the Black Flag Navy brothers to him before his departure.
Lin Sha seemed to think this wasn't enough. He insisted on making shocking statements, continuing to reveal shocking information. Master, do you really think that even if there's no movement here, Lord Liu won't be suspected by the court?
Or even secretly suppressed? Asha, what do you mean? Huang Feihong's spirits perked up. He stared intently at his apprentice, whose performance was becoming increasingly astonishing and increasingly difficult to understand. He asked urgently.
Do you know anything about the Black Flag Army and Master Liu? Not sure. Lin Sha shook his head, ignoring his chief master's instantly dimmed look and disappointed expression. He continued, but I know.
The Black Flag Army had the French in Annan in a state of disarray. Their performance was simply too impressive. It was completely contrary to the court's current policy of striving for stability. Huang Feihong's heart trembled upon hearing this.
He recalled Lin Sha's words about the imperial court's major policies during the day. He was incredulous. Isn't it good to win the war? This would be a chance for the imperial court to recover from its decline in the face of the powerful nations, the key point.
His eyes were filled with sarcasm and disdain. His voice was even colder and piercing. The victory wasn't won by the Hunan army, nor by the Hui army, nor by the 8 banners or the Green Camp. It was won by the Black Banner army.
A local militia formed from the reorganization of the Tiandui rebels. The Huang Feihong remained silent for a long time. Lin Sha's words were heartbreaking. Even if he wanted to refute her, he couldn't find a reason. Master, please wake up.
Lin Sha saw this and smiled a triumphant smile. He continued, adding fuel to the fire. The imperial court is unreliable. The government is even more cowardly and can't be relied upon. If we want to live with dignity, we have to rely on ourselves.
Huang Feihong's dull eyes fluttered slightly. Then he shook his head dejectedly. No one knew the militia's situation better than him. The head coach, thinking of relying on the militia to live a dignified life, was simply wishful thinking.
Now that things had come to this, Huang Feihong smiled wryly and told his somewhat magical apprentice about the current situation of the militia, expressing his helplessness. I know this. Feeling confident. Chapter 17. To change.
A clamor of voices, a foul smell. This was Lin Sha's impression of Foshan's wharf market. It seemed as if the market conditions were the same in every past and present life. The only difference was the sanitation. Big brother, what do you think?
Lin Sha smiled and approached Zhu Rourong. While helping him sort the cut pork, she asked in a low voice, You kid, aren't you too fanciful? Zhu Rourong paused, glared at Lin Sha in annoyance, and muttered softly, It's not fanciful at all, it's also very realistic.
Lin Sha heard it clearly and quickly replied with a serious look, Have you forgotten the miserable state of the uncle who was shot? Zhu Rourong's hands kept moving, and he didn't forget to question, We are different from the uncle who got shot.
At least all of us brothers know the flags of the major powers. Lin Sha wasn't angry either. He just defended himself with a playful smile. Aren't you just trying to be argumentative? Zhu Rourong couldn't stand the licking in his ear.
He put down his boning knife and rolled his eyes in annoyance. We've never done business with foreigners before. You want to expand your business so quickly. Aren't you afraid of messing up? To be honest, I'm a little worried. Lin Sha chuckled.
Without waiting for Zhu Rourong to say anything to dampen morale, he said seriously. But even the eldest brother knows the living conditions of the militia brothers. If they don't change, they'll be ruined. Want to change? How easy is it?
Zhu Rourong's expression changed for a while. Finally, he could only shake his head and sigh. There's no need to be so pessimistic, big brother. We have a trump card in hand. Lin Sha smiled slightly and spoke mysteriously with confidence. What's the trump card?
Zhu Rourong became interested and asked curiously with his head tilted slightly. Yasu, Lin Sha warned solemnly. Tusk? That fake foreigner. Zhu Rourong curled his lips. He raised his big knife and swung it fiercely.
Chopping off a large piece of fat and lean pork, he wrapped it in oil paper and handed it to the customer. Then he shook his head with an unhappy look on his face. You are teasing me. Kid, can't you see I'm busy with business?
It's because Yakasu's a fake foreigner that things are easier to do. Lin Sha smiled nonchalantly and explained. And he speaks fluent foreign languages. This is another great convenience. Don't be impatient, just listen to me first.
Seeing Zhu Rourong curl his lips and prepare to speak, Lin Sha quickly reached out to stop him from continuing his explanation. How many of the foreigners in charge of purchasing on the foreign ship understand Chinese?
As for those translators who knew foreign languages, they were all trusted confidants of the upper echelons of foreign ships. They had both status and money. Who would be willing to help foreign ship buyers translate for our Qing vegetable vendors?
Zhu Rourong nodded involuntarily. This was indeed true. Seeing this, Lin Sha naturally wanted to strike while the iron was hot. He quickly continued, the vegetable vendors here basically live at the bottom of society. If they knew foreign languages,
they would have found a good job in a foreign company long ago. Why would they go out in the wind and rain all day selling vegetables? Seeing Zhu Rourong listening intently, he smiled and continued explaining. Language
barriers naturally lead to unnecessary trouble. You might end up losing out on vegetable prices or, like the man who was shot, accidentally offend a foreigner. He smiled confidently at this.
We have someone like Yakasu here who knows foreign languages. Let him help communicate with the foreign ship purchasing staff. Maybe we can get something done. Zhu Rourong's expression finally turned serious. He asked earnestly.
Are you sure the foreigners will fall for our tricks? Haha, senior brother, you don't understand. Actually, a foreign ship is equivalent to a military camp. Lin Sha's confident smile grew wider and wider. Logistics and supplies for a military camp are a big deal.
A stable supply is essential, even if it costs a little more. It doesn't matter. Okay, even if there's no problem with the foreigners, what about the vegetable vendors? Zhu Rourong's expression relaxed, with a thud.
He slammed his bone-chopping knife into the chopping board. He wiped his hands vigorously on the apron around his waist. Then he raised a new question. Doing business with foreigners is still very profitable. How can we make them obey?
They buy vegetables at a price one level lower than the market price, and then sell them to foreigners at a price one or two levels higher than the market price. Lin Sha smiled softly. His eyes were cold and gloomy.
Let's take the initiative to buy from the vegetable vendors. This will eliminate the extortion from the government and gangs. This way, they will earn more. If that's not enough, then let's compete with each other. You're such a ruthless guy!
This is cutting off the source of the trouble. Zhu Rourong's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. But then he hesitated again. He was afraid the master wouldn't agree. Don't worry. I already discussed this with master last night.
As long as we don't go too far and start troubled. Master won't say anything, Lin Sha chuckled, as if he'd known this was going to happen. He spoke confidently. Master may have a strong sense of justice, but as long as the fault isn't ours, that's fine. So,
when do we start? Zhu Rourong was completely moved. After a moment's hesitation, he disregarded his senior brother's dignity and asked in a low voice, "This requires Big Brother to do some work for the militia brothers. As soon as Yakasu is free."
We will do it immediately. Lin Sha was delighted he had finally convinced Zhu Rourong, but he still warned, Big Brother, please don't force it. In the early stages, if you don't see any results, it's best to rely on voluntary participation.
Don't force anyone who's unwilling to take the risk. I know this better than you. Zhu Rourong nodded solemnly. Then he raised his voice and waved his sturdy arms, calling out to the young and strong militiamen running small businesses nearby.
He asked them to come over to discuss something. Lin Sha didn't tolerate such a thing. He stood aside with his eyes narrowed, waiting for the result. The weather is nice today. The sun is shining and the sky is clear and the water is blue.
Today was the day that my chief master, Huang Feihong, had arranged to negotiate with the British fleet commander. Early in the morning, after morning exercises, the master changed into a brand new robe. He left Baojalin with Yakasu, his translator.
I wonder if the negotiations have begun yet. Are they going smoothly? I hope Chef will stop while he's ahead. Don't make any impulsive demands. I want to redeem myself for the man who got shot. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future.
So there's no need to rush. But just then, a commotion erupted on the road leading from the city to the harbor district's vegetable market. People scattered, as if something had happened. Lin Sha narrowed his eyes and looked up.
Before he could see what was happening, he heard a burst of extremely arrogant shouts and cries of fighting and killing. Chase! Don't let that guy get away! Kill! I must cut off that kid's arm! Don't run, kid! If I catch you, I'll make sure you're in trouble.
Provocation. If you have the guts, challenge me in a one-on-one duel. What's the point of relying on numbers? You're so brave, boy. Won't it be the same if a group of us fought you alone? Bah, how dare you say that? I won't keep you company.
Lin Sha was immediately amused. Isn't this the voice of that idiot Liang Kuan? Sure enough, in the distance, from the chaotic streets, a nimble man was seen running towards the dock. Who else could it be but Liang Kuan? Behind him,
a group of burly men in black, brandishing swords and clubs, chased him relentlessly, shouting and hurling obscenities. It was another classic example of gang violence. Junior brother Lin, what's going on?
Zhu Rourong was discussing important matters with a group of militia brothers when he was startled by the increasingly loud and approaching shouts of killing. He walked over with an unhappy look on his face. It was that kid Liang Kuan.
Somehow he got himself chased by a gang. Lin Sha pointed at Liang Kuan, who was jumping around in the distance, punching and kicking with vigor. He had to admit, this kid had quick reactions and excellent timing.
And you're still smiling like you're gloating over someone else's misfortune. What a heartless fellow. Brothers of the militia, follow me. Let's rescue that unfortunate Liang Kuan. Zhu Rourong raised his arm and immediately a crowd of people responded.
In an instant, more than a dozen large men gathered around him. Then, they grabbed benches and wooden sticks and rushed out aggressively. Bang! A chopping board weighing dozens of pounds slammed heavily onto the bluestone floor with a loud bang. Who? Damn it!
I'm working for the Shy Gang. Who dares to mess with me? Bastard! You almost hit me! The heavy chopping board fell between Liang Kuan and the pursuers behind him, almost hitting the two most aggressive men in black. Damn it, watch your mouth, kid.
Who are you scolding? How dare you bully the weak with your numbers and act so arrogantly? How shameless! This is the territory of Master Huang's eldest disciple Zhu Rourong. What the hell are you so arrogant about?
The young and strong militiamen were incredibly venomous. Their words were not only harsh but also deeply offensive. Were they not arrogant enough back then? They had been battling the imperial court for so many years.
When had the Shay Gang ever suffered such a loss? Furthermore, the militia's young and strong men were outnumbered. They also dressed like poor thugs. How could the Shay Gang show weakness? Naturally, Foul language flew everywhere.
All sorts of unpleasant swear words tumbling out. The two gangs were separated by a chopping board on the ground. They were armed with various fighting tools. The air was thick with spitting and the smell of gunpowder.
Just a spark was enough to cause an explosion. Liang Kuan, what's wrong with you, kid? Aren't you a martial artist in the opera troupe? How did you get into trouble with the Shay gang? Lin Sha didn't get involved in the altercation with the Shay gang thugs.
He grabbed Liang Kuan in the excited crowd and said loudly and angrily, "Oh, that's a long story. I'll tell you later. Let's get ready for the fight." Liang Kuan was clearly irritated by the heated scene.
He was making his way to the front of the crowd with a look of excitement, while he was perfunctory in his words. His face was filled with anxiety. "There's no way we can fight." Lin Sha placed his right hand on Liang Kuan's shoulder, with a slight push.
He was instantly unable to move. He spoke in a deep voice, smiling broadly. Why? Liang Kuan wanted to struggle, but upon hearing Lin Sha's affirmative tone, his curiosity immediately piqued, because this is my senior brother's territory. His name is Zhu Rourong.
Lin Sha still had a smile on his face, but his tone was filled with indescribable confidence and pride. Sure enough, not long after, a tall, middle-aged man in a suit with a fierce look on his face, who clearly wasn't a good person,
emerged from behind the loudly shouting Shay gang members. Pointing at the young militiaman, he shouted arrogantly, "Who are you? Shay gang is doing business, and all outsiders, get out of the way." He searched the crowd again. He spotted Liang Kuan
standing behind the young militiaman. A fierce gleam flashed in his triangular eyes as he smirked. "Liang Kuan, run. As long as you're still in Foshan, you won't be able to escape the clutches of the Shay gang." What a big tone!
Zhu Rourong's eyes suddenly widened as he roared. His voice was like thunder, startling the burly men of the Shay gang. Even the arrogant and domineering Shay gang leader was no exception. "Who are you?"
The Shay gang leader's eyes flashed with a murderous gleam. He smirked at Zhu Rourong. If it weren't for Zhu Rourong's fierce and sturdy demeanor, and the young men around him, though dressed like the poor dock dwellers, each one a sturdy and cautious individual,
he would have immediately raised his machete and charged. The gang leader, he is Huang Feihong's eldest disciple, Zhu Rourong, without waiting for the young militia members to introduce themselves.
The younger brothers around the Shay gang leader took the initiative to take on the job. What? Wong Fei-hung's apprentice? The Shay gang leader, who had a fierce look on his face, changed expression upon hearing this. A fierce light flashed in his eyes.
But he didn't explode. The guy next to Liang Kuan, that's Wong Fei-hung's apprentice, Lin Sha. At this time, another younger brother came close to his ear, pointed at Lin Sha and whispered a reminder. "What? That kid Lin Sha is here too."
What a narrow road for enemies to cross. The Shay gang leader's face grew increasingly menacing. His fierce eyes darted towards Lin Sha in the crowd. His gaze met Lin Sha's calm, watery gaze. Suddenly, a chill welled up in his heart.
As if he were being stared at by some terrifying beast, he swallowed back the words he was about to say. He shouldered his machete and curled his lips in disdain. He looked at Zhu Rourong and said gravely, "I'll give Huang Feihong a favor."
Let's spare that Liang Kuan. He raised his head with a fierce look on his face. He glanced at Liang Kuan, who was hiding behind the crowd. He gestured his right index finger up and down and said angrily, "Liang Kuan, I'll let you go today for Huang Feihong's sake."
He said this with a defiant look on his face. "In putting this on the line, I'm going to take your hand. As long as you're in Foshan, you won't be able to escape the eyes and ears of the Shay gang. Ha! Let's go!" After uttering these harsh words,
the Shay gang leader shook his long braid behind his head. Not wanting to stay here any longer, he turned around and prepared to leave with his men. Zhu Rourong and a group of young militia members stood silently, not saying a word.
They were unwilling to engage in a fight with a notorious gang like the Shay gang. Whether they could win or not was another matter. The trouble would inevitably follow. They couldn't afford to be tormented. Unexpectedly,
Liang Kuan suddenly broke free from Lin Sha's control and yelled in a hoarse voice, what a bullshit Shay gang. I'm scared just by hearing Wong Fei-hung's name. Damn it." Lin Sha was furious. He really wanted to give Liang Kuan, this fool, a slap in the face.
Isn't this just exacerbating the conflict? As expected, the Shay gang leader, who had just turned to leave, suddenly paused. He then turned around, sword raised, and shouted, "Brothers, come after me!" with a murderous look on his face.
And a group of young militiamen. He chopped them down with the machete in his hand without hesitation. Chapter 19. Tough. Kill. Beat. Beat. Beat me hard. So what if has Huang Feihong's apprentice?
Our Shay gang will still fight him. The Shay gang, led by their leader, immediately engaged the militia led by Zhu Rourong. The entire street was suddenly in chaos. Gang members at that time were not as measured as they would be in later generations.
They tried not to strike at vital points and cause death. Instead, they would just strike wherever they could. Even if someone died, the gang leader would intervene. The busy streets leading to the port and docks were suddenly in chaos.
Shouts and cries of killing shook the air, machetes and long sticks were swung, benches and fists danced, screams merged into a continuous chorus of wails. The street vendors were scattered by the two sides in the brawl, the vendors in panic,
unable to speak out. Pedestrians were also unlucky enough to be caught in the crossfire. Some were knocked to the ground by sudden fists, while others were wounded by clubs and machetes that appeared out of nowhere,
leaving them wailing and writhing on the ground. The shops along the street immediately shut down to avoid the disaster. Those that couldn't close their doors hid behind their counters and chairs, trembling in fear. In such a chaotic situation,
there were naturally many bystanders eager to watch the action. They gathered in groups of 3 or 4 at either end of the street, their faces filled with excitement as they watched the spectacle unfold. They would point and comment,
cheering on both sides of the melee. Those with a little extra cash would simply sit by the window in the tea house, a cup of fragrant hot tea in hand, occasionally enjoying a snack or two, and leaning on the railing to watch with rapt interest.
Zhu Rourong and a dozen or so young militiamen around him were instantly caught up in a chaotic battle. They engaged in a chaotic battle with the outnumbered Shay gang, with a fierce courage and a more concise and reckless fighting style.
They fought the Shay gang to a draw, shouting and cursing, until they were evenly matched. Liang Kuan was quite a loyal fellow. Seeing that he had provoked such a large-scale fight, he immediately threw up his fists and joined the fray.
Lin Sha couldn't stop him. Damn it! Lin Sha couldn't help but curse inwardly. He bent down and picked up a stick that some unfortunate person had dropped. He kicked the ground hard and rushed into the chaotic crowd like a galloping horse. Roll!
The wooden stick stretched out like a snake, blocking a machete that was attacking from the side. His other hand flexed into a fist, striking the man's nose with a whistling force. Blood immediately flowed from the man's nose, and he collapsed,
his hands covering his face as he screamed and fell to the ground. Sensing a strong gust of wind from behind, he leaned forward and tapped the stick on the ground, dodging the sudden blow from behind. His right leg shot back like a spring,
colliding with the attacker's chest with a thud. A scream and the crack of several bones rang out. Lin Sha ignored the attacker and hurried on. 2 more Shay gang members, dressed in sturdy uniforms, rushed forward with weapons in hand.
Lin Sha didn't wait for them to react, but lunged forward. He ducked low and swung his right leg across the ground. 2 crisp cracks of broken bones echoed. The 2 Shay gang members screamed and fell, clutching their injured legs, howling in agony.
Lin Sha was like a peerless warrior from ancient times, charging single-handedly into the midst of a chaotic army. His valor was unstoppable. Every Shay gang member who crossed his path, regardless of whether they were armed with swords or clubs,
or how desperately they fought, was instantly dispatched by him. The wooden stick in his left hand danced up and down like a dragon. No matter how dangerous the attacks from the weapons in front or behind him, he easily deflected them and pushed them aside.
Then his right hand punched, ploughed, or his legs swept, kicked, or stabbed. Like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, he could barely hold his own. He mastered the tiger crane double form fist and the Hongman Kung Fu,
which he wielded smoothly in the melee. He honed it to become increasingly skilled and natural. Every strike was accompanied by a faint roar of energy explosion, as if he would be able to break through to the Ming Jin state in the next moment.
He fought with such exhilaration that his blood seemed to surge with joy. The unlucky ones were the Shay gang members he encountered along the way. He left behind only a trail of wounded soldiers lying on the ground, wailing and screaming, unable to.
Such a powerful display shocked the Shay gang members who witnessed it. They scattered without hesitation whenever Lin Sha approached. Even the young militia members, whom Lin Sha had conveniently rescued from the siege,
could not help but gape in astonishment. Brothers of the militia, show us your true abilities. Have you forgotten all the battle formations you learned in the army? With a single kick, Lin Sha sent a Shay gang member,
who had been ganging up on a young militia member, flying. He wiped the sweat from his face. Looking around, he saw 4 or 5 other young militia members had already escaped. They gathered around him, fighting the scattered Shay gang members 1-on-1.
Unable to contain his anger, he roared in anger. What a bunch of idiots! After all, these guys were converted from the Black Flag Navy. They were considered regular troops, back when they were in the Black Flag Army.
These young militiamen underwent rigorous training and participated in numerous battles against naval forces. They were all feudal warriors who had experienced the test of blood and fire.
Even if their fighting style and methods are gradually becoming outdated in this era, it should be a problem to deal with a bunch of young thugs, right? As a result,
they actually gave up their greatest advantage and resorted to a game of bravery and individual heroism against the Shay gang. Fighting alone, they were left in a state of disarray by using their short-sightedness to defeat their strong-arm opponents.
After Lin Sha's warning, the young militiamen surrounding him reacted immediately. Following military rules, they formed into a combat team of 2 men in front and 3 in the back. Their demeanor suddenly changed. Their eyes were sharp.
And their bodies were filled with a murderous aura. Several members of the Shay gang were so frightened that they retreated backwards, their legs weakening. Once the feudal army formed a battle formation, even the simplest one.
Its power was beyond the reach of mere gang members. Kill! Kill! 5 young militiamen roared in unison. Their simple battle formation was in motion. The 2 in the front were dedicated to defense. The 3 in the back were dedicated to attack.
Sticks and benches rained down like raindrops, sweeping away the scattered Shay gang members like fallen leaves in an autumn wind, sending them fleeing in panic. The situation suddenly reversed.
Lin Sha and the young men from the militia formed the battle formation. Behind him, the entire Shay gang lay flat on their backs, with not a single one able to stand. Zhu Rourong, with nearly 10 militia members, fought a close battle against the Shay gang,
which outnumbered him by a factor of 2. Liang Kuan engaged the fierce-looking Shay gang leader in a scuffle. He and the militia members surrounding him, forming a battle formation, could easily upset the chaotic situation and gain an overwhelming advantage.
When we charge forward, remember not to use your weapons against those thugs. Use your fists and feet, okay? Lin Sha solemnly warned the 5 militia members forming the battle formation before charging forward.
Although the 5 young militiamen didn't know the reason, they had seen Lin Sha's performance clearly. They nodded in agreement and then rushed towards the remaining Shay gang members with shouts and screams. Stop! But at this moment,
an angry roar exploded in everyone's ears. Chapter 20. Things are serious. Huang Feihong was angry. He never expected that things would go so wrong today, just as the young apprentice Lin Sha predicted.
They used every possible means to leverage their connections in the government to arrange a meeting with the British fleet commander. Under the coordination of the new Fashion general,
they reached an understanding regarding the British soldiers' shooting and wounding of the fishmonger. According to the original plan, he should have called it a day.
It was already quite difficult for the British not to continue to pursue the fault of the reckless fishmonger. But for some reason, perhaps because the previous mediation negotiations had gone surprisingly smoothly, Huang Feihong had another idea in mind.
He proposed that the British apologize and compensate the fishmonger who had been accidentally injured. As a result, the British commander, who had been so polite and gentle just moments before, immediately changed his expression.
He didn't even need to lose his temper. The new Fashion general, who was accompanying the mediation, jumped out in a very rude manner. Huang Feihong, which government sent you here? You are just an ordinary citizen.
What qualifications do you have to discuss the decisions of the Imperial Court? The Imperial Court is now actively promoting westernization. Relations with foreigners should be calm if you can endure for a while. Taking a step back will open up new horizons.
The new general had a stern look on his face, and his tone carried a clear warning. Huang Feihong was furious. He wasn't being polite, sir. The foreigners are running rampant in our Qing territory. Can't we even reason with them?
The new Fashion general was even more blunt. With a sullen expression he threatened, Huang Feihong, I know you have a close relationship with Liu Yongfu of the Black Flag Army. That fellow disobeyed the Imperial Court in Annan,
and has long drawn the displeasure of the court ministers. The court sent me to Foshan this time precisely to monitor destabilizing factors like you. Huang Feihong was shocked and furious. Out of the corner of his eye,
he caught a glimpse of the British commander's playful smile. His face burned with shame. He had brought such disgrace upon himself, even to a foreigner. At this moment, the new Foshan general's personal guard, who had been stationed outside,
hurried in and whispered something in the general's ear, causing the new general to change color. Once upon a time in China. Good, you're doing great. The new general stared at him with eyes like a venomous snake.
And his words left Huang Feihong completely baffled. At the same time, the British commander also received a report from his subordinates. His face suddenly turned extremely ugly. He was full of anger and demanded an explanation from the new general.
Huang Feihong then realized that his militia brothers and thugs from a certain gang were fighting in the nearby dock market. Not only had this alarmed the guards in the foreigner-populated area,
but it had also caused the newly appointed Foshan general to suffer a beating from the foreigners. He was instantly enraged. He greeted the grim-faced new Foshan general and hurried over with his 2 apprentices, Ling Yunkai and Yokasu.
He was just in time to witness the young apprentice, Lin Sha, unleashing his prowess. The militia formed a battle formation, sweeping away a swarm of gang thugs like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves.
Seeing the new Foshan general approaching with a gloomy face, and a group of foreigners also rushing over with their guards, his heart immediately sank. He knew that this time things were bad. Stop! Fury raged within him.
A furious roar resonated like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. With a sudden push of his feet, he shot out like an arrow. The situation was urgent. He knew he had to quell the street fighting before the new Foshan general opened fire on the foreigners.
Otherwise, things would only get worse. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Just as this thought flashed through Lin Sha's mind, he felt a strong gust of wind pass by his side. Without thinking, he twisted his waist and swung his arm,
unleashing an incredibly ferocious punch. Bang! The familiar figure that had been zipping past suddenly stopped. It threw a punch, catching Lin Sha's mid-strike. The two fists collided with a dull thud. Master, Lin Sha exclaimed in surprise.
He finally saw the other person's face clearly. Who else could it be but his cheap master? Huang Feihong, stop it now! Huang Feihong let out a low cry. He gently withdrew the hand that had caught Lin Sha's punch. His footsteps raced,
and he dashed a great distance in an instant. Dark energy. At least they are all mid-stage dark energy masters. Lin Sha was shocked. He felt a tingling sensation in his arms and was unable to move. This is how martial arts masters fight. A showdown of strength.
Stop it now! By this time, the inexpensive master, Wong Fei-hung, had already rushed into the fray. His hands danced like butterflies, flitting up and down. Wherever he passed, the chaos stopped.
And the sound of swords and sticks thudding on the ground was endless. Master, why are you here? This was the voice of senior brother Zhu Rourong. His voice was still loud and clear, clearly having suffered little in the earlier brawl. If I don't come again,
won't you all turn the world upside down? Cheap Master Wong Feihong roared in anger, followed by a series of thuds of swords and sticks hitting the ground. It was the first time Lin Sha had heard his cheap master roar in anger.
He knew something terrible had happened. Once he regained his mobility, he immediately called out to the young men and women from the militia who had formed the battle formation around him. Don't go, your weapons. Unfortunately, it's too late.
A flurry of footsteps came from the direction of the dock. Before Lin Sha could look back to see who was approaching, he heard a loud shout from the Sha gang members in the chaotic crowd. The soldiers are coming! Run, brothers! Lin Sha's heart skipped a beat,
his body dancing like a crane as he pecked at the stings. The young militiamen, caught off guard, felt pain in their hands. Their grip loosened, and the sticks and other weapons they were holding tumbled to the ground. Don't leave.
No one is allowed to leave. The distant melee had subsided. Then a stern shout from Huang Feihong, the cheap master, was heard. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a burst of intense gunfire rang out. The entire street fell silent, accompanied by the choking smoke.
Then, an angry roar reached the ears of everyone. Keep watch. Not a single one will be allowed to leave. Lin Sha quickly turned around and saw a group of Qing soldiers armed with muskets charging towards them. They split into two groups.
Then, they slowly advanced and apprehended all those involved in the melee. Sir General, this is a misunderstanding! Huang Feihong, the cheap master,
quickly rushed to the front of a red-topped military officer and bowed and smiled apologetically. Humph. We'll know if it's a misunderstanding after we investigate. Surrounded and protected by a group of Qing officers and soldiers,
the general wore a look of disdain. His sharp gaze darted back and forth between the two groups of captured soldiers. At the prompting of his trusted aide, he pointed at the militia members and shouted angrily. Wong Fei-hung, this is the Foshan militia.
Fighting in the streets is against the law. It's truly wonderful, General. Cheap Master Huang Feihong's face changed. He wanted to explain something. No need to say more. The new Foshan general waved his hand.
His face was filled with sternness as he spoke sternly. As the militia's chief instructor, you bear an unshirkable responsibility. Huang Feihong now offers you two choices. Chapter 21, Silver Tongue. Sir General, would you listen to me?
Before the new Foshan general could state his conditions, Lin Sha suddenly interrupted. Who are you? The new Foshan general's eyes turned cold. He looked at Lin Sha with a bad tone. Ah Sha! Don't be reckless, Huang Feihong shouted.
Then he bowed to the Foshan general. General, this is... Don't worry. Master, I know what's going on. At this critical moment, Lin Sha no longer cared about his cheap master's face. He interrupted him without hesitation.
Then he walked to a distance of 10 feet from the Foshan general and stopped. He bowed and said in a deep voice, General, my name is Lin Sha. I am Huang Feihong's apprentice. What do you want to say? The Foshan general was displeased.
He was interrupted by a young boy. If it weren't for the public watching, he would have wanted to call for the arrest of this ignorant boy. Ignoring the Foshan general's hostile look, or the cheap master's anxious glance, Lin Sha smiled faintly.
Pointing at the Sha gang members lying on the ground and the gleaming machetes, with a solemn expression, he said, General, these gang members are truly too arrogant. They're actually looting and smashing things right under the noses of the foreigners.
Not only have they brought disgrace upon the Qing Dynasty, but they've also tarnished the reputation of the government in the eyes of the foreigners. Oh, how do you say that?
The Foshan general was horrified and said in a deep voice with a murderous look in his eyes. In Foshan's bustling dock area, not far from where foreigners gather. Gang members dared to commit armed violence. What would the foreigners think? At this point,
Lin Sha's tone turned cold, his face was filled with murderous intent as he spoke solemnly. They will think the government can't control the situation. The personal safety of foreigners nearby will not be guaranteed. So what?
the Foshan general narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Lin Sha with a look of surprise and doubt. According to the habits of foreigners, Lin Sha lowered his voice and chuckled, but what he said was chilling.
In order to protect the interests of foreigners in the dock area, they would send troops ashore to maintain order. Even, he paused deliberately, glancing at the Foshan general who seemed to be listening. With a smile on his face, he spoke solemnly.
Request to proactively expand the concession area. Alarmist. The Foshan general was shocked. His expression remained calm as he rebuked him harshly. He was no joke about being a second-rank official in the imperial court.
His eloquence was naturally not bad either. He retorted solemnly. How do you know these people are gang members? Besides, the fighting party is from the militia. How do you explain this? That's your attitude! As the saying goes, talk.
Only through discussion and negotiation can we reach a consensus and resolve problems. It's better than harboring anger and plotting ways to do harm. Right? Is this an exaggeration? The general should know better than me. Lin Sha smiled faintly.
He said something that made the Foshan general's face pale slightly. Then he quickly changed the subject and defended himself. Not to mention these guys are full of ruffians and don't look like good people at first glance.
Just the fact that they're wearing uniforms and each one is armed with a machete means they're either gang members or rebels. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did the Foshan general and the officers and soldiers around him change their expressions,
but even the several Shay gang members lying on the ground wailing in pain nearby were shocked and pale. Damn, a member of a riot gang, that's a really big label. If this is proven true, not only will the entire Shay gang be ruined,
but their families and friends will also be imprisoned. This guy is really cruel. Huang Feihong had a strange look on his face. He opened his mouth to speak but didn't know what to say. Don't make random accusations.
What about the militia members who participated in the fights? The Foshan general was also secretly surprised by the boy's cruelty. He didn't respond directly and asked directly. Don't try to confuse me. The issue of the militia has not been clarified yet.
Sir General, the militia brothers did nothing wrong. They were acting in self-defense. Lin Sha retorted bluntly. Look at the militia brothers. They only have sticks in their hands. Compared to machetes, they are nothing.
Before the Foshan general could finish his words, his expression changed. He launched into a barrage of words. This place was originally where the militia brothers did small business to supplement their family income. Suddenly,
they encountered gang members rushing towards them with knives and shouting for war. The first reaction was naturally to pick up weapons to protect themselves. Humph. Sweet talk.
The Foshan general had been looking for an opportunity to discipline the young militia members. He wouldn't give up this chance so easily. He sneered. No matter how much you talk, you can't absolve Huang Feihong of his responsibility.
And the foreigners are very dissatisfied with this. I want an explanation from you. The foreigners' problems are actually easy to solve. Lin Sha's heart sank. The Foshan general kept talking about the chief master's responsibility.
It seemed he had decided to play the villain. He didn't hesitate to interrupt. Oh, tell me about it. The Foshan general's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was not annoyed by Lin Sha's rude behavior just now. He couldn't wait to ask.
Compared to dealing with a reputable commoner like Huang Feihong, it is more important to appease the dissatisfaction of the foreign master. My lord, please tell the foreigners, the militia is the imperial court's paramilitary force.
They are in the dock area to protect the personal safety of foreigners. Lin Sha chuckled and came up with a very bad idea. You really know how to flatter yourself. You have to make foreigners believe you, right? Unexpectedly.
The Foshan general actually thought about the feasibility of this matter, then shook his head and sneered. My lord, you might as well tell the foreigners that with the young and strong militia stationed at the docks,
they can easily purchase enough daily necessities. For the sake of a stable supply of materials, they will not resort to violence. Lin Sha chuckled, not caring at all about the Foshan general's sarcasm. The Foshan general hesitated.
Not really knowing if this idea was feasible, Lin Sha was delighted upon seeing this. He quickly added fuel to the fire. Besides,
the militia is preparing to organize personnel to specifically deal with the foreigners in the dock area and provide them with sufficient daily necessities. This will prevent the previous accidental injuries from happening again.
This will only benefit the adults, the government, and the foreigners. The Foshan general was quite tempted. It would be best for him to avoid any trouble with the foreigners. But then, thinking about the purpose of suppressing Huang Feihong and the militia,
he felt conflicted again. Seeing the confident expression on the boy's face made him even more unhappy. With anger rising in his heart, he waved his hand and turned away. I'll think about this matter later. Someone, take all these gang members away.
A large group of officers and soldiers rushed forward, capturing all the obedient members of the Shay gang. Then, like a tide, they retreated. From afar, the resentful voice of the Foshan general could be heard. Huang Feihong, you're lucky this time.
If you run into me again, I'll make pay. Chapter 22, Deterrence. Is that it? Seeing the soldiers' backs retreating like a surging tide, the young militiamen, including Bao Julin and his men, stared at each other for a long moment.
Feeling as if they were still in a dream. What are you standing there for? Why don't you send the wounded back to Bao Julin? Lin Sha shouted, and immediately the young militiamen, who had been worried just now, started to stir. Lin Sha, you're amazing.
You dispatched the new general with just a few words. Yes, yes, seeing how aggressive he was. I thought we were in big trouble. I didn't realize that. Lin Sha, you have such eloquence! These guys had just been through a fierce battle.
Everyone was covered in wounds, but they didn't care. While urgently treating the seriously injured brothers, they also joked with Lin Sha. Lin Sha smiled, joking with the busy militiamen. Gradually he relaxed. That was until his chief master, Huang Feihong,
approached with a serious expression. Do you know how reckless you were just now? The chief master started scolding, his face serious and not like he was joking. What's wrong? Master, is there something wrong? Lin Sha's smile faded slightly.
A slight irritation welled up inside him. Damn, he'd just spent so much time talking and finally resolved a major problem for the militia. And this was the treatment he got in return. Asha, you don't understand. Huang Feihong, a man of vast experience,
saw through Lin Sha's discontent. With a faint sigh, he pulled him aside. He quietly recounted the previous negotiations with the foreigners and the threats posed by the new Foshan commander. Finally, he gave a helpless smile. It's all Master's fault.
I didn't take your advice and quit while I was ahead. I just didn't think of the imperial court. Alice, Lin Sha breathed a sigh of relief. The chief master's serious expression had frightened him. Had thought something serious had happened.
Master is worrying too much. As the saying goes, a bystander sees more clearly. He also had memories of nearly a decade of social life in the future. How could he not see the hidden agenda of the new Foshan general?
Since the new Foshan general specifically mentioned Lord Liu Yongfu, it means that he is concerned about Lord Liu and the main force of the Black Flag Army in Annan. Lin Sha smiled softly, curled his lips, and explained.
He did this simply to express his attitude. He also warned us not to think that with the support of Lord Liu and the Black Flag Army, we can do whatever we want and ignore the imperial court. Huang Feihong suddenly realized something.
He wondered why he hadn't thought of this before. Was he just worried that the new Foshan general would find an opportunity to crack down on the militia? In the eyes of the imperial court, aren't we hostages in disguise now that he had spoken?
Lin Sha didn't mind making his point clear. With us in his hands, Lord Liu in Annan would certainly have some reservations. He wouldn't dare do anything that would go too far against the imperial court. Of course.
If we don't know what's good for us and act recklessly, it's possible that the imperial court will find us and use it as a warning to others. Even if Lord Liu gets the news, he won't be able to do anything. Huang Feihong was completely shocked.
He had never imagined that he and his fellow militia members were merely hostages used by the imperial court to threaten and restrain Lord Liu. His heart chilled, even with his open-minded and generous nature.
He couldn't help but feel down upon hearing about this. He unconsciously felt resentment towards the court. This was human nature. Then we, and the militia, will act in the future. His voice was hoarse and dry.
Huang Feihong's heart and face were filled with bitterness. He glanced at Lin Sha and asked with difficulty, "Just don't get caught by the government." Lin Sha smiled faintly. His spirits were high and unaffected.
He had seen countless helpless things in his past life. If he had been so calculating, he would have died of depression many times. Of course, there was more he hadn't said. If his plan succeeded and he could establish a relationship with the foreigners,
then his claim to be using foreign powers to gain power would become a lie. The Foshan militia could also seize this opportunity to grow and develop. One day, they would grow to a point where even the government wouldn't dare to mess with them. Then,
the situation would naturally be completely different. Wong Fei-hung, at this moment, a strange greeting attracted the attention of almost everyone. Lin Sha looked up and saw two tall, muscular foreigners strutting towards him.
They looked so arrogant and conceited that they were practically walking sideways like crabs. Who are these two guys? I frowned slightly. I felt very uncomfortable, although I knew that foreigners were running rampant on Qing territory during this era.
Knowing and seeing are two completely different things, right? He pulled over Yakasu, who had been in the background for a while, and asked with an unhappy look on his face. It's the American Captain Sassoon and his assistant. Yakasu swallowed quietly.
Seeing Lin Sha's unfriendly face, he swallowed the honorific Mr. Humph. What a joke, all sorts of crap are popping up. Lin Sha was unhappy. Naturally, he wasn't very polite when he spoke. He took 2 steps at a time and stood behind his cheap master.
He wanted to see what these 2 foreigners were up to. Wong Fei-hung, I owe you this. Keep your nose out of other people's business. The American captain, Sassoon, was a tall, thin, middle-aged white man in his 40s.
He spoke arrogantly and rudely to the cheap master. His strangely accented Chinese was quite amusing. Mr. Sassoon, what do you mean? Huang Feihong frowned and asked in a displeased tone. It's meaningless! Sassoon shrugged and laughed strangely.
His eyes squinted, his face brimming with arrogance. His words were filled with threats. If you stand in the way of me making a fortune, I'll have you arrested by the Foshan authorities. Do you think this is the Philippines?
Before the cheap master could even open his mouth to retort, Lin Sha stood up and said bluntly, This is Qing territory. The British can run rampant with their might, but you guys are just sneaky and cunning.
You're just Americans following the British and French and taking advantage of them. He shook his head with a look of disdain. The unspoken meaning in his words was clear. Boy, you're so brave. The American, Sassoon, had a sinister expression.
Beside him stood a muscular young white man, a man of exceptional strength and sturdiness. He suddenly squeezed his hands, causing the joints to crackle. He then looked at Lin Sha with a stern expression. A boxer. Lin Sha shrugged off Sassoon's threatening look.
He glanced at the muscular young white man, who looked like a boxer, with interest and asked softly, Solid. The strong white young man had an arrogant look on his face. He flexed his arm muscles and looked provocative. Without a word,
Lin Sha twisted his body and launched a punch. It landed less than 20 centimeters from the sturdy white youth's face. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. The sturdy white youth felt a sharp gust of wind, scratching his cheek painfully.
His long golden hair was blown back by the whistling wind. There was a sound like thunder in his ears. He looked at the thin fist in front of him with horror. Chapter 23. The best candidate. The 2 Americans came in with a fierce and arrogant look,
but left in despair and disgrace. Asher, did you go a little too far just now? Although he felt a little happy in his heart, Huang Feihong still asked worriedly. It's no big deal. Lin Sha sneered with disdain. Master, don't take them too seriously.
They're just merchants without official status. They don't have the military backing them. As long as we don't provoke them, even if they file a complaint with the government, we'll have something to say. Huang Feihong sighed and said nothing more.
He just nodded silently. Without the interference of government officials and foreigners, the next thing would be simple. They treated the wounded, counted the damage on the streets, and registered it.
Then they split into 2 groups. One group returned to Baozilin, while the other continued their unfinished business. My cheap master, Huang Feihong, was an excellent doctor. His expertise in TCM for traumatic injuries was exceptional.
He truly deserved to be called a master. In no time, he treated the young militiaman's wound. He applied a special golden wound dressing and bandaged it with white gauze. After 10 days or half a month of rest, he would be a brave man again.
Don't be fooled by the bloody wounds on their bodies, as if they were seriously injured. In fact, that's not the case. After all, he was a man who had experienced the hardships of battle. In times of crisis, he knew how to save his life.
Avoiding injuries to vital parts was the simplest approach. Injuries to other parts of the body could be easily healed with proper medical care. Lin Sha took the initiative to negotiate with the general's office.
He went to the general's office and respectfully presented the list of street damage. As for whether the general's office would demand compensation from the Shay gang or place the responsibility on the militia, he had no way of knowing for the time being.
And there was nothing he could do about it. The cheap master was also busy. He personally went to the Foshan government office and presented the same list. He also gave several carefully selected gifts and said a lot of good things.
But it was unclear whether they had any effect. With Bao Zilin's influence, it was easy to find out the Shay gang's backers. They were none other than the officials in Foshan's government office. This time, Bao Zilin had severely undermined the Shay gang,
indirectly damaging the interests of these officials. It's easy to imagine how they felt about Bao Zilin. Of course, even if we knew what the Foshan officials were thinking, we still had to do our best to maintain a good appearance.
This would prevent any unforeseen circumstances from causing a big fuss. After returning to Baozilin, the master and disciple recounted their respective experiences at the government office. Huang Feihong was relatively well behaved, after all.
He was a well-known figure in Foshan. Even if the officials disliked him, they wouldn't go too far. Lin Sha, on the other hand, endured a lot of cold stares and scorn. Fortunately, he managed to hold back and avoid being rude. Master, you see,
we're completely at odds with the Shay gang. Should we take Ant 13 to Bao Zilin? Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, we won't have time to react. During lunch, Lin Sha suddenly expressed his worries. Isn't this a bit bad? Huang Feihong hesitated.
After all, the locals took sex seriously. While Foshan was much better than the mainland, it wasn't something to be ignored. In an emergency, I have to make the decision. I can care about so many things. Lin Sha, however,
was in no mood to pay attention to these things. Safety first, putting aside the strict rules of gender separation. Seeing that the chief master was still reluctant to agree, she couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. Besides,
her uncle had already left Foshan and sailed across the ocean. The safety of 13,000 a single woman was truly worrying. He glanced over. Yokosu quickly nodded in agreement, saying Lin Sha was right. Safety first. As for the gossip,
there was no need to take it too seriously. All right, after lunch, Lin Sha, come with me. Huang Feihong couldn't resist the repeated persuasion of his disciples and finally nodded in agreement. Lin Sha breathed a sigh of relief after finally solving a problem.
After all, he had been following Aunt 13 for a while and was considered a good friend of hers. Naturally, he didn't want his friend's safety to be threatened because of Bao Zhilin's offense. Yakusho, I have a problem. I need your help.
Lin Sha did not hesitate to strike while the iron was hot and went to find Yakusu again. Lin Sha, whatever. Just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it with all my might.
Yakusu was flattered. He quickly put down his chopsticks, patted his chest and made a solemn promise. Okay, that's what I want you to say. Lin Sha laughed heartily. He casually wiped the grace from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were sincere and serious.
This matter concerns the future livelihoods of hundreds of young militia members. It also concerns the safety of our Bajilin. Looking around, only Yakusu is the most suitable. He waved his hand, signaling Yakusu to calm down.
Then he carefully explained his thoughts. As he had said before, Yakusu was the most suitable personnel to contact the foreigners. This, I try my best. Sweat beads formed on Yakusu's forehead. His earlier enthusiasm was gone.
He responded with a lack of confidence. Don't worry. We'll discuss the details later this evening when senior brother Zhu Rourong returns from his stall. This isn't a difficult matter. The key is effective communication. Lin Sha didn't resort to empty words.
He simply stated a fact. You know, that new general in Foshan isn't very friendly to us. As long as we establish contact with the foreigners, Bao Zhilin will have an extra layer of protection, even if the government wants to take action against us.
They'll have to consider the consequences. Yakusu was horrified. He hadn't expected Lin Sha's plan to affect the safety of Bajilin. This couldn't be taken lightly. He had to go all out, even at any cost, to complete the communication with the foreigners.
He clenched his fists and made a silent resolution. Huang Feihong's face was first filled with astonishment, then with shock and anger. He had never imagined that his young disciple would harbor such ulterior motives, but upon reflection,
he felt somewhat disheartened. Although this thought made him feel deeply uncomfortable, he had to admit that it was the best way to preserve Bao Zhilin and the militia. For a moment, he couldn't even eat and was deeply troubled.
As the afternoon sun began to set, Zhu Rourong returned to Bao Zhilin sweating profusely. He held a bunch of leftover pig offal and large intestines. He said hello to Lin Sha and Yakusu, leaving some behind.
Then he went out to deliver them to the homes of several struggling young militia members. At dinner, Bao Zhilin and his fellow apprentices gathered at the table again, discussing the plan Lin Sha had been planning for days. Zhu Rourong,
unusually friendly to Yakusu, actually embarrassed Yakusu, further solidifying his resolve to complete the task. Under Lin Sha's power, the Bao Zhilin machine began to run at full speed. Even Lin Sha himself couldn't estimate the extent of its potential.
Chapter 24: Surprise and Doubt. Under the intense attention of Bao Zhilin and his team, as well as the militia, things went surprisingly smoothly. Yakusu bravely sought out the British fleet commander's adjutant. He treated him to a feast, and afterward,
he proposed taking over some of the British Army's logistical supplies. The British fleet commander's adjutant's attitude was quite strange. He didn't sternly refuse or walk away out of the blue. Instead, he questioned Yakusu's ability.
Was he capable of providing the fleet with the necessary supplies? Yakusu saw that this was a possibility. He immediately took advantage of the situation and warmly invited the commander's adjutant to the militia booth at the dock to see if he had the ability.
I don't know why. The commander's adjutant was surprisingly easy to talk to. After a moment's hesitation, he readily agreed. He summoned 2 armed foreign soldiers and followed Yakusu to the dock market in order to do business with the foreigners.
The militia invested heavily. Most of the young and strong militia members volunteered to participate. Even Huang Feihong took out 200 taels of silver from the Bao Zhilin account office as initial preparation funds. Therefore,
the young militiamen had accumulated a large amount of fresh vegetables, meat, eggs and other items including fresh fruits. After careful and rigorous storage, the British fleet commander's adjutant saw them and nodded in satisfaction.
The adjutant then worked tirelessly to personally introduce Yakusu to the fleet's military procurement officer, finalizing the matter as quickly as possible.
The two sides agreed that the British fleet would purchase daily necessities from the militia at a price 10% higher than the market price. This extra 10% was naturally a commission for the person handling the purchase. This was already agreed upon.
Although Yakasu felt heartbroken, he didn't say much. They had secretly made the agreement and then finalized it in writing. Are the British out of their minds? When Yakasu hurried back to Bajulin and excitedly announced the good news.
The Bajulin residents and the young militia representatives who had been waiting for a long time were delighted and surprised. Yet their hearts were filled with uncertainty. The foreigners don't have any conspiracy, do they?
A young militia member has proposed a conspiracy theory, and it sounds so convincing. This foreign commander's adjutant is being overly enthusiastic. Remember, we had a conflict with them not long ago. Everyone's faces suddenly changed when they heard this.
Some militia members even cried out in alarm. What if we've spent so much effort preparing enough goods, and the foreigners suddenly go back on their word or default on their payments? Would we be the ones in trouble?
Everyone was filled with awe upon hearing this. They all involuntarily turned their gazes towards Huang Feihong, the leader of the group. Only Lin Sha remained calm and unmoved. Asu, tell me the details, is it possible?
Huang Feihong's expression also grew extremely serious. He looked at Yakasu with an inquiring look. Even a fool could understand the unspoken meaning in his words. Master, master, a contract written in black on white paper. Foreigners won't just break it!
Seeing everyone's reaction, Yakasu's face flushed with anxiety. He stuttered and tried to explain himself, while pulling out a purchase contract from his pocket and showing it to everyone. It's just a piece of paper, without government backing.
The foreigners can tear it up if they want. What can we do to them? At this time, a young and strong representative of the militia stood up. He still felt that this matter was very strange. Yes, the foreigners are strong and we are weak.
Isn't it just that they can do whatever they want? That's right. I think we need to be cautious. Not only did the young and strong militia representatives react strongly, expressing extreme distrust of foreigners,
but even Bao Zhelin's fellow disciples were inevitably infected by the atmosphere and expressed some discouraging words such as be careful and cautious. Seeing the situation was so one-sided, Yakasu was sweating profusely as he tried to explain something.
But the more he stuttered, he kept mumbling I for a long time without being able to utter a complete sentence. I don't think so. At this moment, a clear, sweet female voice, like a spring of sweet water, suddenly interrupted,
bringing a moment of silence to the hall. It also slightly calmed the anxious mood of the group. Aunt 13, what do you think? Huang Feihong's serious expression softened.
He tilted his head slightly to look at the beautiful woman in a dress sitting in the first seat. Her face was indescribably gentle, and her voice was soft and gentle. I think people are too prejudiced against foreigners, actually.
There's no need to worry about them not fulfilling their contracts. 13th Auntie remained calm as she faced dozens of gazes. Her smile, covering her mouth, was as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming.
But her words caused many of the young militia representatives to frown. They were deeply displeased, but they couldn't show it out of consideration for Huang Feihong's reputation. The vast central hall of Bajulin fell silent for a moment. What, am I wrong?
13th Aunt frowned slightly, somewhat confused. She looked blankly at Huang Feihong, who was sitting on the main seat. Ahem. This. Huang Feihong coughed suddenly. He sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere, but he didn't know what to do.
I think 13th Aunt is right. The foreigners will not tear up this contract easily. Lin Sha couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up to break the awkwardness in the room. When everyone saw that it was Lin Sha, they all looked solemn and listened attentively.
Seeing this, Lin Sha was pleased. He was the one who had devised the plan. His recent performance had been quite impressive, showcasing both his intelligence and formidable military prowess. Such performance naturally earned him the respect of everyone.
This is the effect he wants. Asha, tell me what you think. Without waiting for anyone else to question, the Chief Master Huang Feihong hurriedly asked. Just look at the way Chef is so anxious to help 13th Aunt out of this situation.
No one would believe that their relationship is innocent. Lin Sha chuckled inwardly. It was not appropriate to tease his Chief Master about this. He didn't want to keep the conversation a secret, so he spoke directly.
Just like our Qing Dynasty is based on Confucianism, emphasizing loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. I've heard Aunt 13 say before that Western nations are founded on the spirit of contract.
Once a contract is signed, it's generally not easily torn up. Asha was right. Western nations really valued the spirit of contract. Seeing Lin Sha's gaze, 13th Aunt nodded in agreement, but a big question popped up in her mind.
Did I really tell Asha about this before? Looking at the contract again, there is not only the signature of the military procurement officer, but also the signature of the commander's adjutant. Lin Sha picked up the contract, opened it.
A quartermaster might be fine, But this commander's adjutant holds a high position, comparable to the guerrilla commanders serving under the general in Foshan. Furthermore, he's a trusted confidant.
How could he risk his own reputation for such a small gain? Chapter 25. Teeth-scraping Su. In the main hall of Baozhilin, dozens of young and strong militia representatives, along with Baozhilin's Huang Feihong and his disciples, gathered together. Yet,
the silence was so complete that one could hear a pin drop. Only one voice could be heard, speaking eloquently. As for the reason for the British commander's adjutant's enthusiasm,
I've just given it some careful thought and believe it's likely due to some unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps the British were also worried. The shooting of Chinese fishermen had sparked strong dissatisfaction among the people of Foshan,
negatively impacting the lives of the British fleet's officers and men. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why they would so easily brush it off, given their tendency to stir up trouble even when there's nothing to do. This is incredibly suspicious.
Alternatively, it's possible that the British fleet's logistics supply was truly problematic, requiring an urgent solution. It just so happened that Yakusu came to visit. Although we've had some conflicts with the British before, they were merely petty disputes.
Compared to the fleet's logistics supply, they were nothing. Of course, it could be denied that Yakusu had contact with the fleet commander. Although the final result was not very pleasant, they had sat at the same table and discussed things together.
Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yakusu to find the British fleet commander's adjutant so easily. Yang spoke at length, and everyone nodded in agreement. But inwardly, they were sweating. They hadn't expected there were so many tricks involved.
Fortunately, they hadn't said anything too foolish before, otherwise they would have lost all their face. Feihung, 13th aunt, called out softly while no one was paying attention. 13th aunt, what's going on?
Huang Feihong's gentle smile remained unchanged. He asked quietly with a slight movement of his lips, "Look at Asha now. Doesn't he resemble the great military strategist in the opera, commanding the country and making all the decisions?"
13th aunt had a faint smile on her face, but the word she said was somewhat amusing. "He's just a dog-headed military advisor!" Huang Feihong was both amused and annoyed. He said in a bad mood, "Of course, we must be on guard against the cunning foreigners."
Lin Sha spoke at length, leaving everyone present feeling dizzy. Finally, there was a dramatic twist. According to the contract, the first transaction was scheduled for 3 days from now. Let's take out a third to half of our reserves.
Let's see if the foreigners are sticking to the contract or if they have other tricks up their sleeves. We won't lose everything. Everyone thought about it and agreed that this was the case. After discussing the details of the transaction for a while,
they left Baozhilin with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Huang Feihong didn't say much. He didn't really know much about business matters. Since Lin Sha was so enthusiastic and seemed knowledgeable, he could just leave everything to him.
He just needed to help manage the business and make sure nothing went wrong. Being a master was pretty easy. Yakusu, I'm counting on you. I'll need your help with communication and liaison on this matter. After leaving the main hall,
Lin Sha called out to Yakusu, patted the boy on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. "Don't worry, Lin Sha. As long as I can do it, I will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation." Yakusu's face was filled with excitement.
His heart was filled with a sense of trust. He was filled with ambition and the urge and desire to make a big move. Yakusu was now a useful person in Baozhilin. Speaking of Yakusu's experience, it can really be described as bittersweet.
He was born in the United States of Chinese descent. He suffered from bullying and discrimination from white Americans from a young age. Life was difficult. Barely enough to make ends meet. He had no choice but to return to China to develop his career.
He arrived at Po Chi Lam and successfully became a disciple of the renowned hero Wong Fei-hung. He specialized in studying traditional Chinese medicine theory and techniques. Although he had no worries about food and clothing, life was not easy.
The imperial court was terrified by the powerful ships and cannons of the Western powers. Local officials were also extremely servile and subservient to the foreign leaders. However, the popular sentiment was extremely xenophobic.
They were filled with fear and hatred towards foreigners. It wouldn't matter if he worked for a foreign company. Not only could he get a high salary, but he could also use the power of the foreigners to bully others. But he happened to be in Baozhilin.
Master Wong Fei-hung is the epitome of righteousness. He is deeply dissatisfied with the tyrannical behavior of foreigners. Those who come and go at Po Chi Lam are either filled with a strong sense of justice and share his master's temper,
or they harbor a deep hatred for foreigners. Their extreme dislike for foreigners also affects everything related to them. Yakusu walked right into the trap. Although he wasn't dressed in a fashionable way, looking like a typical apprentice.
He was completely exposed the moment he opened his mouth. That's right, due to his upbringing, he can't even speak Chinese fluently. His stuttering is a result of learning Chinese. Not to mention his living habits and some of his speech and behavior.
They were quite different from those of the local residents of the Qing Dynasty, which also caused some trouble in daily life. Furthermore, although Yokosu was Huang Feihong's official disciple, he had no martial arts skills at all.
This was extremely noticeable in the circle centered around Bao Julin. Thus, he unknowingly became an outlier and an object of exclusion. Especially the eldest brother Zhu Rourong. He was always rude to him. When he was in a good mood,
he would make a few jokes, but when he was in a bad mood, he would just curse like a fake foreigner. He didn't care about Yokosu's feelings or thoughts at all. Moreover,
traditional Chinese medicine is an academic discipline that places great emphasis on both theory and experience. For someone like him, with virtually no foundation in Chinese studies and no prior experience, it would be difficult to even begin,
let alone achieve mastery. It was unclear how long it would take for him to achieve this. Therefore, although Yokosu was known as Huang Feihong's apprentice, he had always been doing odd jobs in Bao Julin, almost like a freeloader.
Although the young and strong members of the militia lived in poverty, the ambitious brothers naturally found it difficult to see the situation and found it difficult to show them a good attitude. Yokosu was very distressed. As for whether he had the ability,
he definitely did. After all, they were sea turtles who had traveled thousands of miles across the ocean from the United States to make a living in the Qing Dynasty.
Their vision and knowledge alone were incomparable to the lower-class people in the Qing Dynasty. But the problem is, he has no chance to show his talent. If you can't demonstrate your abilities and role, you'll naturally be treated as a freeloader.
It's no wonder you're not looked down upon. Now he finally had the chance to show his talents. Lin Sha looked after him and respected him. If he didn't seize the opportunity and perform well, he would be in a hopeless situation. Haha.
It seems this guy didn't have a very happy life before, Lin Sha muttered to himself, looking at Yokosu's back as he hurried away. A smile played on his face. It seemed like he had done the right thing. Chapter 26. Each uses his own methods. Smoothly.
The transaction with the British can only be described as smooth. When the young militiamen, accustomed to poverty, received a huge sum of money, all their worries and anxieties, such as the idea that those who are not of our race must have different hearts,
were thrown aside and replaced by the excitement of earning their first pot of gold. Asha, you did a great job. Huang Feihong breathed a sigh of relief. With this guaranteed profit,
improving the difficult lives of the young militia members would be just around the corner. His burden would also be much lighter. Master, you are so kind. This is the result of the concerted efforts of our brothers. Lin Sha smiled modestly.
Who would dare ignore his contributions at this point? Wasn't he afraid of being stabbed in the back? Unfortunately, as the saying goes, good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes singly.
Before Bao Julin and his men could enjoy their happiness for a few days, very bad news arrived from the general's office. What? All the members of the Shay gang were released. Lin Sha's eyes were wide open and he was furious. Yes, that's right.
They were released from the general's office. The young militia member responsible for monitoring the movements of the Shay gang was startled by Lin Sha's intense reaction. He swallowed hard before answering cautiously. Why did they release him?
Did the government give a reason? Lin Sha's face was as gloomy as water. He clenched and unclenched his fists several times before calming down a little and asking in a deep voice. No, the government didn't give any explanation. They just released him.
The young militia member in charge of monitoring the Shay gang's movements smiled bitterly. He thought, as just an ordinary citizen, how could he possibly know what's going on inside the government office? Master, look.
Lin Sha immediately realized that he had asked a stupid question. He did not ask the militiaman any more questions. Instead, he turned his attention to the chief master sitting next to him. We can only wait and see. Huang Feihong felt a chill in his heart.
He shook his head and sighed. No. I have to go to the general's office and find out what's going on. Lin Sha narrowed his eyes slightly. He stood up and prepared to leave. He didn't have as many concerns as his chief master. Asha, don't mess around.
Huang Feihong's face turned serious and he shouted sternly, Don't worry. Lin Sha turned around. A strange smile played on his face. He spread his hands and said unhappily, That's the general's office. How dare I do that? Then what are you going to do?
Huang Feihong frowned, somewhat bewildered. Tell the dear general. The militia has successfully established contact with the foreigners. The previous misunderstanding has been basically resolved.
There is no need to worry about the foreigners unilaterally finding fault. Lin Sha smiled slightly. An inexplicable smile played on the corner of his mouth. Damn, he hadn't been so straightforward in his attempts to bully others with his foreign influence.
Now has been forced into this disgusting tactic. Do this. Isn't it a good idea? Huang Feihong hesitated. He was deeply resistant to such a method. No way! Lin Sha smiled bitterly. He could only stop and explain.
We've already made a great grudge with the Shy gang. Those guys acted too recklessly. Who knows if they'll harbor a grudge and seek revenge? Huang Feihong and the young militia member who was in charge of monitoring the Shay gang heard this.
Their expressions changed slightly and they felt a chill in their hearts. This was really possible. We are now at a critical juncture. Most of the militia members are busy providing logistical support to the foreigners. There aren't many people available.
Lin Sha's face was serious as he continued his analysis. What if the Shay gang caused trouble? We don't have enough manpower to deal with it.
Asha, your concerns are not unreasonable.
Huang Feihong frowned slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head.
This is a matter between us and the Shay gang. The new general from Foshan might not intervene. It's not that I won't intervene. It's that I definitely won't intervene.
Judging from the hostile attitude displayed by the newly arrived General Foshan during the negotiations, he wished Bao Zhelin and the militia would suffer as much as possible. How could he be so kind as to help Bao Zhelin solve his problems?
We don't need the general to intervene, Lin Sha sneered repeatedly, his face filled with disdain. The Shay gang is just a mere gang, let alone our Bao Zhelin. Even master, you alone could take them down.
What we want is for the Foshan general to stay out of this? Huang Feihong was completely bewildered, not knowing what to say. The two masters and apprentices' brainwaves were completely out of sync. It felt like they were talking at cross purposes. Master.
We must demonstrate sufficient strength. A strength that even the Foshan general fears. That way, he won't be able to find any evidence against us and punish us harshly. Lin Sha sighed and looked at his chief master with a helpless expression. Master.
We are all part of the underworld after all. It's inevitable that we'll have some disputes with others. I don't want the Foshan general to keep watching us like thieves. What? The militia has reached an understanding with the foreigners.
The general's office signed the detention room. The Foshan general looked at Lin Sha in surprise. The militia reached a logistical supply agreement with the British fleet. The previous minor conflict would naturally not be brought up again.
Lin Sha remained calm. He didn't care about the Foshan general's deliberate harassment, or the trick of making him stand and answer. The Foshan general remained silent for a long time. His face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with turmoil.
He was still thinking about how to find fault with Bao Zhelin and the militia. He had never expected the militia to be so quickly connected with the foreigners. This was really... Sir.
I wonder how we deal with the gang members who are rampant in the streets and committing so many evil things. Lin Sha didn't care about that. He hadn't achieved his purpose yet. Kindness. The Foshan general frowned. He looked at Lin Sha with displeasure.
He wanted to curse at the bastard for asking such a question even though he knew the answer. But for the sake of face, he had to swallow his anger. He also had no intention of taking the blame for others. He snorted and said indifferently.
I released them yesterday, General.
Lin Sha hadn't expected the Foshan general to be so direct. After a moment's pause, he spoke bluntly. Those gang members are sworn enemies with the people's unity. So what?
A gleam of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the Foshan general. He was just thinking of using this opportunity to find something to hold against the militia and Huang Feihong. Sir, the militia is currently providing logistical supplies to the British warships.
If something unexpected happens, the British will become enraged. Lin Sha keenly sensed the Foshan general's intentions. He sneered inwardly and spoke bluntly. Damn it, since you want to be the first, don't blame me for being the 15th.
A fierce light flashed in the Foshan general's eyes. I dare not. Lin Sha remained calm and unaffected by the so-called authority. Humph. I have my own considerations. What qualifications do you, a commoner,
have to criticize the government's actions? The Foshan general's expression shifted. Finally, he slammed the table, pointed at Lin Sha, and shouted angrily, if it weren't for Huang Feihong's sake I would have made sure you, a young boy, would have paid the price.
Get out of here now. Chapter 27. Back on track. Lin Sha returned to Bao Zhelin in a happy mood. Although he was severely reprimanded at the general's office, suffered a lot of cold stares and humiliation, and was almost speared out by a group of burly soldiers.
He was in a very good mood because he had achieved the purpose of this trip. That's right, the new Foshan general hadn't promised anything, but his silence was a tacit acceptance of the existence of the militia and Bao Zhelin, as long as they didn't overdo it.
There would be no problem. When the news reached Bao Zhelin, there was naturally great joy. With the tacit approval of the Foshan general, and under Lin Sha's instigation, his humble mentor, Huang Feihong set aside all his concerns.
Apart from leaving only the necessary personnel to guard Bao Zhelin, he devoted all his energy to developing the militia and trading with the foreigners. After 2 transactions with the British fleet, the militia suddenly had more funds,
allowing them to purchase and stockpile more daily necessities. With the British fleet's example, a group of British merchants in Foshan approached the militia, hoping that they could also provide them with the large amount of daily necessities they needed.
Then there were the merchants from other Western countries. All of a sudden, the young and strong members of the militia became incredibly busy. They were busy doing business with the foreigners all day long, collecting money until their hands cramped.
In just 1 month, the economic situation of the militia's young men had improved significantly. They had at least escaped poverty and were rapidly moving towards a moderately prosperous life. They also had more money on hand.
Under Lin Sha's advice and with the full support of their mentor, Huang Feihong, the young and strong militia members scraped together enough money, besides keeping enough to continue their foreign business.
They also borrowed money from a bank to buy a small merchant ship capable of sailing near the coast. The main destination for small merchant ships was Quanzhou Island, then known as the end of the world during the Qing Dynasty.
This wasn't because of any significant business opportunities, but rather because Quanzhou Island was very close to the southern region of Annan, where Liu Yongfu, the leader of the Black Flag Army, thought it was only a few thousand miles away.
After all, Po Chi Lam was just a clinic. His humble master, Wong Fei-hung, was merely a renowned doctor and martial arts expert. He wasn't some masterful general with commanding and rigorous military discipline.
Asking him to shoulder the responsibility for the livelihoods and futures of hundreds of young militiamen was simply too much of a burden. Liu Yongfu had completely misjudged the situation by entrusting his navy to a cheap master.
Lin Sha himself wasn't one for power or money. His greatest interest lay in his cheap master's traditional martial arts. Previously, he'd been forced to focus on this for the survival of the militia. Now that the situation had improved,
he should try to restore normalcy. It would be best to leave the militia, which had been converted from the Black Flag Navy, under the command of Marshal Liu. It would be best for him to avoid any involvement with underworld figures like his cheap master.
As the small merchant with great effort carried the core members of the militia towards the nearby Quanzhou Island, Lin Sha, his cheap master, and Bao Zhilin's fellow apprentices all breathed a sigh of relief. Finally done! Early that morning,
Huang Feihong, along with a group of his disciples and a few scattered young militia members, went to the beach for their usual morning boxing practice. After the training was completed, the young militiamen who were busy making money were sent away.
The cheap master kept his fellow apprentices, saying that since there was nothing important at the moment, it was a good time to test their skills. Liang Kuan, come along too. When returning to Po Chi Lam, Huang Feihong glanced at the clever boy Liang Kuan,
whose face was filled with anticipation and anxiety, and greeted him with a faint smile.
All right, Master Wang.
Liang Kuan had been rather depressed recently. Because of him, the militia and Wong Fei-hung had almost suffered a heavy blow. Afterward,
he learned of the severity of the situation. Feeling both fear and guilt, he resigned from his job as a puppeteer in the opera troupe to make a living. He joined the young militia in the docks, buying vegetables and selling them to foreigners for a profit.
He managed to live a comfortable life. Despite the frequent setbacks, he never gave up on his original intention of learning martial arts. He continued to train with the young militia members and Huang Feihong. After nearly 2 months,
his foundation had been quite solid. Upon hearing that he had the opportunity to witness Wong Fei-hung testing his disciples' kung fu skills, Liang Kuan was instantly delighted and regained his usual lively nature. His words were like honey and oil,
making everyone laugh heartily. Huang Feihong still admired Liang Kuan, a clever boy who was willing to work hard. He didn't blame Liang Kuan for his initial recklessness. It was understandable that young people were a bit impulsive.
The key was to have a persistent and hardworking heart. Coincidentally, Liang Kuan's performance was just what he wanted. In the past, Bao Zhilin had to support the living expenses of hundreds of young and strong militiamen. Their finances were always tight.
Now, the militiamen had enough means to make a living. Once they could contact Marshal Liu, who was on the front lines of the anti-French struggle in Annan, they no longer had to worry about their future, without the heavy financial pressure.
Huang Feihong felt relieved. He couldn't help but think about taking on a few more disciples. And Liang Kuan happened to be one of his target disciples. In the small martial arts training ground in the backyard of Balinglin, Wong Fei-hung his disciples.
An outsider named Liang Kuan and the uninvited special guest, 13th aunt, gathered in a small circle, watching the competition in the center of the field with intense concentration. Brother Ling, be careful, in the center of the small arena.
Lin Sha bent slightly like a ferocious tiger about to hunt. His energy surged, his aura rising with a fierce momentum. With a sudden roar, he stepped into the Qulin step and launched his right fist like a cannonball. Bang! Ling Yunkai, competing against him,
didn't dare to be careless. His face was serious and he lunged forward. He twisted his body and waist, then delivered a fierce punch. 2 fists wrapped in fierce gusts of wind collided fiercely in the air. There was a loud bang.
The wind howled and the energy spread. It made the spectators' cheeks hurt and turn slightly pale. Okay, Take another one from me. Lin Sha slid back over a meter, easily deflecting the recoil from the fist. With a fierce fighting spirit in his eyes, he roared.
He stepped forward, transforming his fists into claws. Like a tiger descending from the mountains, he swung his sword with ferocious force, striking at the vital points of Ling Yanke's upper body. Drink.
Ling Yankai hadn't recovered from the shock of the previous attack. He could only stare wide-eyed at Lin Sha's ferocious attack. He drew a breath of air from his chest, clashing his fists as he struggled to block the onslaught.
The two of them fought with fists and claws flying, enjoying themselves greatly. But after a while they were already sweating profusely and their bodies were steaming. Snap! Suddenly, Lin Sha transformed his claws into beaks.
Pecking left and right at a dizzying speed, Ling Yankai felt a sharp pain in both wrists. He cried out in agony, his hands limp and his chest opened wide. Seeing this golden opportunity, Lin Sha suddenly lunged forward. He bent and twisted,
Unleashing a standard-eye-shaped Fuhu fist, it stopped midair before Lin Kei's horrified gaze. A fierce wind blew across my face, stinging my cheeks and making it hard to open my eyes. Brother Ling, thank you for letting me do this.
Chapter 28. Sneak Attack. Asha. Your current strength. Huang Feihong looked over with a piercing gaze, his face filled with unconcealable surprise and disbelief. The master guessed right.
Lin Sha watched the competition among his fellow brothers in the small arena. A look of pride crossed his face. He said, I've already reached the threshold of Ming Jin, although I can't easily blast it out, as long as I gather enough energy.
Ming Jin. Good, good. Huang Feihong's face was filled with joy. He uttered the word good 3 times in a row, clearly showing that he was extremely happy. Master.
I still have a lot of questions about the tiger, crane double form and the subduing tiger Gongzi Quan. Please give me some advice! Lin Sha struck while the iron was hot and hurriedly made a request to the chief master. Okay, if you have any questions.
Just ask. Huang Feihong was even more satisfied. Lin Sha's attitude of asking questions when he did understand something was exactly what he wanted. So, the master and disciple gathered together,
Watching the competition in the center of the small arena while discussing the training and key techniques of the tiger crane double form fist and the tiger subduing eye-shaped fist. Of course, it was Lin Sha who was asking Huang Feihong for answers,
while Bazi was in a good mood and enthusiastically testing his skills. The Shay Gang headquarters was shrouded in a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere, making it difficult to breathe. Gang leader, if this continues, our brothers won't even have enough to eat.
Yes, if we continue like this we will just end up eating up all our savings.
It's all the fault of those damn militias!
A group of core members of the Shay Gang started shouting with indignation,
making the atmosphere in the Shay Gang headquarters even more tense and solemn. Enough! Shay Gang leader Hong slammed the table and stood up. He pointed angrily at his core group of followers and cursed. If you have the guts, come up with a solution.
Shouting here is pointless. Who are you yelling to? His already ferocious face became even more distorted and hideous once he became angry. It was truly terrifying and chilling, instantly suppressing the complaints in the hall. Tell us all.
How bad is the situation? Seeing his men had calmed down, Shay Hong Gang leader suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice, Boss, over the past month, the water pumping at the docks has been rapidly reduced.
Now it's less than the 4 levels it was a month ago. The core gang member who was responsible for collecting the oil and water from the dock area raised his hands and bowed, speaking solemnly. So much is missing. What happened?
The Shay Hong Gang leader was startled. His facial muscles trembled and his expression became even more ferocious and sinister. It's all the fault of those militia guys, the core gang member in charge of the dock area said angrily.
I don't know what kind of luck they had. They actually got in touch with the foreigners. They helped them provide a lot of daily necessities. They made a lot of money. In the end, there was no more complaint. Their faces were filled with envy and jealousy.
The most hateful thing is that those militia bastards regard that busy street in the dock area as their territory and won't allow us to go there and collect the commission. Another core member of the gang chimed in, reporting without a second thought.
Without the commission from that busy street in the dock area, our income has dropped by at least 30%. The militia again! The Shay Hong Gang leader clenched his fists, veins bulged from his forehead as he gritted his teeth.
His eyes gleamed with undisguised fury. He looked like a ferocious beast, ready to devour anyone he chose. It was terrifying. Since the militia wants to cut off our financial resources, why not fight it out and die together, at this time?
A core gang member angrily proposed. That's right. Our income has dropped by at least 60%. The remaining money is barely enough for the brothers to eat. Our Shay Gang has absolutely no chance of development. We might as well give it a try. Let's give a.
We suffered a heavy loss last time. We haven't even contacted the militia yet. The Shay Gang is a newly emerged gang in Foshan, Unavoidably, it suffers from the common problem of new gangs, a lack of stable financial resources.
They rely solely on force and plunder. If something unexpected happens, they risk losing most of their financial resources, as is currently the case. Fight. What are you fighting for? Have you forgotten the warning from the general's office?
The Feihong gang leader slammed the coffee table in front of him. He roared angrily at his core gang members, their mindless core members. His face was filled with disappointment. That's right, the Shay gang, blinded by anger and envy,
Suddenly remembered that not long ago, the general's office had sent someone to warn them not to disrupt the militia. If they offended the foreigners, they would spend the rest of their lives in prison. Such threats were quite effective.
At least they calmed the Shay gang's confused minds. They exchanged a somewhat frustrated glance. Unsure of what to say. Gang leader, are we just going to stand by and watch? Just watch. The Feihong gang leader had a ferocious expression on his face.
He swept his men around with a wolf-like, fierce gaze. With a wave of his hand, he spoke sternly. The militia is in its current state because of Wong Fei-hung. He chuckled coldly as he spoke.
His expression grew increasingly ferocious. We can't move the militia for now. But Huang Feihong's Bao Zhulin is no longer under government protection. Bao Zhulin and his gang were unaware that the Shay gang's crazy gang had set their sights on Bao Zhulin.
These past few days were a rare moment of leisure, without the heavy burdens of the young militiamen, and without the distractions of those messy concerns. Lin Sha completely settled down to study martial arts and medicine with his cheap master.
His days were incredibly fulfilling. As a member of the Hongmen clan with a long tradition, knowing medical skills is a must. Medical standards in this era were not bad.
The main problem was that there were not many experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Unlike later generations, where every town had a health center, if you were injured while traveling,
You might not be able to find a clinic to treat you in time. This required Lin Sha to have some self-help methods. Needless to say, Hongmen Kung Fu is profound and extensive, belonging to the lineage of internal martial arts. For a beginner like Lin Sha,
there is much to learn. That's right, he possesses the memories of his previous owner, but if he wants to use them for his own benefit and master them, he needs to work harder. Reading makes it easier to understand.
the secrets of internal martial arts are generally recorded in Taoist cryptic language. How can you understand them without reading? It was a dark and windy night. 13th Auntie, accompanied by Yakasu, helped organize the camera equipment. Meanwhile,
Lin Sha, under the guidance of his master, recited medical classics. Senior brother Zhu Rourong was completely occupied. He called over senior brother Ling Yinkai to chat and occasionally let out a strange laugh. Everything seemed so warm and beautiful.
Yaksu pointed outside the door and stammered. Quick, quick, look, door, outside the door, fire, fire, fire. What? There's a fire outside. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. But before they could react,
The wooden door of Bao Zhaolin's front hall suddenly erupted into flames. Chapter 29. Bluff, fire! Huang Feihong suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open, and shouted. He paused before dashing towards the front hall. However, the first person to rush out was Yakasu.
watch out! Asu! As soon as he finished speaking, a whooshing sound was heard from the sky, and then a shower of sparks fell from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Then, there was a series of thuds, like sharp blades piercing wood.
The fire spread rapidly towards the central hall.
Oh no, it's a rocket, someone's attacking.
In just a few breaths, the blazing flames had engulfed the front hall. Lin Sha was stunned. He grabbed senior brother Ling Yunkai, who was about to charge forward.
Hurry, 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 senior brother Ling. Call master and Yakasu back. Safety first, senior brother. The situation was urgent, so there was no need to worry about saving face. He turned and shouted at Zhu Rourong.
Hurry up and send Ant 13 to the backyard. If the fire is too big, leave through the small door in the backyard. Just take the important things with you. Good. Zhu Rourong, who was about to grab his weapon to put out the fire, paused, without a word.
He dragged the reluctant 13th ant towards the backyard. Junior brother Lin, what are you doing? Zhu Rourong looked back and saw Lin Sha nimbly heading towards the utility room near the main hall.
He hadn't followed his master and junior brother Ling to put out the fire and rescue people. Curious, he asked.
Go away, I have my own plans.
Lin Sha waved his hand and rushed into the storage room without looking back. Quickly,
He found a bronze gong from a pile of debris. Without a word, he rushed straight to the central courtyard wall. He didn't hesitate or stop for a moment, even as he could hear master and senior brother Ling's anxious cries of Asuyachasu.
he rushed to the wall in a few quick steps. He suddenly leaped up, lightly tapping his right hand. Easily climbing over the wall, he ignored the stern shouts from his senior brother Zhu Rourong behind him. With a light jump,
He landed in the alley just across the wall. Ding ding ding. He was anxious. He ignored the chaos in Bao Zhalin. He figured out the direction and ran. In a few breaths, He was out of the dark alley. He reached the street and banged the gong loudly.
Baozhilan is on fire. Everyone,
Hurry up and put out the fire!
such a huge noise suddenly woke up the street where Baozhilan was located and was in an uproar.
Residents in the surrounding houses lit their oil lamps and rushed out of their homes, grabbing their wooden buckets and basins in a noisy and panicked manner. Whoosh! Whoosh! The street was filled with the clamor of voices and chaotic footsteps.
Lin Sha, however, saw more clearly a sudden burst of sparks rising from a certain direction in the darkness. Then, with a sharp whistling sound, it plunged towards Baozhilan. By this time, the fire had completely engulfed the front hall of Baozhilan.
It was rapidly spreading toward the central hall. As the rockets fell, the roar intensified. The crimson flames illuminated half the sky. Ding ding ding. Lin Sha felt a chill in his heart. He didn't even pause. He pounded the gong with all his might,
making it resoundingly loud. He quickly rushed toward the direction of the rocket,
Shouting in delight, "The soldiers are coming! The soldiers are coming!"
"Neighbors, hurry up and put out the fire!" After a round of gong strikes,
He didn't care about any casualties. Less than 300 meters from where the rocket launched, he could clearly hear heavy breathing and the clatter of footsteps. He swung his arm and threw the gong hammer with all his might. A moment later,
a scream echoed from the distant darkness.
Not an officer or soldier!
His heart skipped a beat. He walked even faster. He had just heard a faint angry shout. The tone was full of street talk. Not at all like someone in the military could it be.
Lin Sha plunged headlong into the narrow, dark alley. Using the distant glow of fire as a guide, he sprinted toward the rising rocket. His mind raced, and a possibility occurred to him. Unfortunately,
he was still a step too late. He suppressed his pounding heart, threatening to burst from his chest. Lin Sha mentally prepared himself for the prospect of being surrounded. 300 meters was a matter of breaths for a Ming Jin warrior like him.
Unfortunately, he arrived a step too late. The person who had launched the rocket had retreated cleanly, leaving him no chance to fight back. Call! He breathed a sigh of relief.
Although he vaguely saw a dark figure quickly disappearing into the alley in the distance, he had no intention of continuing to chase it. Before he knew the attacker's specific origins and strength, taking risks blindly was not the wisest choice.
The noise coming from Baozhilan grew louder. Lin Sha breathed a sigh of relief. The presence of many people and eyes could sometimes be quite intimidating. At least at this moment.
The attackers who had retreated prematurely wouldn't dare risk exposure by firing rockets at Baozhilan again. Taking advantage of the towering flames rising from Baozhilan, he carefully searched the ground. Sure enough, he saw a mess of footprints.
He found the gong hammer he had thrown earlier. What surprised him most was that it was in an inconspicuous corner nearby. He also found a standard short bow and a long, feathered arrow. He searched the attacker's hiding spot 3 times, seeing nothing else.
He stopped and carefully followed the wall back to the bustling street. By this time, the fire at Baozhilan was under control. At least it wasn't as ferocious as it had been at the beginning. The flames lit up half the sky.
The streets were bustling with nearby residents carrying buckets and basins to put out the fire. Working in a chain, they poured buckets and basins of water onto the blazing flames. Lin Sha, mingling with the chaotic crowd, quickly approached Baozhilan.
Unexpectedly, at that moment a steady stream of footsteps echoed down the street. Then, a resounding shout followed. "The general has arrived!" He immediately paused, disappearing into the chaotic crowd of firefighters.
He fixed his gaze on the Foshan general who had suddenly arrived. Wasn't this guy's arrival just in time? Next, he saw a great show. Master Huang Feihong led his fellow apprentices to greet the Foshan general, but they were met with rude sarcasm.
The Foshan general seemed to be deliberately targeting Chef Bian Yi. He immediately defined Baozhilan as a folk cult's incense hall. He said the fire was a result of a gang vendetta. He even displayed a certain gloating pleasure,
saying Chef Bian Yi had brought this upon himself, being set on fire for no reason. Even the best-tempered chef was still looking grim at this moment. Hearing the Foshan general's sarcastic remarks, he retorted a few times, naturally.
The Foshan general flew into a rage and gave him a good scolding. Just as Lin Sha was about to step in to help, something unexpected happened. The sturdy senior brother Zhu Rourong suddenly roared, threw the fire bucket he was holding to the ground,
and rushed forward without hesitation. Good job! Lin Sha suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Not daring to hesitate, he used the Qilin step, moving effortlessly through the chaotic crowd. In a few flashes, he had already dashed out of the crowd. Meanwhile,
the chief master also reacted immediately, shouting a wrong and stopping the eldest brother's crazy move. "My lord general, I want to report you!" At this time Inch also rushed over, shouting to attract the attention of everyone nearby. Chapter 30. Anger.
Where did you go just now? Zhu Rourong was filled with rage. When he saw Lin Sha appear, he immediately rushed over and roared angrily. "Arong! Don't be impulsive! Huang Feihong dodged between the two men in time,
preventing a violent conflict between Lin Sha and Zhu Rourong, leaving the ill-intentioned Foshan general in a state of mockery. Master! Zhu Rourong's face looked extremely ferocious and terrifying under the light of the surrounding fire. Wrong.
Don't do anything rash, listen to Asha's explanation first. Huang Feihong glared at Zhu Rourong, instantly suppressing his anger and dissatisfaction. Wong Fei-hung, the Foshan general shouted angrily with an unhappy face.
I didn't come here to watch you teach your apprentice a lesson. He turned to look at Lin Sha and sneered. You again, kid, tell me what you want to report. My lord general, I just struck the gong to scare off the attackers. I found this in their hiding place.
Lin Sha ignored the furious senior brother. He briefly explained his whereabouts. He then produced a standard military short bow and arrows and handed them to the Foshan general's personal guard. His face darkened and he sternly declared,
This brat has reported a rebellion intent on harming Baojilin. Your Excellency, please understand. What? There's a riot. The Foshan general was startled. Then, realizing what was happening, his expression changed. He pointed at Lin Sha and sternly scolded him.
Don't exaggerate. Kid, this is clearly a gang vendetta, and you're trying to drag it down to the rebels. Be careful, or I'll throw you in jail for spreading rumors and misleading the public. General, Lin Sha looked calm and unconcerned.
His eyes flickered slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. Let's first review the evidence provided by the boy.
It's not too late to speak later, sir.
Humph. Brat, your audacity is only growing. Sooner or later, your arrogance will lead to your downfall.
The Foshan general snorted coldly. It was difficult to pursue the matter too closely in front of everyone. With a gloomy face, he took the bow and arrow from his personal guard. A closer inspection in the firelight suddenly changed his expression.
His voice was filled with disbelief. Is this a military shortbow? After receiving confirmation from his generals, the general's expression was truly remarkable. He wanted to lash out at Lin Sha, but he couldn't find an excuse.
He could only hold back his anger and roar. Investigate thoroughly. You must find the origin of this bow and arrow, my lord general. There are also rebels. Lin Sha laughed inwardly, but he didn't forget to add fuel to the fire and remind her.
I'm doing my job. It's not your turn as a brat to tell me what to do. Let's go. The Foshan general's eyes turned cold. He glared at Lin Sha fiercely and scolded him without any courtesy. Feeling embarrassed, he didn't even say hello.
He turned around and left with his guards. General, those rebels used rockets. There might still be some unburned arrow shafts in the front hall of Baojilin. Lin Sha didn't let go of the Foshan general who had repeatedly come to cause trouble.
He gave a gentle reminder from behind. Leave a scout behind to search carefully for any remaining arrows after the fire is out. The Foshan general's face turned ashen. He glanced back at Baojilin with a stern look.
He left a small group of soldiers behind and stormed off. With soldiers on hand to supervise the fire, and with the help of nearby neighbors, the fire at Baojilin was quickly brought under control near the central hall. By this time,
the sky was already turning pale. The neighbors who had been busy all night said goodbye to Master Wong Fei-hung and his disciples and prepared to leave. Huang Feihong's interpersonal skills were undeniable, although he was in a very bad mood.
He still brought a few apprentices with him, and treated the neighbors who came to help him with a hearty breakfast. After the neighbors had all left satisfied, Huang Feihong returned with his disciples and Aunt 13, with a look of sorrow on his face.
He gazed at the front hall and most of the main hall of Baojilin, which had been destroyed by the fire.
Asha, you did a great job.
After standing quietly for a long time, Huang Feihong turned around and gave Lin Sha a forced smile.
This is what I should do.
Lin Sha was also feeling very heavy-hearted. While he deserved his cheap master's praise, he would rather not have these empty things. As long as Baojilin could be preserved intact, everything would be enough.
Senior brother Zhu Rourong apologized with an embarrassed look on his face. Lin Sha didn't take it too seriously. After such a long time of contact, he already understood senior brother's impulsive and reckless personality. Master, now's not the time to be sad.
We're not short of money right now. Let's quickly recruit people to rebuild Baojilin. Seeing the gloomy atmosphere, Lin Sha offered a cautious suggestion. Yes, we must not only rebuild Baojilin, but also find the real culprit behind the fire.
The eldest brother Zhu Rourong was cheered up. He nodded in agreement and waved his fist with a fierce look on his face. Okay, then let's divide the work and rebuild Baojilin together. Chef, and me. And me?
Aunt 13 saw that the master and his disciples were talking animatedly, so she hurriedly interrupted, fearing that she would be left behind. Okay, let's work together. Huang Fei laughed happily. Try hard, the brothers shouted in unison.
Dispelling all the gloom in their hearts. Master Wang, the general's office and the government office have just issued a wanted order for Shay Gang leader Hong and his
Xin Gang members.
Just as the Baojilin people were busy preparing to rebuild Baojilin.
Around noon, a young militia member who was responsible for keeping an eye on the government came running in, breathless, to tell them the news. What name? Huang Feihong had been mentally prepared for Lin Sha's reminder. Although he looked surprised,
He remained calm. Collaboration with bandits, forced women into prostitution.
And several murder cases!
It's definitely them. Lin Sha walked over at this time. He said with certainty, Master, do you want to mobilize the militia? Upon hearing the news,
the militia arrived early. They expressed their indignation at the attackers and prepared to take action to help Bao Zhilin regain its former glory. However, their inexperienced master, Huang Feihong, stopped them and warned them not to act rashly.
the government was closely monitoring their every move. Let the government handle it. Huang Feihong rejected Lin Sha's proposal without a second thought. The newly arrived general from Foshan had shown such obvious hostility.
It was clearly not a good idea to drag the militia into the water at this time. All right then. Let's wait for official news before making any decisions. Lin Sha spread his hands and smiled helplessly. He could only suppress his anger temporarily.
But after all the waiting, the Bazilin group found themselves in a state of unbearable pain. For days, not only had there been little movement from the government, but Shay gang leader Hong and his core gang members had also vanished.
The government's response was lukewarm. While they deployed personnel to search the area, even a fool could see the intensity of the search. Damn it. The government is a bunch of bastards. Isn't it like letting the tiger back in to cause trouble?
Zhu Rourong roared after hearing the news. Unexpectedly, his words hit the mark. Chapter 31. There is a conspiracy. One day, while supervising the construction site at Po Chi Lam, Lin Sha was suddenly summoned by his chief master. He hurried to the backyard,
only to receive a rather bizarre piece of news. Captain Sassoon of an American merchant ship had invited Wong Fei-hung to join him at a performance. This is really ridiculous. This was the first thought that came to Lin Sha's mind.
The second thought that followed was,
There's a conspiracy!
The annoying thing was, because it had been so long, he couldn't remember the details of the first Wong Fei-hung film. It seemed like every one of them had a foreign character in it.
Could this American businessman be the boss of the first film? Master, do you know who this Captain Sassoon is? Lin Sha couldn't draw any conclusions due to the lack of information. He had no choice but to pass the ball back to his chief master.
I've only met him twice.
I don't know the details. Yakusu should know more.
Hong Feihong shook his head, frowning slightly and speaking hesitantly. So what are we waiting for? He called Yakusu over to ask. He was also completely confused.
He only knew that this Sassoon was a powerful businessman. As for his specific business and the power he held, he was not very clear. Before he could fully grasp the other party's background, not only Lin Sha but even Wong Fei-hung was unsure. However,
the Americans were so enthusiastic that they even sent the invitation, whether it was a blessing or a curse. Wong Fei-hung had no reason to refuse. He had no choice but to agree. Fortunately, the current militia is quite powerful.
Its tentacles are spreading rapidly. They have complete control over the dock area. It's easy to find out about the situation of foreign merchant ships docked there. What?
Sassoon's merchant ships were specifically designed to recruit laborers to the Gold Mountain. The news sent back by the militia brothers shocked Lin Sha so much that he almost jumped out of his chair.
Selling piglets?
This was the only thought that flashed through his mind, and it was unwavering. Lin Sha's drastic reaction startled his chief master, Huang Feihong, and his fellow apprentices. They anxiously asked what was going on. Lin Sha didn't answer easily. Instead,
he called Yakusu over and told him to explain to his chief master and his fellow apprentices how his elders had come to America and how they had struggled to survive. This wasn't a private secret. Yakusu had no reason to hide it.
So he told his chief master and his fellow apprentices the story of his ancestors being sold as slaves and struggling to survive in America. Every detail captured the tragic and tearful history of the Chinese laborers. Huang Feihong was shocked.
Zhu Rourong was shocked. The entire Baozhilin was shocked. Even Lin Sha, who had long known about the miserable plight of Chinese workers in America, was still deeply shaken by hearing the stories of those who had experienced it firsthand. There's a conspiracy.
There must be a conspiracy. This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind after listening to Yakusu's story. Damn you, Sassoon. You're an American villain. Why not invite Wong Fei-hung to Foshan's largest opera troupe to listen to Chinese opera?
Just thinking about it reeks of conspiracy. Go, why not? Huang Feihong's sense of justice suddenly surged. He rejected his disciple's advice and was determined to accept the invitation. He wanted to see what tricks the American captain had up his sleeve.
Unexpectedly, 13th Auntie refused to be lonely. She jumped out and insisted on going along. Not only would her chief master Huang Feihong not agree, but even Lin Sha and his fellow apprentices would not agree. Wilt this just cause trouble?
After much persuasion, the chief master signed a series of unequal treaties. Only then did he manage to appease the disgruntled, Western-dressed beauty, 13th aunt. Then it was time for Lin Sha and his fellow apprentices to prepare.
Zhu Rourong and Lin Sha, the two most capable brothers, had to go. Senior brother Ling Yongkai, the chief master's personal attendant, also had to go. The other brothers all stayed behind at Bajilin,
supervising the construction site while guarding against potential troublemakers. When everything was ready and the appointed time arrived, Huang Feihong, accompanied by 3 or 4 capable apprentices, walked steadily to the largest opera troupe in Foshan,
where Liang Kuan had previously worked. Liang Kuan, why are you here again? I arrived at the theater's entrance. For some reason, there were a lot of people there today. A long line formed at the entrance. Many excited fans gathered together.
Talking excitedly about something, Lin Sha came to the troupe's door with the invitation. But who else could it be if the guy collecting the entrance fee was not Liang Kuan? Ah, it's brother Lin Sha. Why are you here in the troupe? Are you also a fan of Baiyulan?
A flicker of embarrassment crossed Liang Kuan's face. But he didn't rush to answer Lin Sha's question. Instead, he enthusiastically took the invitation from Lin Sha's hand. A look of curiosity crossed his pimple-prone face. I never listened to opera.
Liang Kuan was reluctant to speak, and Lin Sha wasn't in the mood to get to the bottom of it. Pointing at the invitation in Liang Kuan's hand, he said loudly, "It's time for an appointment." He said this with a bit of worry.
He pulled Liang Kuan aside and lowered his voice to warn him. Be smart, kid. Something might happen later. After a kind reminder, Lin Sha ignored Liang Kuan's repeated calls.
He turned and invited his chief master and several of his fellow apprentices to join him on the troupe's outdoor stage. They found a few chairs with a good view from the front and sat down. This person, aren't there too many of them? As soon as he sat down,
Huang Feihong frowned slightly. He looked around at the bustling open-air theater auditorium and spoke to his disciples in a low voice. If he hadn't known before, it would have been fine. But now he knew the American businessman he had invited was no good.
In such a noisy and bustling environment, he was worried about accidental injuries. Master, Yunkai and I will look around. Without waiting for Lin Sha's reply, Zhu Rourong couldn't sit still. He twisted his body,
looking left and right, looking eager. Seeing his chief master speak, he couldn't wait to pull Ling Yongkai away with him. Heading to where the crowds were. Master, things will work out when the time comes. Since we're already here,
there's no point in worrying about this. It's better to wait until the Americans arrive before we make any plans. Lin Sha was also filled with confusion. He couldn't quite fathom what the American was thinking. He forced a reassuring smile.
His right hand unconsciously reached for the hidden spot at his waist. The general is here. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the entrance of the troupe, respectfully greeted by the troupe's owner and a group of stewards.
The Foshan general strode forward with the majestic gait of a dragon and a tiger. Why are you here? Did Mr. Sassoon invite you too? Seeing Huang Feihong sitting there with his sword, the Foshan general frowned and asked in surprise. Hello, Master Hong.
Before Huang Feihong could greet the Foshan general, a young man dressed like a rich man and wearing a pair of sunglasses took the initiative to greet him. Huang Feihong and Lin Sha were both dumbfounded. 13th aunt, why is it you? Chapter 32 Eye drops.
General, Lin Sha awkwardly swapped places with the chief master. He ignored the sappy banter between the chief master and 13th auntie, and took the initiative to approach the Foshan general and greet him with a bow. It's you again, kid.
Seeing Lin Sha's innocent smile, the Foshan general couldn't help but frown. It wasn't that he was particularly disgusted with Lin Sha. On the contrary, Lin Sha left a good impression on General Foshan. Lin Sha was clever and sensible.
He was also quick-witted and quick-witted. He was also very efficient and decisive in his work. He had solved many problems for the government, especially those with foreigners. Lin Sha also possesses excellent kung fu skills.
After 2 years of training in the military camp, he'd definitely become a formidable warrior. How could the Foshan general possibly be bothered by such a fellow? It's a shame that Lin Sha is Huang Feihong's apprentice.
Why is the American businessman Sassoon nowhere to be seen?
What a big shot he is!
Lin Sha pretended not to hear the cold tone in Foshan's words. He craned his neck to glance around at the bustling outdoor theater auditorium. He asked, somewhat puzzled.
After all, they are foreigners. Just give them some face. The Foshan general chuckled, seemingly explaining himself. But inwardly, he was furious. Lin Sha's words had left him feeling irritated. It might have been fine if he hadn't reacted before. But now...
Was what a bastard foreigner! Your Excellency!
You really are praising that fellow too much! Lin Sha reacted violently. He rudely pouted, then shook his head and chuckled. He's just a small businessman specializing in labor.
Why should you take it so seriously, sir? What labor business? Lin Sha's rude behavior naturally displeased the Foshan general, however. The boy's words were very much to his liking, so he pretended not to notice and asked curiously.
They recruited young men from the Qing Dynasty and shipped them to the United States to work as slaves in the mines. Furthermore, they were strictly prohibited by the American government from having any descendants.
It's commonly known as selling pigs.
Lin Sha turned around with a look of surprise on his face. His expression, "You're out of date," made the Foshan general clench his teeth in anger. What? Was this the dirty business that the American businessman Sassoon engaged in?
When the Foshan general came to his senses, his expression immediately changed into one of shock and anger. Certainly, Lin Sha looked matter of fact. He said unhappily, "Right now, their agents are everywhere in Foshan, stirring up trouble."
How could the militia miss such a big commotion? A little investigation would reveal that the Americans are hiring. Hateful. The Foshan general gnashed his teeth. Veins bulged on his forehead. His eyes flashed bloodshot. He groaned and said angrily,
"How did you know that the American, Sassoon, was involved in such dirty business?" Lin Sha raised his eyebrows and asked in amusement. "Don't you know, sir? My master has an apprentice named Yoka Su. His father came to America just like that."
He knows the ins and outs of it all too well. Then why did he report this to me earlier? The Foshan general's words were a bit unreasonable. Sir, those young men who were attracted to you have signed a contract to sell themselves.
Lin Sha spread his hands and said helplessly, "Besides, we only focused on investigating the American Sassoon because of this invitation to the play. Didn't we report this to the adults immediately?" The Foshan general snorted in anger but remained silent.
Too bright, a truly fascinating sight. My lord, the Yankees are coming. At this moment, Lin Sha's soft cry interrupted General Foshan's thoughts. He continued to report, "Oh, they actually brought a dozen guards with them.
And they all carried muskets. This shows that they don't trust your strength, sir, and the abilities of the guards." After hearing these words, not only did the Foshan general's expression change, but even the general's personal guards near turned extremely ugly.
Looking at the foreigners with somewhat unfriendly eyes, "My lord, be careful. I have a feeling this invitation to the theater is something special. Something might happen." Lin Sha's eyes flickered with a smile.
His plot to sow discord had yielded unexpected results. He had even added fuel to the fire. Your Excellency is, after all, a second-rank official in the imperial court, the highest-ranking military officer in Foshan. The foreigners invited you to a show.
And they didn't even clear the venue. And they chose a day like today when such a big name was on stage. He quietly lowered his voice. There were so many people around. If anything really happened, even if you jumped into the Yellow River,
you wouldn't be able to clear yourself of the blame, and we have to protect those Americans and get them out safely. Oh, my master called me.
Goodbye, sir."
He paused deliberately at the crucial point, then made up a lame excuse and slipped away.
not giving the Foshan general a chance to detain him. This bastard is so cunning. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sha had blended into the noisy crowd and disappeared. The Foshan general had no choice but to withdraw his outstretched hand.
He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Sir, what that boy said makes perfect sense. We must be on guard." The leader of the personal guards who came with the Foshan general came over and whispered a reminder. "I know." The Foshan general's eyes turned cold.
He waved his hand and gave a deep command. "Tell all the brothers who followed us to be alert. If anything goes wrong, I will only hold you responsible." "Asha, what's going on with the general?" Huang Feihong said hello to Sassoon.
The American businessman who had invited him to the play. When he returned, he saw his apprentice, Lin Sha, chatting and laughing quietly with Aunt 13. He could help but ask anxiously, "Don't worry, master. How can a disciple not succeed?"
Lin Sha lowered his voice and chuckled, his face full of pride. "That's right. What I just said to the Foshan general was all done deliberately by him. Because it was so long ago."
Lin Sha could no longer remember the details of the first Wong Fei-hung film he had seen in his previous life. He only vaguely remembered that his cheap master had a fight with a tough guy. He had made full preparations for this invitation.
Seeing that the Foshan general had also been invited, he immediately set his sights on this general who had repeatedly treated Bao Jilin badly. No matter what, he had to expose the American Sassoon's true colors first.
Regardless of whether Sassoon had any schemes or not, if anything went wrong, he had the forewarning to keep it there. Cheap master and Bao Jolin would be implicated. In short, he had already pinned the blame on the Americans.
Lin Sha had already made arrangements. The Foshan general was also furiously making secret arrangements. The American, Sassoon, wasn't far behind. After meeting Huang Feihong and the Foshan general, the opera began. Amidst the audience's resounding cheers,
his boxer assistant quietly went backstage to contact someone who had been infiltrating the troupe. A conspiracy against Huang Feihong officially began amid the sneer of the American Sassoon. Chapter 33 Chaos. The Huang Feihong chapter concludes on Wednesday,
ushering in a new dimension of martial arts. Whoosh, whoosh. The spectacular performance unfolding on the open-air stage captivated the audience. A minor commotion backstage didn't draw significant attention. That was until a group of masked,
black-clad men suddenly rushed on the stage, firing crossbows indiscriminately at the front row. This immediately caused a flurry of shouts and commotion in the audience.
"Ah, help, help! I've been shot! Run, run! Get out of my way!"
Get down, get down.
Everyone, a cacophony of noises suddenly rose to the surface. Screams, Cries and shouts merged into one. The entire open-air theater auditorium was in chaos. Master, be careful! Lin Sha leaped forward the moment he saw something was amiss.
He pulled out his nunchaku from his waist and wielded it with impenetrable force. In a single breath, he deflected several incoming crossbow bolts.
Asha, you'll do it. You protect down 13.
Huang Feihong stepped forward.
He sprinted along the ground with the Kulin step. In a few flashes, he was close to the open-air stage. He grabbed a long wooden pole at his feet and swirled it, throwing it out. The masked men on the stage clearly lacked crossbow shooting skills.
Nearly 10 arrows were fired in a single volley, most of which accidentally struck other audience members. Less than 2 or 3 accurately targeted Huang Feihong, and all of them were instantly dispatched by Lin Sha, seeing Huang Feihong rushing towards them.
They panicked and lost their balance. They hadn't even re-strung their crossbows yet. The unlucky guys standing at the front of the stage were directly hit by the spinning long sticks, screaming and dropping their bows to the ground.
Huang Feihong kicked off and leaped into the air. Like a giant bird, he flew towards the open-air stage. Unexpectedly, several masked men burst out from behind the curtains, firing a volley of arrows into the air with their military shortbows. Whoosh! Whoosh!
Whoosh! Wong Fei-hung, caught in midair, had nowhere to gain leverage. Though startled, he remained calm as he watched arrows hurtle toward him. With a powerful flick of his right hand, he instantly shed his robe with a swish of his hands.
The robe rustled like a flag in the wind. In the nick of time he caught the incoming arrows. Using the traction of his robe, he flipped backwards and landed safely. But just then, another hail of arrows descended. Master, continue.
Wong Fei-hung's robe was riddled with holes. It was of little use against the oncoming hail of arrows. At this critical moment, Liang Kuan burst out from the troops backstage, wielding a long staff and lashing out at Wong Fei-hung. You bastards!
Get out of here!
Zhu Rourong roared and roared. He held a long table from the troop in both hands. He held it horizontally in front of him and pushed it outward like a bulldozer.
Ouch! Ouch! My leg is broken!
Bastard!
Get off me now!
Kill that bastard, Zhu Rourong. Damn, are you all dead? The masked men on the open-air stage were like dumplings. Zhu Rourong used a long table to knock or push them off the stage. Of course, some took the opportunity to jump off the stage.
Screams and curses were heard everywhere, a chaotic scene. Huang Feihong had already caught the long staff Liang Kuan had thrown. With a flick of his hand he unleashed a dense, impenetrable dance of sticks, deflecting all incoming arrows. Then
he pressed forward with his feet. The long staff in his hand transformed into a series of shadows, stirring up a storm among the panicked crowd of masked men. Over there, the cheap master Wang Feihong showed off his prowess. Over here.
Lin Sha also performed well. He reached out and pulled the panicked 13th aunt behind him. He ignored the screams and pleas of the accidentally injured audience. He forcefully separated the chaotic crowd. In a few strides,
he was in front of the Foshan general, who was being closely guarded by his personal guards. Thanks to Lin Sha's advance warning, although they were caught off guard, the general's personal guards, who had been prepared and had followed them, reacted immediately.
They firmly protected the frightened Foshan general and shouted loudly to calm the panicked crowd. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. At this point, escaping is all that matters. So who cares who you are, general? Quickly disperse the crowd.
If the chaos continues, a stampede will be troublesome. Seeing the poor performance of the general's guards, Lin Sha cursed them inwardly. Idiots. Then, with Aunt 13, he squeezed in front of the Foshan general and loudly warned him. Right.
Evacuate the crowd first, then deal with those assassins. Apparently, the Foshan general had identified the masked men who had suddenly appeared as assassins. A powerful crossbow had been fired at him. If his guards hadn't reacted quickly and pulled the trigger,
who knows if he would have had thorns on his body at that moment. Sir, we must also send someone to guard the outer gate and detain all the spectators who have escaped.
There may be assassins who have sneaked in and are trying to take advantage of the situation. Lin Sha continued to remind him.
Just do what this guy says!
The Foshan general looked a little embarrassed, but this was not the time to worry about face.
He once again ordered his personal guards to do as he was told. Grown-ups, that's enough. Kid, is there anything you can't say all at once? The Foshan general glared angrily, pointed at Lin Sha's nose and was almost vomiting blood in anger. Those Americans.
Lin Sha rolled his eyes. He started talking but then fell silent. Yes, and those Americans. Send another team to protect them and get them safely away from the troop, although he already had a prejudice, in the absence of a direct conflict.
The Foshan general still had to consider the personal safety of the Americans. If something happened under his nose, he would be in big trouble. Your Excellency, what if they open fire on the rioting crowd?
Lin Sha lost no time and poured out his worries like a machine gun. Do they have the guts to do that? The Foshan general's face darkened with doubt and uncertainty.
It's better to be safe than sorry.
Lin Sha didn't have as many concerns as the general.
He just anxiously reminded him, "Come on, take the Americans away immediately. No accidents are allowed." The Foshan general's face changed. The situation was urgent and he dared not hesitate any longer before giving the order. 13th Ant.
You stay with the general.
He'll go help master.
Lin Sha breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately spoke to Aunt 13, who had calmed down. He ignored her cries and casually pulled a steel knife from the waist of one of the general's personal guards.
With a few flashes of the Kulin step, he vanished into the crowd. Sheet. Even from a distance, Lin Sha could hear a flurry of curses and swearing from the VIP seats, struggling to part the chaotic crowd.
He looked back and saw nearly 10 guards who'd accompanied the American businessman. Sassoon, standing in a row, rifles drawn, their sights were fixed on the cheap master who had been so powerfully beating up the masked men. Damn it.
These Americans really have bad intentions, Lin Sha roared in anger. Without caring about the consequences, he swung his nunchaku towards the American guards. Chapter 34. Another wave comes. The American guards, standing in a line ready to fire,
were caught off guard by the sudden, flying nunchakus. The two white men on the outermost edge were unfortunately struck by the spinning nunchakus. They immediately collapsed, their heads bleeding and wailing. As for their muskets,
they had already discarded them. The American guards were in a state of panic. After a while, under the scolding of Sassoon's bodyguards, they managed to steady themselves, raise their rifles, and began to aim again. Unfortunately,
a team of the general's personal guards arrived just in time, surrounding the Americans and forcing them to leave amid Sassoon's angry shouts. "Master, let me help you!" Only then did Lin Sha finally feel relieved.
He took 2 steps at a time and rushed to the stage. With a flash of cold light, the steel knife in his hand slashed and chopped fiercely. In the blink of an eye, he knocked down the 2 masked men who stood in his way. Blood splattered everywhere.
Screams of pain rang out one after another. The masked man, already panicking and on the verge of collapse,
was barely able to withstand the pressure of Huang Feihong's sweeping long stick in front of him and Lin Sha's frantic hacking and slashing at him from behind. "This is a tricky idea. Let's get out of here," a masked man, seemingly the leader,
launched a series of furious slashes. Finally, he repelled Huang Feihong's long staff blows. He quickly leaped out of the battle circle. Glancing around, he let out a sharp cry, without even a thought about whether his fellow men could escape safely.
He turned and disappeared into the chaotic crowd. With the leader's example, the other masked men, already exhausted, could no longer hold on. Without a word, they shouted and scattered like birds and beasts. "Don't chase a desperate enemy.
Let's quickly help the officers and soldiers stabilize the situation and treat the wounded." Huang Feihong swung his long staff, stopping Zhu Rourong and Ling Yingkai as they tried to pursue him. He then led his disciples around to treat the seriously injured.
The Foshan general's face was ashen, and he was holding a grudge but couldn't vent it. He wasn't a fool. After calming down, he realized that the American businessman and the masked man were probably targeting only Huang Feihong. Unfortunately,
not only was he dragged into this, he was also tricked by that jerk Lin Sha into taking on this idiotic task, thus making things difficult for Huang Feihong. Of course, the sudden appearance of the masked man had endangered his personal safety.
He was suspected of assassinating an imperial official. Even if Wong Fei-hung had been involved, he wouldn't have let him go easily. He just felt sick and depressed. Soon,
the masked men who had been chopped down by Lin Sha were dragged over without mercy by the general's personal guards. Only a long trail of bright red blood and the screams of slaughtered pigs were left on the ground. He quickly pulled the cloths off their faces.
Okay. No need to continue the torture. They were all familiar faces. Who else could they be but the core members of the Shay gang who disappeared? Ignoring the furious Foshan general, Bao Julin and his men quickly evacuated with the wounded,
leaving the mess to be dealt with by the general's office.
"Aso, golden wound medicine. Oh, master, here I come. Asher 7 powder, 7 spirits powder. Master, continue."
The fire had destroyed half of the central hall of Bao Julin.
The stench of blood and the sounds of wailing were now lingering. It had become a large ward. Most of the audience members who were accidentally injured on the troupe's open-air stage were taken to Bao Julin for intensive treatment. For a time,
Bao Julin was extremely busy, with people coming and going without even a break. The craftsmen recruited to rebuild Bao Julin seemed to be infected by the atmosphere. Their movements became more gentle,
fearing that making too much noise would alarm the unfortunate wounded. To make matters worse, several young militia members quietly arrived at the door, bringing with them a dying patient with a very sensitive identity, a middle-aged man.
Lured by the American merchant Sassoon into a trip to the Gold Mountain to dig for gold, fell ill and was cruelly thrown overboard. Fortunately, the ship was still in coastal waters, washed ashore by the waves.
He was discovered by a young militia member nearby. Due to his special status, he had to be secretly sent to Bao Julin for treatment. This was truly a troublesome figure. At this point, Bao Jilin and the American businessman Sassoon had completely fallen out.
If the Americans knew that Bao Julin was hiding the escaped piglets, it would be a huge problem. After all, the uncle who had escaped death had signed a 3-year indenture with an American businessman, involving hundreds of taels of silver.
Even though Bao Jilin and his men were outraged upon hearing about the uncle's fate, it couldn't change the fact that they were in the wrong. Huang Feihong summoned Lin Sha and his other disciples to discuss the matter carefully.
They decided that the matter should not be made public. He suggested that once the uncle had recovered somewhat, he would give him some money to return home with peace of mind. As for settling accounts with the American businessman,
even the imperial court was powerless. What could these guild masters do? Because of this incident, the atmosphere in Bajalin became even more depressing. It wasn't until evening, when the workers, after a busy day,
had a hearty meal and went home in groups of 2 or 3, that Bajalin returned to its former tranquility. Yan Zhendong from Shandong came to Pochi Lam to learn from Master Wong Fei-hung. Night had just fallen.
The brothers had lit their torches and assigned their shifts. Just as they were about to return to their rooms for a good rest, a thunderous Shandong dialect suddenly reached their ears. Where did this bastard come from?
Haven't you seen so many patients at Baojilin? Zhu Rourong, the eldest brother with the most volatile temper, threw down the teapot in his hand and ran towards the direction of the sound with great momentum. Sharong must not be rude.
Huang Feihong's expression changed. In a flash, he leaped out of the main entrance of the small backyard hall. Lin Sha was even quicker than the chief master. He had already caught up with the eldest brother, shouting, and rushed towards the front hall.
Yan Zhendong from Shandong came to Pochi Lam to greet Wong Fei-hung. As soon as they stepped into the incomplete central hall, the 2 brothers saw an unusually tall,
middle-aged man with a martial arts aura striding across the front hall towards the central hall. Bastard! If you want to challenge me, you have to get past me first. A fierce look flashed across Zhu Rourong's face. He bent slightly, his feet in a bow stance,
and sprinted forward. In the blink of an eye he was in front of the man he exiled and shouted, and his right fist exploded like a cannonball. Humph, such a trivial skill is not worth mentioning, the man snorted coldly, speaking in a strange Shandong dialect.
Instead of retreating, his tall figure suddenly stepped forward with his left foot. His right leg shot out like a spring, landing first and striking Zhu Rourong in the stomach. He was sent flying backward. Senior brother Lin Sha's eyes widened in anger.
He leaped up like a streaking arrow. He placed his right hand on senior brother Zhu Rourong's shoulder, pulling and tugging, deflecting most of the impact. Then, holding senior brother Zhu Rourong, he fell from the sky,
stumbling back 3 steps before finally stabilizing his unsteady form. What a great strength! Lin Sha was shocked. His expression remained unchanged, his cold eyes gleaming with a chilling glare.
He put aside his exhausted senior brother and walked step by step towards the suddenly appearing Shandong boxer Yan Zhendong. I don't care where you come from, you dare to challenge Bao Julin and injure my senior brother.
You, Yan, just wait for death!
Iron shirt Yan Zhendong. Although he said these harsh words, Lin Sha didn't dare to be negligent in his heart. He had heard of Yan Zhendong. He was a well-known figure in Foshan's martial arts world recently.
He had challenged several famous martial arts schools. He wore an iron shirt and his kung fu skills had reached a very high level. He was definitely a master of external martial arts who was not to be trifled with.
Bao Jilin was undoubtedly a unique entity in Foshan's underworld. Although both his junior master, Huang Feihong, and his fellow disciples had been heavily preoccupied with militia matters in recent times.
Rumors and the latest developments within the Foshan underworld continued to trickle in through their own channels. He slowly walked towards the small square in front of the main hall. His heart was calm, without anger or irritation. Instead,
a familiar yet unfamiliar burning desire for battle rose up. How long has it been since I felt this excited? 5 years, or 6 years. In my previous life, when I first entered the black market arena, I felt a burning desire. Unfortunately,
after 3 or 4 bloody matches, this passionate impulse gradually disappeared. In its place, I returned to my normal work, chasing money as my goal. Reborn into the world of Wong Fei-hung's films. 2 months have passed.
Aside from a few moments spent working with a few of my senior brothers, I've been constantly busy. Inexplicably busy. He almost forgot that he was a warrior. A warrior who possessed great strength.
His original plan was to learn the systematic methods and techniques of internal martial arts training from his humble master, Huang Feihong. Then, he would diligently cultivate and strive to reach the level of dark energy before the age of 30.
He would be basically satisfied. Because, aside from a few of his senior brothers, he had never encountered a master. Thus, he unknowingly fell into a misunderstanding, thinking that the martial arts world of the late Qing Dynasty was nothing special.
This was a problem with his perspective. But Yan Zhendong's sudden appearance caused the fighting spirit in his heart, which had been dormant for years, to suddenly surge like a flood. His eyes were stern and his blood was boiling.
He had regained some of the state he had when he was a top-level Ming Jin master in his previous life. Were you sent by the Shay gang? Lin Sha suddenly asked tentatively. Humph, Bao Jilin is really disappointing. They're just full of eloquent people.
Yan Zhendong's eyes flickered, but he snorted in disdain. Having just sent Huang Feihong's renowned disciple flying with a single kick, Yan Zhendong felt relieved. He felt more confident about this challenge.
He didn't think much of an unknown character like Lin Sha. Although he was somewhat puzzled by the inexplicable change in Lin Sha's temperament, and felt a vague sense of familiarity.
His confidence had already swelled to such a degree that he lacked the interest to even look at Lin Sha. Is it just talk? You won't know until you fight. Being underestimated, Lin Sha didn't mind. He was well aware of Yan Zhendong's sudden attack.
With a few strides of the Qulin step, he rushed in front of Yan Zhendong. His right hand formed a claw with a sharp gust of wind and grabbed his shoulder fiercely. Since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. Yan Zhendong grinned grimly. He didn't flinch.
Letting Lin Sha's fingers grip his shoulders, the muscles in his upper body and shoulders swelled at a visible rate. His right leg, with a whistling, explosive kick, struck Lin Sha's lower abdomen like lightning.
Damn iron shirt!
Lin Sha felt as if the 5 fingers of his right hand had hit a hard iron plate. He was so shocked that he almost lost consciousness. But at this moment, Yan Zhendong's kick arrived. Lin Sha was prepared. He gripped the ground with his right toes,
bent his left knee and thrust forward. In the nick of time, he struck Yan Zhendong's ankle. Bang! A crisp, muffled sound was heard. Yan Zhendong was knocked sideways and had to step back to adjust his center of gravity. Lin Sha didn't get any better either.
He was knocked back several steps by the huge recoil force from his knee. Boy, I didn't expect you have 2 more skills. Yan Zhendong's eyes flashed, and his expression changed from being nonchalant to serious. Iron shirt Yan Zhendong, you're not bad either.
Lin Sha's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. He fought back without showing any weakness. Humph. A brat whose tongue is stronger than his fists. Watch out! Yan Zhendong roared. His figure transformed into a gust of wind. In an instant, he rushed to Lin.
He used his fists and feet to strike out with resounding explosions. With the uniquely open and closed style of northern boxing, he launched a ferocious attack on Lin Sha. Crane double form fist, subduing tiger eye-shaped fist, Hongmen 5 form fist.
With a fierce roar, he unleashed all his training. The ferocious and domineering nature of the Hongmen 5 forms fist, the sharp and swift Fuzuo Gongzi fist,
and the unparalleled flexibility and ferocity of the tiger, crane double forms fist were fully utilized. Under Yan Zhendong's comprehensive suppression, he periodically launched fierce counterattacks. Bang bang bang.
The sound of fists and feet clashing was like the continuous beat of drums. A strong wind blew dust into the air as the 2 men fought. The cracks in the bricks and stones were clearly visible, and footprints were scattered everywhere.
The roaring sound of gas explosions was deafening. Yan Zhendong was truly unstoppable. Relying on his masterful iron shirt skills, he completely abandoned defense and charged relentlessly. Punching and kicking, he launched a furious, violent attack on Lin Sha.
Unleashing a torrential downpour of force, Lin Sha was in agony. Every time Yan Zhendong and I clashed, a sharp pain shot through her hands and feet. Her blood surged in her chest, and her tender face flushed crimson. He had already exerted his full strength.
His Hongmen boxing skills were mastered with great skill and power. In a short period of time, he had also unleashed the initial strength of Ming Jin. Otherwise, he would have been defeated in the continuous clash of forces, in the blink of an eye.
The 2 exchanged over 20 moves. Lin Sha was completely at a disadvantage. Under Yan Zhendong's ferocious attacks, he could only defend himself, unable to fight back. Furthermore, the aftereffects of forcing himself to exert his strength were significant.
He was breathless, his limbs weak, and he could barely hold out for a few more moves. Drink, get out of my way! Seeing the situation was dire, Lin Sha acted decisively. Taking a deep breath, his fists blasted out like cannonballs.
The deafening roar of explosions filled the air. After exchanging more than 10 punches with Yan Zhendong, he felt his fists go numb. Only then did he manage to force Yan Zhendong back. Damn it, it seems that if I don't use my ultimate move,
I can't continue fighting against Yan Zhendong, this tough opponent. His entire body ached. His hands and feet were especially bruised and swollen, leaving him feeling horrified. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth,
and his throat felt a burning pain. His left cheek was swollen. Several purple fist marks were clearly imprinted on his naked chest. He was limping and struggling to stand. He completely ignored his dire condition. He began to jump around,
flailing his arms and legs in strange movements. His joints crackled, making a frightening, unsettling sound. You're quite good, kid. You've taken so many of my blows and still managed to stay undefeated. Surrender. If you keep fighting, you'll definitely lose.
Yan Zhendong didn't seize the opportunity to attack. Instead he stood there, squinting his eyes. His gaze towards Lin was filled with admiration. This kid still has some fighting potential. Master Yan, don't be so confident.
Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Sha clenched his fists, one behind the other, at chest level. He executed a standard boxing stance. His steps were light and steady, sliding forward and backward with perfect control.
He exuded the overwhelming aura of a peak Ming Jin expert. Chark force again, straight punch, hook, punch, leg kick, side kick, knee strike, a series of simple and direct attacks, accompanied by a continuous and fierce gust of wind.
Caught Yan Zhendong off guard. Under Lin Sha's sudden and fierce attack, he was actually unable to resist and was in a state of embarrassment. This simple Sanda routine, in his hands,
exerted a power no less powerful than that of an average Ming Jin master at the early stage. Because he was so familiar with it, Lin Sha's blood was boiling with excitement. He felt incredibly elated. It had been ages since he'd felt such a good fight.
He couldn't help but roar in frustration, letting out his excitement. Bang, bang, bang. But a master is a master. The initial discomfort quickly passed. A fierce gleam flashed in Yan Zhendong's eyes. He simply tore off his battered and tattered short coat.
Without dodging, he let Lin Sha's punches and kicks land on him, creating a series of dull, drum-like sounds. Lin Sha, on the other hand, was struck by the powerful defensive power of Yan Zhendong's iron vest,
causing his blood to surge and his hands and feet to tingle. Although he had pushed Yan back several steps, he was also exhausted and breathless, unable to continue. The strength is too weak.
Lin Sha smiled bitterly in his heart and thought to himself unwillingly, boy, the battle ends here. Yan Zhendong was both embarrassed and annoyed. He felt completely humiliated. He, the dignified Shandong Iron Shirt Yan Zhendong,
had actually been fighting for so long with an unknown kid from Bao Jilin. And yet there was still no winner. Whoosh! The muscles in his right hand suddenly bulged. His entire arm seemed to have grown larger. He swung his fist fiercely, like an arrow,
and struck Lin Sha's chest. Bang! Lin Sha narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't dare to withstand Yan Zhendong's powerful punch. He instantly retreated half a meter. His right leg swung out like a whip.
The collision between fist and foot produced a dull explosion in mid-air. Drink! Yan Zhendong roared angrily. He drew back his fist and raised his leg, launching a fierce forward kick. His toes pierced Lin Sha's heart. Bang! Lin Sha took a deep breath.
His left hand shot up to block Yan Zhendong's flying kick. Then he lifted it up to neutralize Yan's fierce attack. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Taking a beating without fighting back wasn't Lin Sha's style.
Despite the obvious difference in strength between him and Yan Zhendong, he still endured the discomfort and unleashed a flurry of left and right kicks, targeting Yan Zhendong's waist and ribs, where his defenses were relatively weak. Good boy!
Yan Zhendong swung his left and right hands repeatedly, easily blocking Lin Sha's continuous kicks. His long, powerful legs whistled and exploded, kicking and slashing directly at the vital parts of Lin Sha's upper body. Bang! Bang!
Lin Sha slid and dodged repeatedly but still couldn't completely avoid Yan Zhendong's fierce attack. He was kicked twice in the chest and once in the abdomen. Wow! His figure flew backward like a kite with a broken string.
Lin Sha felt his internal organs burning. A sweet taste clung to his throat, and he couldn't help but spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Then he fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Surrender, boy.
You no longer have the strength to fight. Yan Zhendong retracted his long leg. He didn't follow closely and stood still, looking at the collapsed Lin Sha. He spoke softly. Who said I don't have the strength to fight anymore? Lin Sha chuckled.
He struggled to his feet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He endured the pain and discomfort and gently moved his arms and legs. The numbing crackling sound of bones rang out again. All right, since you want to die,
I'll grant your wish.
The last shred of patience in Yan Zhendong's heart vanished. Instead, his face was filled with impatience and ferocity. With a few long strides, he easily covered the several meters. His fists, with a sharp burst of energy, slammed into Lin Sha's chest.
I am not someone who can be bullied. Lin Sha suddenly roared in anger. Mustering his last bit of courage, he thrust his hands forward, his palms wide open. He slammed down to catch Yan Zhendong's two incoming punches.
He ignored the powerful recoil from his hands. Even at the risk of breaking his bones, he was determined to separate Yan's arms. Then, he gathered all his strength into his toes, ready to deliver a crushing kick to the heart.
The two men were almost in close combat. He could clearly see the astonishment in Yan Zhendong's eyes. Unexpectedly, he desperately caught Yan Zhendong's fist. His chest felt a wave of discomfort, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood.
He had anticipated all of this, but what he didn't expect was that the palms that caught Yan Zhendong's fist suddenly shook, and a familiar tearing pain came over him. Hidden power! Lin Sha was horrified. He tried to retreat, but it was too late.
His arms were limp, powerless. Yan Zhendong easily deflected them. The long-prepared kick to the heart was ineffective. Instead, he was met with a fierce kick straight to the heart. Bang! Lin Sha was struck hard.
His body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. His chest felt like it had been struck by a massive hammer, choking him. Blood gushed out of his mouth like crazy. Even before he landed, his mind was already hazy, before he passed out.
He seemed to hear his cheap master's angry cries. When Lin Sha regained consciousness, 3 full days had already passed. He learned from his caretaker, Cassiu, that his cheap master, Huang Feihong, had avenged him.
He had directly defeated Iron Shirt Yan Zhendong with even greater force. He felt a little regretful. He hadn't witnessed the cheap master's methods firsthand. He had missed a great opportunity to learn. What a pity!
When his fellow apprentices came over after hearing the news, he learned about the battle between his cheap master and Yan Zhendong. Although the cheap master was initially furious that Yan Zhendong had injured 2 of his disciples,
he still followed the rules of the martial arts world and offered him tea. Unfortunately, Yan Zhendong was too arrogant. Without a word, he started a fight in the hall filled with patients. First,
Chef used his superb Hongman kung fu skills to fight Yan Zhendong, resulting in a close match. Later, Yan Zhendong used his old iron shirt technique. Chef, caught off guard, nearly suffered a serious loss. Yan Zhendong then mocked him.
The cheap master was completely enraged. He didn't hold back and unleashed his famous Fashion Shadowless kick, sending the arrogant Yan Zhendong spitting blood and sending him flying backwards out of Baojiaolin. The fight ended there. Yan Zhendong,
a true martial artist, was able to stand up even after taking such a heavy blow. He then disappeared, his face filled with shame and his head covered. Although Lin Sha was unhappy with Yan, he also knew his cheap master's character.
As long as his bottom line was not crossed, he would not easily kill anyone, even if his 2 disciples were beaten. He also realized the extent of his injuries. Internal and external injuries abounded.
He wouldn't be able to fully recover without a few months of recuperation. His fellow practitioners offered him a long stream of good words, urging him to take good care of himself and not be impatient. Lin Sha naturally didn't care.
He knew better than anyone the importance of a healthy body. This crushing defeat dealt him a heavy blow, but it also sobered him up completely. He secretly resolved to avoid getting involved in trivial matters and reach new heights in his kung fu.
What surprised him even more was that during the 3 days he was unconscious, the once rampant Shay gang, with the exception of a few lucky members who escaped, was completely wiped out by the government. Meanwhile, for unknown reasons,
the merchant ship of the American businessman Sassoon suddenly left the Foshan dock yesterday evening and disappeared. It's really a turbulent time. Chapter 37. Time flies. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. In 5 years.
First up was Lin Sha. By this time, he had grown into a valiant young man in his 20s, mastering the Hongmen boxing techniques, under the meticulous instruction of his humble master, Huang Feihong.
He had successfully broken through to the Ming Jin realm. He had rapidly advanced to the pinnacle of Ming Jin, surpassing even his previous peak.
Because of the systematic inheritance of Hongmen boxing and the medicinal baths that his cheap master had painstakingly prepared,
he did not suffer the hidden injuries he had incurred in his previous life due to his lack of understanding during his breakthrough. Ever since his battle with Iron Shirt Master Yan Zhendong, he had successfully broken through to the Ming Jin realm.
He had simply been bedridden for 3 months. Another 3 months of recuperation were required for his complete recovery. Only then did he begin to display newfound strength, and thus received special care and guidance from his cheap master.
Because of past life experience, although Sanda and internal martial arts are completely unrelated, a realm is a realm. Once you reach it, you can master everything. It just takes some time to get used to it. That's why his strength has progressed so rapidly.
Even his senior brother Zhu Rourong only reached the late Ming Jin stage after 5 years. This shows how fast he's progressing, and that's even with the steady pace of his internal martial arts slowing him down. Otherwise, in his previous life,
he would have reached the peak of Ming Jin in just 3 years. During this time, his humble mentor, Wong Fei-hung, took him to visit renowned martial arts schools in Foshan, Wing Chun, and various branches of Hung Gar.
He sparred with elite students from each of these schools and remained undefeated. He was nicknamed the #1 fighter by the unsophisticated underworld.
No wonder the late Qing Dynasty and early Republic of China were the most prosperous eras for the development of traditional Chinese martial arts. The elite disciples of the boxing gyms he challenged were, without exception, all masters of Ming Jin.
As for the true strength of the gym owners, due to the unequal status, he had yet to personally test them. But he was certain that they were all at least peak Ming Jin masters. There were also many masters who had reached the level of Njin.
This is still the southern region where martial arts are not yet popular. If it were the northern martial arts region around Jili and Henan, I wonder how many masters of dark energy or even transformation energy there would be.
Just thinking about it made his blood boil. If he hadn't been rebuilding his foundation under the supervision of his cheap master and couldn't spare any time for the moment, he would have probably gone north on his own to visit those famous boxing masters.
With the careful guidance of his cheap master, and the experience of 2 life, or death battles with dark energy masters in past and present lives, he was gradually reaching the threshold of dark energy.
All he needed was the right opportunity to cross the threshold. What he hadn't expected was that half a year ago, his cheap master had suddenly found him and secretly taught him his unique martial art, the Foshan Shadowless Kick.
He also warned him that the Foshan Shadowless Kick was too powerful. With his current strength, he couldn't control it at all. He should never use it unless it was a life or death situation.
It was not until he roughly mastered the Foshan Shadowless Kick that he realized that what his cheap master said was true. It turns out that the Foshan Shadowless Kick is a kick technique that demands extremely high standards from the user.
Its numerous and varied overt and covert forces make it difficult to defend against. If a single kick is not blocked, the consequences can be disastrous. In other words, to unleash the full power of the Foshan Shadowless Kick,
one must at least be at the mid-stage of dark power. Only when one can easily switch between bright power and dark power can the true power be unleashed. It's not that a peak Ming Jin fighter can't use this kicking technique, it's simply too strong and powerful.
With no room for variation, this makes it easy for the opponent to exploit weakness and counterattack. It's also extremely difficult to control its devastating power. A single misstep could result in death in 5 years. Basilin has also developed rapidly.
With ample funds on hand, he bought several surrounding houses at high prices and Bajalin's area almost doubled. Following Lin Sha's suggestion, and after a heated debate, Chef Bayan finally agreed.
Basilin built an inpatient ward modeled after a Western hospital. It had about 10 beds in private wards, specifically designed to treat patients with mobility problems or those with special infectious diseases, to avoid unnecessary trouble and infection.
In addition, Feihong specially invited several well-known and capable doctors to help manage the clinic's daily affairs. 5 years of development and word of mouth have made Baojulin the most famous Chinese medicine clinic in Foshan.
Unrivaled in both scale and strength. In addition to the growth of the medical clinic, the martial arts school also saw considerable development. First, Master Biani began accepting new disciples 4 years ago.
He subsequently accepted nearly 10 disciples with good character. Liang Kuan was one of them. This guy was clever, eloquent, and capable of making people happy. He was also quick-witted and capable of handling matters. In just 1 year,
he had successfully replaced senior brother Ling Yongkai and become the cheap master's close attendant. He never forgot to bring this guy with him wherever he went. Aside from the new disciples whose abilities were still average,
the abilities of the other veteran disciples had all improved to varying degrees over the past 5 years. Senior brother Ling Yongkai followed his cheap master all day long. Under his constant guidance, he successfully broke through to the Ming Jin level.
While the other brothers hadn't yet reached the Ming Jin level, they weren't far behind. They just needed time to solidify their foundations. Naturally, they would reach the Ming Jin level over the past 5.
The biggest changes have likely occurred in the Foshan militia. More precisely, it's the hundreds of young and strong members of the Foshan militia who were transformed from the Black Flag Navy after 5 years of uninterrupted trade with foreigners.
The militia reaped huge profits. At the same time, a small profit chain centered around the militia was formed. All those involved in the chain were the poor people of Foshan. 5 years ago,
the core members of the Black Flag Navy in the militia contacted Liu Yongfu in An'an and were reintegrated into Liu Yongfu's direct command system. After some secret negotiations,
the Black Flag Army within the militia ultimately did not directly join the An'an Black Flag Army. Instead, they continued to trade with foreigners. They also purchased a large tract of land on Shuangzhou Island and built a small port and wharf,
serving as the logistics and supply unit for the An'an Black Flag Army, providing a steady supply of supplies to Marshal Liu Yongfu. Of course, although Lin Sha participated in the discussion, he didn't get too involved.
His primary focus remained on his own martial arts, especially when he vaguely touched the threshold of dark energy. He threw himself into it wholeheartedly, without any distractions. As for the militia, he only offered general suggestions.
Whether the militia's young and strong members could perform well was none of his concern. That day, Master Bayani called him over from his small martial arts training ground. He told him to clean himself up and then, in a few days,
to go to the provincial capital, Hadu, to attend a medical conference organized by foreigners. Master Biani was a representative of Foshan traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, invited by the organizers. Chapter 38, Fierce Battles.
The 4 members of the Baojulin group, led by Wong Fei-hung, part-time translator 13th aunt and the comedic attendant Liang Kuan, along with a powerful thug, Lin Sha, boarded a rudimentary late 19th century train in just a few hours.
They arrived in the provincial capital, Hadu, True to its reputation as the Pearl of the South, they encountered a turbulent movement of scholars signing petitions as soon as they left the station. Sitting in the carriage, I saw the scholars.
Enraged by the unequal treaties signed between the imperial court and the foreign powers, engaging in all sorts of bizarre and agitated behavior, I couldn't help but feel both pathetic and lamentable at that moment.
Another White Lotus member was performing a ritual at the telegraph office. 13th aunt, unbearably curious, begged her chief master to go with her to see what was happening. As a result,
the four of them turned around and headed back to the telegraph office. Lin Sha naturally had no interest in the White Lotus sect's mystical tricks. He simply treated them as a heated reality show. The ritualist wearing the White Lotus crown had decent skills.
Putting aside the nonsense he spouted, he was at least a Ming Jin expert. Unfortunately, the excitement didn't last long. 13th aunt, the troublemaker, got into trouble again. Her dress made her stand out in the crowd, and as luck would have it,
the antique camera in her hand flashed at the crucial moment of the White Lotus envoy's ritual. A puff of white mist abruptly interrupted the White Lotus envoy's ritual, creating a massive hole.
The surrounding crowds of onlookers and White Lotus believers cast angry, condemning glances and shouted harsh curses. When the White Lotus ritualist shouted, "Kill the foreign women," the cries of killing, beating, and cursing suddenly reached a crescendo.
No doubt about it, Emily begins!
As Bao Lin's top fighter, Lin Sha naturally charged forward and retreated behind. He grabbed his nunchaku and charged into the White Lotus sect without a word. His fighting prowess was off the charts. His nunchakus,
wielded with perfect precision through years of practice, dealt with the White Lotus sect's followers, who were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. He was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. He blasted his way through the crowd like a wave,
heading straight for the White Lotus sect's ritualist, who sat on the altar, pretending to be a shaman. Boom! Lin Sha rushed over like a gust of wind. He clenched his left fist and clashed with the White Lotus sect's messenger on the altar.
This was a confrontation of strength, leaving no room for luck. The White Lotus cult's envoy screamed, his bones and tendons broken, and flew backward. He fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. All of a sudden,
except for the particularly devout White Lotus followers, most of them scattered like birds and beasts. It would have been nice to leave like this, but I don't know why this cheap master likes to show off so much.
He even mentioned his family name before leaving, as if he was afraid the White Lotus sect would be able to find them. Perhaps it was a conflict with the White Lotus sect.
But the four of them found a hotel that day and were suddenly awakened in the middle of the night by a loud noise in the street. The four of them quickly gathered in the chief master's room. Liang Kuan was the most impatient.
He said hello to the chief master and immediately slipped out to investigate. Lin Sha curled his lips. In the distance, faint chants praising the White Lotus sect could be heard. Without a second thought,
it was certain the White Lotus sect was taking action again. Sure enough, Liang Kuan returned soon after, looking very excited. This kid really has some skill. He even found out that the White Lotus sect was planning to attack a nearby church and a new school.
Chief Master's sense of justice instantly exploded. He stormed out of the inn with Lin Sha. As for Aunt 13 and Liang Kuan, it was best for them to stay in the inn and not be a drag. Lin Sha didn't mind. He was already on the verge of a breakthrough.
He needed more combat experience against high-quality opponents. The White Lotus sect had both, not to mention the miserable state of the besieged foreign churches and Western-style schools. Blazing fires and raining arrows filled the air.
The White Lotus cult made a show of leaving no one alive. Their brutality was truly terrifying to even the most sensible person. The chief master was as brave as ever. He grabbed a long staff and charged directly into the White Lotus sect. Lin Sha,
unwilling to be outdone, wielded his nunchaku with impenetrable force. He wounded and felled anyone who touched him. He barely held his own. It wasn't until he encountered a small leader that his rapid advance was halted, but it was only a slight resistance.
The White Lotus leader's strength was not even as strong as the Ming Jin early-stage magician he encountered today. Lin Sha's unceremonious punch broke his arm and instantly made him unable to fight.
They traveled unimpeded all the way to the core gathering area of the White Lotus sect. This was when they encountered the true core disciples of the White Lotus sect. Each of them had excellent skills,
either already touching the threshold of Ming Jin or striving for it. In any other martial arts school, they could be the headmasters. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Sha, a master at the peak of Ming Jin's strength.
A single move was enough to defeat these core White Lotus disciples. He completely crushed them with his sheer force. The ferocious fight raged into the night. Lin Sha, blood-soaked, fought with ever-increasing courage. His roars were thunderous.
His cry and blood surged as if he had endless strength. This was the defining characteristic of internal martial arts, the ability to mobilize ki and blood for endurance. The more ki and blood within the body, the greater its strength and endurance.
The White Lotus sect members around were all terrified. Lin Sha had already torn many bones and muscles. Fortunately, the foreign reinforcements arrived with whistles, scaring off the frantic White Lotus sect members.
When Lin Sha finally escaped the foreigners and found his chief master, he was surrounded by dozens of young children. They were all students from the Western school that he had saved from the fire. Yes.
Not only did he fight the White Lotus sect for half the night, but he also picked up so many little classmates who needed careful care. Then came a series of troubles. The next day, the White Lotus cult came seeking revenge.
Threatening to burn to death the dozens of children the chief master had saved, Lin Sha's nunchaku beat them to a pulp, forcing them to retreat in dismay. The consequences of offending the White Lotus sect were severe.
The innkeeper sent them away like the plague. Other inns wouldn't even dare take them in. Fortunately, they met the enlightened businessman Lu Hadong, who had come to them in a hurry. He had secretly funded the establishment of the Western Academy.
How could they not offer their full support? So Bao Zhilin and his group, along with a group of classmates, moved into a large mansion in the embassy district under Lu Hadong's arrangement. They had finally settled down at the Lu family mansion.
Bao Zhilin and his 3 companions encountered an unexpected person, of course. Only Lin Sha knew just how powerful Mr. Sun truly was. His fame would become legendary. He was the forefather of the Republic of China's talking big style.
He was an unavoidable figure in the turbulent late Qing and early Republican eras. He instantly understood Lu Hadong's identity. He was filled with worry about his future in the provincial capital, Hadu.
He might have to live under the pursuit of both the White Lotus sect and the government. Poor Chief Master was still chatting happily with the young Mr. Sun. Chapter 39, Dead Again.
The International Medical Conference was held at a foreign hotel in the concession. Wong Fei-hung, dressed in a traditional Chinese robe, attracted everyone's attention. Fortunately, Chef Bian was always the center of attention. He was used to such stares.
He sat calmly on a sofa in the corner, listening to a group of foreigners discuss the latest Western medical knowledge. The late 19th century was a period of rapid development for modern Western medicine.
Foreigners attending medical conferences were brimming with excitement, gesticulating and explaining the latest medical expertise. Their heads were held high, practically akin to plaques adorning their heads declaring them authority experts.
13th Aunt laboriously explained the medical theories of these leading experts. Chief Master Huang Feihong seemed to be listening to a foreign language. He was completely bewildered by the foreign experts' talk of the brain, nerves,
and other new research findings in newly developed medical fields. Lin Sha could understand some of what was said, but Aunt 13's translation was not up to par. He had little knowledge of neurology and internal medicine.
But he did have some understanding of surgery. He wasn't particularly interested in the boasting of the foreign experts present, but what infuriated him most was the blatant contempt and disdain these foreigners displayed for traditional Chinese medicine.
As the renowned Chinese medicine doctor invited, Chief Master was naturally also scheduled to speak. After the renowned foreign doctors finished their rants, it was the Chief Master's turn. The foreigners' eyes were filled with undisguised disdain and disdain.
They even gathered in small groups to chat while the Chief Master was speaking, acting as if they didn't take the Chief Master seriously at all. This nearly made Lin Sha explode, especially the few Chinese doctors present, including Mr. Sun,
who wore perfunctory smiles and looked nonchalant. This nearly made him explode with anger. It's fine that foreigners don't understand the wonders and profoundness of Chinese medicine. But you, native-born Chinese, are also acting like this?
No wonder you're looked down upon by foreigners. The Chief Master was good-tempered. He paid no attention to the foreigners' blatant disdain. He spoke eloquently about certain aspects of Chinese medicine theory and some classic examples.
13th Aunt's translation was not very reliable. She spoke haltingly and didn't know how to translate many specific Chinese medicine terms. This left some foreigners who were interested in Chinese medicine or had special purposes in mind completely baffled.
Mr. Sun was quite a good person. He took the initiative to help with the translation. However, judging by the confused expressions on the faces of the foreigners who were listening attentively, it was clear that the translation was not very effective.
Lin Sha couldn't stand it any longer. After getting the Chief Master's approval, he told Mr. Sun that there was no need to explain so much.
He could just tell those foreigners that Chinese medicine could temporarily slow down or accelerate blood flow throughout the body or in part. As expected, Mr. Sun's translation immediately caused an uproar among the foreigners, even more fortuitously.
The foreign doctors soon experienced this firsthand. All the attendees were suddenly attacked by members of the White Lotus sect while attending a banquet at a hotel. Hundreds of foreigners were injured, including most of the foreign experts.
The Chief Master showed off his skills with a silver needle. As a master fighter, Lin Sha was quite self-aware. Without needing his Chief Master to speak, He brandished his nunchaku and charged towards the White Lotus sect's fanatical followers.
Another blood-soaked melee ensued. He fought alone for over an hour. Only when the foreign reinforcements arrived did he escape the reckless onslaught of those White Lotus lunatics. He felt a faint sense of being one step closer to the dark power.
After returning to Lu Hadong's luxurious villa, the chief master felt that this was not a solution. The White Lotus sect was a constant threat to the lives of the dozens of foreign students. If they didn't find a solution, life would be unbearable. Yes.
The chief master was filled with passion again. Lin Sha had no choice but to sacrifice his life for the gentleman. As his feeling of the dark energy became clearer and clearer, he wished for more and more intense battles. So, with Lu Hadong's help,
Lin Sha and his chief master successfully broke into the White Lotus sect's branch hall in Hodu. Like a tiger among a flock of sheep, they fought their way from the periphery to the core area. Lin Sha's nunchu was truly invincible.
Whether in close combat or a physical fight, he was a formidable force. He shattered the bones and tendons of the White Lotus cult's core members, who struggled to stop him, leaving them howling in agony.
It didn't matter if you were invulnerable to swords or guns. If you were touched, you'd be injured and fall flat on your face. There was no chance of survival. He fought with such relish.
Each of the core members of the White Lotus sect possessed martial arts prowess, especially the guardians surrounding the branch altar masters, such as the Nine Palace Immortal, were masters of the early to mid stages of Ming Jin. With their combined might,
Even he found it difficult to cope. Fortunately, he had his own humble master nearby to help share the pressure. After finally dealing with the four guardians possessing the power of Ming Jin, Lin Sha's blood boiled.
he could clearly sense that he was on the verge of a breakthrough to the level of Jin. Just a thin layer of window paper was left. At this point, he was completely frantic. He didn't care who his opponent was, as long as they could help him break through.
Zhugong Junren's strength was beyond his expectations. He had reached the middle stage of dark power, where he could freely switch between bright and dark power. He barely managed to fight this charlatan for 50 rounds,
but was ultimately defeated after suffering internal injuries from dark power, vomiting blood. Meanwhile, under the pressure of life and death, his own strength had successfully broken through to the dark power level. This time,
he finally saw the true strength of his cheap master. It was definitely above the mid-stage dark energy master. Zhugong Junren, the duel between two mid-stage dark energy masters, was a truly spectacular spectacle. Lin Sha, enduring his injuries,
watched the entire battle. It wasn't until his cheap master unleashed the Foshan Shadowless Shadow, his mastery of both dark energy and bright energy, that he finally triumphed. Only then did he black out and pass out. If you follow a cheap master,
you must be mentally prepared for frequent unexpected changes. He had only been recuperating in Lu Hadong's villa for 3 days when it was surrounded by a large number of Qing troops. He then had to escape in a panic through a tunnel.
Only then did he learn that Chef Bian had been actively collaborating with Mr. Sun and the Revolutionary Party. Mr. Sun was about to leave Huadu and was being pursued by the government. Chef Bian, however, was determined to ensure Mr. Sun's safe departure.
Lin Sha could only consider himself unlucky to have encountered such a master with such a strong sense of justice. Without a word, he dragged his injured body to work diligently. However, something went wrong at the last moment.
The Revolutionary Party roster was lost, delaying their escape. They were surrounded by the Huadu governor and his soldiers. It was time to fight to the death again. Without a word,
Lin Sha pulled out several silver needles and inserted them into vital acupuncture points on his body. This was a special acupuncture technique taught to him by his cheap master.
It was a self-harm method specifically designed to stimulate the body's potential in a short period of time. He suddenly felt like he'd eaten Brother Wei. His waist and legs no longer ached.
His fighting power skyrocketed from the early stages of dark energy to its peak. With bloodshot eyes, he threw himself into a fierce battle with the Guangdong provincial governor. Damn it. Lin Sha couldn't help but wail inwardly as soon as they started fighting.
Another Dark Force master. Surrounded by Qing troops, he had no time or energy to waste. He resorted to a frantic life or death attack. He attacked relentlessly, refusing to defend. Finally,
he succeeded in forcing both the Guangdong governor and him into a mutually assured defeat. Then, he fled until he was once again blocked by Qing troops at the dock, to give Chef and Liang Kuan some space to escape.
He once again recklessly charged into the Qing army. That was until the aftereffects of the acupuncture stimulation took hold. He was half-conscious when he heard a series of fierce gunshots and was struck repeatedly. Without a single groan,
he lost consciousness. The second volume is about the battle for the deer and cauldron. Chapter 40. When you wake up from a dream, you realize that you are just a guest. I haven't fought with Ghost Leg 7 yet.
Lin Sha suddenly woke up from the nightmare and sat up in bed. Damn, I dreamed about my experience in Once Upon a Time in China again. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He took a long breath, barely suppressing his fear.
He glanced back at the pitch black surroundings. The faint white light filtering through the cracks in the doors and windows told him that daybreak had arrived. Lin Sha touched his bald forehead, and the unsightly, palm-sized, rat tail on the back of his head.
Previously, had been fighting alongside his chief master, Wong Fei-hung, in the late Qing Dynasty. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, had been transported back to the early Qing Dynasty.
He still had that unsightly bald head and even uglier pigtail. That's right, he had already traveled to the early Qing Dynasty for 3 full days.
3 days was enough for him to get a basic understanding of his surroundings and understand his identity in this life. He was still called Lin Sha, saving himself the trouble of getting acquainted with a new name. He was 18 years old this year.
His ancestral home was Liaodong. He was a small, medium-sized, 6th-ranked battalion commander, in charge of a battalion of over 100 supply troops. He was a respectable figure. At least he had enough to eat and wear, that was fine.
He wasn't that opposed to working for the government. As long as it didn't go against his conscience, it was fine. Of course, it would be best if he didn't have to kneel down like a slave all the time. The key issue is that he is currently in the heart of Yunnan.
He's affiliated with the Green Camp. His supply battalion is stationed in a small town outside the provincial capital. Coming, yes, his boss's boss, the well-known king of Pingxi, Wu Sangyu. This is a very embarrassing reality.
I didn't expect that I would accidentally become the younger brother of the traitor Wu Sangui. At this time, old Wu was still the leader of the 3 feudatories, a powerful warlord who controlled the military, political and financial power of the southwest.
The imperial court had to repeatedly appease and win over Shang Bobo. It can be said that right now is the time when San Francisco is at its most glorious. The young Emperor Kangxi in the Forbidden City had been on the throne for only 7 years.
Old, energetic young man. Meanwhile, Manchuria's foremost warrior, Abai, reigned supreme, his power and prestige unparalleled. The young emperor was locked in a fierce struggle with powerful officials,
leaving him with no time or energy to care about Wu Sangui and other foreign vassals. That was the only general information he could gather. More in-depth and detailed intelligence couldn't be obtained in a short period of time.
It wasn't something a small commander in the supply battalion should know. These were enough. At least Wu Sangui wouldn't be forced to rebel until Abai fell. He still had many years of peace to live. I just don't know. Is this the official historical world?
Or is it some weird parallel dimension? Random thoughts raced through my mind. I slowly rolled out of bed, stretched myself and walked toward the closed door. I unbolted the bolts and slid open the 2 old wooden doors with a clang. A gust of fresh air,
accompanied by the faint morning light, washed over me. Aha, how comfortable! He shuddered all over. His foggy mind instantly cleared up. He stepped over the threshold and walked out with a refreshed look on his face. Hey, it's the commander.
Why are you up so early? As soon as he reached the small courtyard in front of the main hall, he startled 2 guards dozing in the corner of the corridor. He rubbed his eyes and saw that it was Lin Sha. He yawned loudly and greeted him casually. What?
Don't we have morning exercises in the camp? Lin Sha kept moving his feet, frowning slightly. He twisted his neck, moved his hands and feet, and began to warm up before practicing. He asked in confusion. Isn't it said that Wu Sangui's troops were all elite?
Why are they in such a mess? Morning exercises. The 2 men yawned and stood up, their hats tilted, their clothes askew, and they looked languid. They glanced at each other, each seeing surprise and sarcasm in the other's eyes. One of them asked rudely,
Don't you know the rules of our army? What rules? Lin Sha stood in the center of the courtyard. He lowered his body and slumped his waist into a standard horse stance. His body rose and fell in sync with his breathing, as if he were galloping on a steed.
Military rules: drill every 3 days and practice every 5 days. The 2 guards circled Lin Sha, their faces filled with curiosity. They showed none of the respect a soldier might show to his superiors.
One of them even curled his lips and said sarcastically, For logistics personnel like us, training every 5 or 10 days is pretty good. Sir, are you still trying to change the rules? I'm afraid the brothers won't agree. Lin Sha was speechless for a moment.
He hadn't fully grasped the role of a captain yet, so he didn't react much to the guards' ridicule. In the world of Wong Fei-hung movies, with a cannonball like Zhu Rourong by your side and constantly being bombarded with his loud voice.
What does a little ridicule from the guards mean? He just sighed. The original owner of this body, this Qianzong, was really boring. Through the memories of the original owner,
he learned that the original owner was a distinguished 2nd-generation military officer. His father had fought under Wu Sangui in Liaodong. After arriving in Yunnan, he rose to the rank of lieutenant general.
He was considered a marginal figure within Wu's inner circle, a powerful and influential general. Sadly, he had recently fallen ill and passed away. Before his death, He penned a tear-jerking final letter to old Wu.
It began by reminiscing about the glorious years they had fought together. Then it expressed his immense gratitude and loyalty to old Wu. Finally, it asked for a birthright and position for his only child, Lin Sha.
Lin Sha wasn't sure how Wu Sangui reacted after reading the letter. He knew from the original owner's memories that as soon as his cheap father in this life died, old Wu's reward arrangements were immediately made.
The original owner was immediately promoted from a commoner to a 6th-rank captain in the supply battalion. Less than a month after taking office, he fell seriously ill due to the hardships of the army, unfortunately.
Lin Sha took advantage of him and replaced him as a small captain under the king of Pingxi. The original owner of this body was a complete loser. Raised in a military family, he was honest and timid. He was also unskilled in both literature and martial arts.
He had no real skills at all. He was a typical lint living off his parents. Fortunately, this fellow hadn't fallen into the usual dandy habits of drinking, whoring, gambling, and playing with rabbits. It was just his bulge that made Lin Sha feel uncomfortable.
He barely held the horse stance for long before he was panting and covered in sweat. Unable to hold on any longer, he reluctantly gave up. This scumbag's physical condition, if the original owner were still here,
he'd definitely grab this guy's neck and shake him violently. Transform into the roaring male protagonist in Qiong Yao's novel. Damn, you usually just eat and sleep, don't you? I thought this young master had changed, had been working hard this morning.
But has still the same. A piece of rotten wood can't be helped. The two guards from before were squatting on the steps in front of the eaves. Their faces were filled with disdain as they watched Lin Sha's performance. Haha, a dog will always eat shit.
One of the younger guards spoke harshly, not even trying to hide his words. He scoffed loudly. If I hadn't been born into a good family, how could I have achieved the status and prestige I have today? Do I still need you and me to guard the gate?
If it were an ordinary family, they would have starved to death countless times. Chapter 41, The Unexpected. That's enough. You too. Do you think him dead? Lin Sha turned around suddenly, his face full of anger as he roared.
He grew increasingly resentful of the original owner of this body. He couldn't even keep an eye on the two dogs beside him. And yet he dared to sneer and mock him in front of him. He almost pointed at his nose and called him a loser.
Even Lin Sha could handle it, no matter how broad-minded he was. No wonder the original owner fell seriously ill and died within a month. Anyone with a weaker mental state would suffer internal injuries from such constant provocation.
It was also the body's original owner's fault for being so incompetent. Had been in office for a month, and had only visited the camp 3 times. He was also too weak-willed. He gave in to the slightest intimidation from those thugs.
No wonder his subordinates looked down on him, some even bullying him. Oh, is the commander-in-chief angry again? Task. Boss Lin actually has such a hot temper. It's truly astonishing. The two guards,
their mouths twisted and their eyes squinting, were filled with disdain. They shouted in surprise at Lin Sha's sudden outburst, as if they were watching a monkey show, and they didn't care at all about their boss anger. You too.
You are so disrespectful to your superiors. Do you think you can rule the army? Lin Sha narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the two reckless idiots. Although they were bloated and weak, he walked over without any concern. Bah, stop flattering yourself, mister.
Lin, if you have the guts, challenge me in a one-on-one fight. That's right, if you hadn't been born into a good family, how dare you show off your power and talk about military law in front of us? The two guards leaped up like cats whose tails had been clipped.
Their eyes bulged like bells. Their arrogance was evident, and they began spitting profusely at Lin Sha. Go to hell. You two bastards are not good enough to show off your teeth to me. Lin Sha could hold back any longer, without a word.
He raised his fist and attacked. With one punch, he knocked the one with the most aggressive mouth to the ground. Before the other could react, he rushed over and tossed him to the ground. You want a one-on-one fight, right? I'll fight you two bastards alone.
Half an hour later, Lin Sha emerged from the courtyard with steady steps, now dressed in neat uniforms and looking majestic, although his bruised face and nose were unsightly, compared to the two guards following behind him,
who looked dejected and had heads swollen like pigs. He was truly handsome and suave. We rode non-stop all the way to the supply camp outside the town. After a while we left town and turned a few forks in the road.
We came upon a simple camp surrounded by wooden fences, nestled against the mountains and beside the water. The scenery was truly beautiful. They were not stopped at all from entering the barracks, let alone interrogated.
The guards at the gates were practically non-existent. Some sat or chatted, some basked in the sun. This showed the laxity of military discipline. Raise the flag and beat the drum.
Summon all the officials above the level of the deputy commissioner to the main account to discuss matters. Don't be fooled by the camp's simple appearance. Despite its small size, it's fully equipped with all the necessary amenities.
Because it's part of the logistics department, The main tent is especially spacious and bright. Soon, his shabby flag was hoisted high, the drums blasted like raindrops, gathering the troops. After 3 drum blasts,
nearly 10 military officers from the supply battalion, their bodies slanted and their clothes disheveled, stood in the main tent. Is everyone here? Lin Sha glanced at the group of soldiers who were sitting or standing in an awkward position.
He turned to look at the clerk with an expressionless face, and there are a few adults, the clerk stammered, not daring to meet his gaze. Soon, however, cold sweat began to drip from his forehead, soaking his goatee. It doesn't matter if you didn't come.
Lin Sha was also a new officer, lacking experience. He didn't want to cause a big stir. However, he had already made a firm memory of the officers who had deserted their posts. I'm here to talk to you guys about something.
He glanced at the military officers present, ignoring the look of uncertainty in their eyes. Lin Sha cleared his throat and, without hesitation, stated the purpose of summoning them. What, Sir Xuanzong, you want to do daily exercises?
As soon as he finished speaking, the military officers below were in an uproar. They were all panicked and talking about it. What? If you have any opinions, just speak up. There's no need to bottle it up and feel bad about it. Lin Sha frowned in annoyance.
Damn it, can't you just say what you want to say? Why do you have to be so sneaky? Like you can't let the public see you. Sir Xuanzong, this is absolutely unacceptable, according to military rules, seeing Lin Sha's intention to force the decision.
The military officers of the supply battalion were immediately horrified. A middle-aged, well-built captain quickly stepped out of the crowd and, with a panicked look on his face, advised, "Sir, there's no such custom in the army, if this is enforced."
He paused deliberately at this point. So what if it is enforced? Lin Sha was most annoyed by this half-said, half-reserved style of speaking. But now wasn't the time to get angry. He suppressed his frustration and continued with the question. The middle
well-built captain was satisfied. He straightened his waist and said solemnly, "The soldiers might be feeling uneasy. If something goes wrong, it would be disastrous. Humph, they don't have to practice all day, just half an hour in the morning."
Is that difficult? Lin Sha didn't respond to the wealthy boss words at all. The fat on his face twitched and he glared angrily. The middle-aged, well-fed captain looked embarrassed. A thin layer of sweat suddenly formed on his forehead.
Seeing that Captain Lin Sha was waiting for a reply, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and stammer. I'm afraid, brothers are not accepted. What a dissatisfied heart." Lin Sha sneered repeatedly.
He extended his finger and traced the bodies of the military officers from the supply battalion one by one. He said coldly, "If it were you, could you do it?" Yes, of course I can do it."
The wealthy middle-aged general was startled by the fierce glint in Lin Sha's eyes. His mind went blank. Without a second thought, he hurriedly responded. At the same time,
he lowered his head to wipe the sweat off his face and winked at his colleagues behind him. Damn it, when did Mr. Lin Chin's eyes become so sharp? Seeing the situation was dire.
The lower-ranking military officers from the supply battalion hurriedly nodded in agreement, not caring if there was a trap or not. Each of them patted their fat chests. "Good!" Lin Sha shouted, slamming the table and rising.
He instantly silenced the voices of the military officers from the supply battalion. He glanced around, clapped his hands, and laughed. "It's good that my colleagues have such ambition. This gives you peace of mind. Now I declare, as the saying goes,
strike while the iron is hot." Before the military officers in the supply battalion could react, he announced loudly, "Starting tomorrow, I will personally lead the men of the supply battalion in morning exercises. It will last half an hour.
I'm sure you won't refuse me this favor, all my colleagues.
Please join us in the morning exercises."
The military officers of the supply battalion looked at each other in bewilderment. Now that things have come to this, how can we just refuse to agree?
Chapter 42, Gaining a Foothold in the Army. Lin Sha, what do you want to do? As the saying goes, retribution in this life must come quickly. Just this morning, Head assaulted 2 guards beside him, his face bruised and purple.
His awe-inspiring presence catching the military officers of the supply battalion off guard. The daily morning exercises were set, but in the afternoon, just as Lin Sha woke from his nap, his immediate superior, Liduzi, came to his house in a rage.
Without a word, he gave him a harsh reprimand. "Mr. Li, what are you doing? A true man can bend and stretch. A higher rank can crush a man." He had just tasted the sweetness of success this morning, naturally.
He wouldn't forget the hierarchy within the military so quickly. He asked with a flattering smile, "Hey, you're pretty good, kid. When did you become so thick-skinned?" As the saying goes, don't strike a smiling face.
Liduzi was filled with rage at Lin Sha's flattering smile. He couldn't say whether to send it or not. He just sat down, rolling his eyes, and said angrily, "There's nothing I can do. I've suffered a few setbacks. If I don't improve myself,
I'll die." Without knowing how, Lin Sha chuckled and agreed, sitting beside him with a smile. "Tell me, you guys actually do morning exercises every day?" Liduzi snorted in anger. He gulped down the warm tea beside him.
He squinted his eyes and questioned with an unhappy expression. That's nothing, right? Lin Sha understood, but he pretended to be surprised. Lai Dusi was so angry that his face turned black and he almost hit someone. He said innocently,
I see that the brothers in the camp are neglecting their training. It's not good for them to be lazy all day. You don't have to be so ruthless. What if it causes resentment among the army? Li Dusi rolled his eyes and rudely interrupted Lin Sha's explanation.
Just half an hour of exercise every morning. Can't you stand that? Lin Sha, however, feigned the air of a frightened newcomer. He waved his arms and roared in anger. What about the elite green camp? He asked. Look at the mess they're in.
If something goes wrong, will it hinder the prince's important affairs? Good boy. Even the prince was pulled out. Li Dusi's expression changed. He first raged in anger, then cast a cold glance at the clueless young man. Lynch, he snorted coldly.
This isn't a question of whether the brothers are willing or not. You're actually changing military rules, Lord Dusi. Please forgive me. I cannot bear this crime. Lin Sha's face was filled with fear and trepidation. Yet he harbored a secret resentment.
Old Wu's military connections were incredibly complex. Had just made his plan this morning, and already that afternoon, his low-ranking military officers had summoned a fourth-rank commander to cause trouble. Damn.
They were trying to use their official positions to bully others. Just wait for me, you bastards. No need to waste time on this nonsense. Li Qianzong, please take back the lives you've taken. This way I can report to my brothers.
Li Dusi didn't even glance at Lin Sha. He had no intention of arguing with him. He just gave a calm order and used his official hat to put pressure on him. You are such a good fellow. Li Dusi.
You are putting yourself in my shoes!
His face was extremely. He pondered for a long moment but refused to say a word. Inside, however, he was secretly furious. Don't let your grandson fall into my hands one day. Otherwise, well, why is Mr. Lin not happy?
His cold questioning tone was already filled with threats. Damn it, how am I supposed to lead the troops if I give in? The other party kept pressing him. Lin Sha, furious, wore a gentle smile, a harmless national treasure.
He shook off the fat and said innocently, Sir, I've been feeling a bit overweight lately. I'd like to work out and lose some weight. Training alone is so boring. That's why I thought of calling in more men. Is this against military rules? Oh.
Does Captain Lin really think so? Li Dusi glanced at the wiggling fat on Lin Sha's body. His face showed undisguised disgust. He snorted with disdain. Of course, Lin Sha quickly stretched out his hand to indicate his intention.
The fat on his body trembled even more violently with each movement. If that's the case, then there's no need for the military officers from the supply battalion to follow General Lin Qian's personal actions. Right? Li Dusi wore a half smile on his face.
Disdain in his eyes, he said coldly. I hope General Lin Qian will be successful and all his wishes will come true. Exercise well and lose the excess weight, otherwise he'll delay the prince's important business when he's on a mission in the future. Damn.
What a huge hat! Lin Sha was unhappy in his heart, but he wore a smile on his face. He bowed and said, Then I'll take advantage of the good wishes from the commander-in-chief. Humph. Mr. Lin, please take care of yourself.
I have other official business to attend to. So farewell. Li Dusi snorted in disdain. He turned and walked away, not even giving Lin Sha a chance to continue his courtesies. He really didn't want to spend any more time with such a young boy. Damn it.
I'm a new official, and I haven't even started my work yet, and you're already trying to intimidate me. Watching Li Dusi disappear from view, the smile on Lin Shafi's face gradually vanished. Instead, a cold indignation filled his face, gnashing his teeth.
He clenched his fists and roared in anger. Let the storm come even harder. Let's see who will have the last laugh, trying to gain a foothold in the military, especially when you have no authority and even earn the disdain of your fellow soldiers.
And expecting them to obey your orders honestly is no easy task. Lin Sha's strategy is to share the good and the bad and keep his word. He did it, and also gained the recognition and trust of hundreds of soldiers in the entire supply battalion.
At the beginning, if he hadn't personally led the morning exercises, the soldiers in the baggage camp wouldn't have dared to go too far. They could only play along for half an hour. Lin Sha didn't mind. At the time, he had virtually no connections in the military.
His father's connections weren't meant for this. As long as the guys in the supply battalion followed his morning exercises, they would eventually be motivated and turned from passive to active, ultimately firmly under his control.
He also needed to strengthen his training to restore his strength. At least he had to reach the level he had achieved in the Wong Fei-hung film world. Only then could he gain a firm foothold in the army and even firmly control the supply battalion.
What shocked the lower-ranking military officers in the supply battalion, who had been prepared to see the joke, was that the timid and incompetent Lin Qianzong suddenly seemed like a completely different person.
Not only did he insist on doing his morning exercises every day, but his personality and temper also worsened day by day. He would beat and scold without mercy, and was extremely ruthless.
Not only did he harm the ordinary soldiers and servants in the battalion, but even the lower-ranking military officers were often harmed by him. The military officers of the supply battalion gnashed their teeth in hatred.
They had hoped that Lin Sha's brutality would draw discontent from the men in the camp, but as time passed, Lin Sha's influence dwindled. He gradually gained control of the supply battalion's morale. This completely panicked some. Chapter 43. Find int.
My Lord General, I feel that this kind of training has no effect at all. It just wastes the brothers' energy in vain. After morning exercises, Lin Sha was about to talk to some outstanding members when he was stopped by some unruly soldiers, laughing and joking.
The rest of the baggage camp, who were about to disperse, saw something exciting to watch. Their legs and backs suddenly felt better, and they gathered around with excitement. Niu San, what do you want to do? Lord Lin is the commander of the supply battalion.
So you better keep your eyes open. Lin Sha's hard work these days has not been in vain. Before he could confront these soldiers, who were obviously not easy to deal with,
several soldiers who had recently established a good relationship with him stood in front of Lin Sha and shouted angrily with disdain.
Get out of here!
I'm going to General Lin to ask for help. I don't want to get involved in your business.
Better not meddle in this or it'll make you pay. The ruffian soldiers who had come looking for trouble immediately changed their expressions and started yelling and cursing as soon as they saw someone stepping forward.
They acted as if they didn't take Lin Sha seriously at all. You bastard! The soldiers from the supply battalion standing in front of Lin Sha were instantly enraged upon hearing this. Scowling and furious, they rolled up their sleeves and prepared to fight.
As the saying goes, heads may be cut, blood may be shed, but face cannot be lost. Being so openly threatened by a few notorious ruffians in the battalion, how could they survive in the battalion if they didn't show some sign of resistance?
Why do you want to fight when you can't win the argument? The ruffian soldiers snorted with disdain. They glared back, their sleeves rolled up, revealing their thin arms. Like sticks, they acted arrogantly, ready to do whatever they wanted. Enough.
Do you still take me, a captain? Seriously, Lin Sha couldn't stand it any longer. He pulled back the few trusted soldiers who had stood up for him. With a stern face and the gait of a dragon and a tiger, he walked up to the ruffians.
His eyes widened and he shouted angrily, "I'm the boss of the supply camp. If you dare to say nonsense again, I'll kill you." As he spoke, the blood in his body accelerated. His muscles expanded at a visible speed. A powerful aura of Ming Jin surged forth,
shocking the soldiers' faces to a pale. Under Lin Sha's fierce stare, their faces flushed crimson. They gasped for breath for a long time, not daring to fart. They felt as uncomfortable as a duck being strangled by the neck. Damn!
The commander-in-chief exuded such a powerful aura. The soldiers watching felt Lin Sha's awe-inspiring presence. They were terrified and secretly clicked their tongues. They subconsciously took 2 or 3 steps back.
Only then did they feel the atmosphere ease its solemnity and oppression. Speak up. If you have any opinions, please speak up. Lin Sha squinted his eyes and chuckled. Out of the corner of his eye,
he caught a glimpse of the robes of several military officers among the soldiers. His face remained expressionless, but inwardly he sneered. As the saying goes, there's nothing to be said without a proper explanation, as long as your words make sense.
I, the commander, will forgive your offense this time. I hope you won't miss this opportunity, lest you regret it for the rest of your life. A threat. A naked threat. Lin Sha's words were far more intimidating than the ruffian soldiers' earlier shouting.
Not only did the ruffian soldiers facing Lin Sha change their expressions, but even the soldiers watching nearby couldn't help but show signs of fear. Please forgive me, Commander Kuan.
We believe that morning exercises involving jogging are completely worthless. If you guys are still doing the same old thing, it's better not to practice at all.
The ruffian soldiers who had come looking for trouble suddenly felt the pressure on them ease and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Lin Sha change the subject, he didn't even bother to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead.
He lowered his posture and spoke softly. Looking at their cautious expressions, where was the arrogance from earlier? Oh, do you really think so? Lin Sha didn't explode as the soldiers expected. Instead, he asked with a playful look on his face. This time,
he glanced at the onlookers from the corner of his eye. The result was quite disappointing. Those who had become quite familiar with him recently, who had just stood up to a group of trolls looking for trouble,
and who had even rolled up their sleeves to fight in order to establish the prestige of him, the captain, now showed a hint of hesitation on their faces. Most of the other soldiers onlookers showed expressions of approval, either implicit or explicit.
The few military officers from the supply battalion who were mingling with the crowd even wore triumphant smiles. The smugness between their brows could barely be concealed.
The reactions of his officers and soldiers really made him feel frustrated and helpless. That is right. That is what a few of us think. The ruffian soldiers who had come looking for trouble were now in a difficult position.
They glanced at each other and had to bite the bullet and insist with a resolute face. Damn it makes me feel like the villain boss. Lin Sha was extremely upset, yet a gentle smile remained on his face. He asked softly, so,
what do you think is the correct way to do morning exercises? Seeing that General Lin Qian didn't lose his temper immediately, and instead continued with their conversation, the faces of the few soldiers who had come up to pick a fight suddenly brightened.
One of the bravest soldiers said with a smile, this must be our Yun Army's normal formation and hack and slash training.
Right, evil intentions, bad intentions.
Lin Sha immediately labeled these ruffians. His expression suddenly turned cold and he shouted,
with your frail little bodies, you still want to undergo intense daily drills of formations and slashing. Lin Sha's sudden change of attitude startled all the soldiers in the supply battalion. Then they burst into laughter.
Only the few pickpockets who were the target of the ridicule had their faces livid with shame. Sir, although we may not have a strong physique, we are ambitious. This is not an excuse for you to make fun of us. The bravest soldier was furious.
He clenched and unclenched his fists several times. His eyes were full of hostility as he looked at Lin Sha. Oh, really? Lin Sha asked with a half-smile. Of course it's true. A few of the soldiers held their heads high and puffed out their chests.
It's a shame their image and temperament were so poor. They looked like foolish monkeys in human form. That's good. Lin Sha smiled. He nodded gently, but the words he spoke suddenly made the atmosphere tense.
This commander is giving you a chance to prove yourself. All 5 of you, attack together. Let this commander see for yourself what aspiring soldiers can do. Just how strong are their true combat capabilities. Everyone present, officers and soldiers alike,
were stunned. They all looked at Captain Lin Sha, a tall, slightly overweight and unimpressive commander, as if he were full. Chapter 44. Establish authority. The late spring morning breeze blew. The sky was shrouded in mist.
Golden sunlight filtered through the thin haze, illuminating the land of Yunnan province with a vibrant riot of color. In a small town outside Kunming, dozens of soldiers gathered in the crude drill grounds of a supply camp.
Bathed in the golden morning sunlight, the atmosphere was eerie and indescribable. Sir Chuenzong, isn't this a bad idea? The 5 trolls shuddered in fear.
The onlookers could easily forget the ferocious display of might and power that Commander Lin had just displayed. But they dared not forget it so easily. You bastards. Are you trying to make fun of me? Lin Sha's eyes widened in anger.
His face sneered at the 5 thugs who had come to his door. He scowled coldly and said, Hemph, no need for further nonsense. You 5 either take the initiative and test your skills with me,
or get out of here!
The supply camp doesn't welcome disobedient people like you. In reality, he had long been dissatisfied with these 5 soldiers. They were absent-minded and slacking off during training. They always finished last. Their physical fitness was extremely poor.
And they were all arrogant and domineering. They acted like military bullies, which was unpleasant. It turns out they have the support of the military officers from the supply battalion.
No wonder they dare to be so arrogant and undermine the discipline of the battalion. You said this, sir. Don't turn around and blame us for being too ruthless later. Lin Sha had already said this.
The 5 soldiers looking for trouble glanced at each other helplessly. They all saw the fierce glint in each other's eyes. The most daring soldier nodded slightly and confirmed in a fierce voice. After all, relationships in the military are simple.
You either rely on prestige or your fists to be powerful. Otherwise, wanting to stand out in the army is simply wishful thinking. Lin Sha was so aggressive. If the 5 pickpockets didn't even have the courage to fight back,
they would still be able to survive in the camp. After all, the one who opposed them was the commander of the supply battalion, Captain Lin Qian. But if they retreated, it would be impossible for them to continue to bully the camp. Haha, in military,
everything is decided by strength. How could this captain blame you? Of course you have to have the ability to do it. Lin Sha glanced at the 5 pickpockets. Their skinny bodies, they looked like bears that would fall down at the slightest breeze. He smiled.
A cold glint in his eyes and spoke solemnly. That guy must be crazy. A captain of 1,000 troops actually wants to compete with a small soldier. Amidst the crowd, several low-ranking military officers gathered together, whispering. One of them said,
bewildered, who cares? I'll tell New San and the others to be more ruthless. We must make that bastard Lin Sha look bad. I know it's not easy to get by in the military camp. Another military officer said with gritted teeth, waving his hand. What if that guy wins?
Another military officer said worriedly, that would be a bad situation. That guy has won over a lot of people recently. Absolutely impossible. The military officer who had spoken earlier waved his hand.
Seeing the surprised looks on the faces of his 2 colleagues, he blushed and said arrogantly, even if it's possible. So what, we're not dead. We can't intervene at the critical moment. Right? All right then, let's fight it out, guys. It's just a fight.
Who's afraid of who, Commander?
Be careful! We're about to take action!
After receiving a look from the big boss behind the scenes, The 5 soldiers who were looking for trouble no longer hesitated, with fierce glares on their faces.
They rolled up their sleeves and surrounded Lin Sha from all sides. That's right. Watch this. Lin Sha chuckled softly. Then he bent his body slightly and lunged forward. In an instant, he rushed to the nearest soldier. As the soldier stared in horror,
he delivered a fierce horizontal punch. With a muffled thud, the man screamed and flew backward. Lin Sha's feet kept moving. His right hand transformed into a claw and slashed sideways. Another unfortunate man fell to the ground,
clutching his bloody left shoulder and wailing. At the same time, Lin Sha pushed off the ground with his left foot and lashed out with his right leg. In the nick of time, he landed a kick on the soldier behind him in the stomach,
sending the attacker flying 5 or 6 meters away. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the soldiers who had been so arrogant just moments before fell to the ground under Lin Sha's fierce punches and kicks.
Their writhing and wailing in agony clearly showed that they had all been severely injured. The other 2 soldiers who were still standing were stunned by the sudden change. Their faces were filled with fear and their bodies were shaking.
How could they have the courage to bare their teeth at Lin Sha? Lin Sha didn't care. He twisted his body and launched 2 fierce side kicks. 2 more shrill screams were heard, and the last 2 soldiers vomited blood and fell to the ground, clean and neat.
This was the thought that crossed the minds of the onlookers. Then, they looked at General Lin Daqian in disbelief. They had never expected General Lin Daqian's martial arts skills to be so high. Stop it, stop it, stop it now!
The 3 military officers who had come to watch the fun saw that the situation was not good. They glanced at each other and jumped out at the same time. They blocked Lin Sha's way with furious expressions. One of them even glared at him and accused him.
Your Excellency, aren't you being too harsh? No one died. No injuries. Just a few spittings of blood. Is that a serious injury? Lin Sha rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Sir, do you know that injuring comrades without reason is a taboo in the military camp?
The other military officer didn't bother to talk to Lin Sha at all. He just sternly put the big hat on him. Stop making random accusations. I don't buy it. Lin Sha's expression changed immediately. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. Are you blind?
This was just a normal accidental injury during a military duel. How can you think I did it on purpose? Is it intentional? Mr. Lin, you know it in your heart. Being slapped in the face by Lin Sha in front of so many brothers in the camp.
He kept calling them blind and master on the left and right. The faces of the several military officers who jumped out turned extremely ugly. They snorted angrily and pointedly. Damn it.
I'm going to show you this on purpose.
Lin Sha's face turned cold.
He extended his right hand and lashed out like a whip. A resounding slapping sounded, shocking everyone present. You! How dare you hurt someone? The military officer who had been slapped so hard was dazed for a long time before he reacted.
He screamed miserably, covering his swollen face with his hands, and said with shock and anger,
Too much, it's really too much!
I must report this to the commander-in-chief. I will charge Lin Sha with intentional injury.
The other 2 military officers who jumped out took 2 steps back, and then roared at Lin Sha with anger on their faces. Damn it. Since you guys want to get beaten so badly, I might as well grant your wish. Lin Sha's face turned cold.
He didn't even give the officers a chance to speak. He took the Kulin step and charged forward, showering the 3 provocateurs with punches and kicks like a torrential downpour, cursing them provocatively. I told you 3 bastards to play tricks in secret.
I told you 3 bastards to dare to plot against me. Chapter 45. Questioning. Lin Sha, you're my kid again. Can you please be quiet? In the flower hall of the Duzi Yamen, Duzi Li was inevitably surprised when he saw Lin Sha again.
His expression remained unchanged as he suddenly slammed the table and shouted angrily. He had heard about Lin Sha's recent behavior from time to time. Although he was surprised by the boy's sudden change of character, he didn't take it too seriously.
To gain a foothold in the military, one must either have a strong backing and be willing to endure hardships, or possess exceptional skills that earn the respect of his subordinates. Lin Sha,
with both his parents orphaned and no immediate family to support him, had no choice but to take the second path. Of course, Lin Sha was already quite old. To succeed, he had to put in tremendous effort. He doubted whether Lin Sha could persevere.
It wasn't something that just anyone could do. However, Lin Sha's transformation at this moment left him stunned. Damn it. Is this still the same timid fat guy? What do you mean by this? Lord Ducey, please forgive my ignorance.
A fierce gleam flashed in Lin Sha's eyes, but he bowed his head and clasped his hands, showing no ambiguity in his words. After 3 months of continuous training, he was now completely free of excess fat.
His muscles were clearly defined and brimming with explosive power. His height of 1.75 meters wasn't tall among the Liaodong veterans, but it wasn't short either. This at least posed a significant challenge to Li Ducey, a Yunnan native who stood less than
1.65 meters tall. After 3 months of continuous training, the martial arts he learned from Wong Fei-hung had already reached the mid-stage of Ming Jin. He only needed enough time to adjust his physical condition to its optimal state.
And he would be able to break through to the peak of Ming Jin in one fell swoop. As for dark power, he had barely achieved it in the Wong Fei-hung film world, but he didn't have the time to fully appreciate its subtle mysteries. Unfortunately,
he was killed by the Qing army's muskets. To become a dark power master again, he would need at least a year or two of study. This would require the assistance of sufficient precious medicinal herbs, of course, for someone like him,
who lived in a province rich in medicinal herbs like Yunnan, and who was also a second-generation military officer holding a small amount of military power. These were not too difficult. Strength is the guarantee of confidence. Before, when he was puffy,
he was a little wary of Li Duci. Now, as long as he didn't do something stupid like contradicting his superiors, Li Duci couldn't do anything to him. The advantage of second-generation military personnel is their extensive network of connections.
All of his uncles and aunts were former core members of Old Wu. They were powerful generals from Liaodong. Normally, they wouldn't bother with Lin Sha, but once he was bullied, they would. Li Duci sneered repeatedly. His eyes,
glaring at Lin Sha, were filled with hostility. Captain Lin, you're enjoying your own power in the supply camp. You're beating and scolding your men at will.
You've even brought a complaint to me. That's absolutely not the case.
Lin Sha rejected the proposal without hesitation. In his mind, he had already blacklisted those stubborn military officers. Hey, I don't care about the messy things going on in the supply camp. Li Duci rolled his eyes and spoke in a stern tone.
He glared at Lin Sha with a cold expression. I don't want to hear any more rumors about how headstrong and self-righteous you are, Chief Lin. If something like this happens again, I'm sure you won't be able to bear the consequences. Go ahead.
That's all I have to say. Think about it for yourself. Who doesn't know that those troublemakers in the supply camp are your people? Lin Sha cursed in his heart, but his face showed no sign of it. He simply nodded repeatedly in agreement.
He turned around and threw the man's warning behind him. Trying to threaten him with the hat on his head was a complete miscalculation. Not to mention that he was the commander of the supply battalion and was awarded the title by Old Wu himself.
A mere fourth-rank commander was not capable of replacing him. Personnel control in the military has always been extremely sensitive. Although Lin Sha, a sixth-rank commander, held low rank, he wielded real power as the commander of a battalion.
Personnel appointments were also held by third-rank lieutenant generals and even second-rank lieutenant generals. A mere fourth-rank commander was nothing. While Lin Sha wasn't afraid of Li Duci's warning, he adhered to the principle of less is more. Further,
his most important priority right now wasn't to fight for power, but to quickly elevate his physical strength to the peak of Ming Jin or even Anjin. Only then could he possess the power to dominate in this era of the rise of firearms. So,
his subsequent behavior changed. The morning exercises were a must, but he no longer forced the military officers in the camp to follow them. The subsequent series of exercises designed to improve the soldiers' combat effectiveness were all the same.
It must be said, as long as you're willing to work hard, put aside your arrogance, and share the hardships with your fellow soldiers, you can easily gain their recognition and loyalty. A mere half-hour of morning exercises is nothing.
Aside from the particularly cunning soldiers, most of the others trained with Lin Sha daily, unwaveringly. Their previous laziness and lax discipline had been completely transformed after 3 months of persistent training.
Both their physical strength and their inner spirit were incomparable. After such a long time in the military camp, Lin Sha quickly integrated into the atmosphere and became one with his fellow soldiers. He was well aware of the military rules and regulations.
As well as some of the unspoken rules, he at least understood why Old War's so-called elite soldiers only drilled every 3 days and trained every 5 days. Damn, only 2 meals a day, and it's half dry, half liquid.
Just barely filling my stomach is already pretty good. The slightest movement makes me feel so hungry. This was when Old Wu was in charge of Yunnan province. The neighboring Annan states were all major grain producers.
They were able to purchase large quantities of food at low prices and thus enjoyed such favorable treatment. It's not that Old Wu is stingy with his men. It's just that there are too many bad military practices inherited from the Ming Dynasty.
Extorting soldiers' blood is commonplace. 10% of the military pay is exploited through layers of corruption. By the time it reaches the lowest ranks, it's definitely no more than 6 or 7 layers. And that's because the boss has a conscience.
The treatment of a second-line auxiliary unit like the supply battalion was unimaginably poor. This was also because Lin Sha was young and didn't know the rules, so he didn't ask for military food and wages. Fortunately, he hadn't made excessive demands before.
He only did half an hour of morning exercises every day, just to get up and stretch his body. This was why there were no unexpected incidents or deaths from training.
Those nitpicking soldiers who proposed training the men in the camp according to military standards definitely had no good intentions. After all this trouble, The soldiers in his baggage battalion were now presentable.
At least in terms of their military posture and appearance. They looked like a powerful army, which was enough to intimidate laymen. Because Lin Sha let go, there was always a small group of cunning soldiers who were unwilling to work.
They gathered around the stubborn lower-level military officers in the supply camp, forming a small circle and uniting against the outside world. Lin Sha was even more straightforward. Out of sight, out of mind, he simply relocated them to the edge of the camp,
artificially separating them from the mainstream. Over time, whether these guys were there or not, the supply camp remained unchanged. With the previous means of establishing authority, these guys dared not show their dissatisfaction even if they did.
His dedication to military training eventually alarmed the Wu army's leadership. While chatting with his soldiers, he learned shocking news. Chapter 46, shocked by what happened in Jiangyu. If you have never met Chen Jinan,
Used to call yourself a hero. It was after morning drills. A group of low-ranking soldiers gathered to chat and gossip. Lin Sha, curious and eager to join the ranks, approached. He heard the voice of a soldier who had passed by a caravan,
drooling and gesticulating excitedly as he told a legendary story. Damn, he knew it. This world wouldn't be as simple as the official history world. The deer and the cauldron! 3 large, glittering golden characters kept appearing in his mind,
as if tempting him to do something. The young emperor has been on the throne for over 7 years. It's likely that Bai, the Qing Dynasty's greatest warrior, is doomed by now. I wonder if Lord Wei has already gone to the capital,
or if he's still hanging around Yangzhou as a pimp. Has Chief Leader Chen's reputation become so great that even the small baggage soldiers in the military camp outside Kunming have heard of him? My heart suddenly surged with excitement.
I hadn't expected this to be a martial arts world. Although my martial arts skills were pitifully low compared to many other martial arts worlds, I still had secret internal skills that would make future generations of martial artists green with envy.
He listened calmly as the soldier continued his story, occasionally interjecting a few words as if to make up the story, subtly parroting the soldier's words, unfortunately to his disappointment, although the guy had been a caravan driver.
He was only in the most remote area between Yunnan province and Xikang. He only knew the name of Chen Jinan, the leader of the Tiandui, from hearing the boasts of passing gangsters while resting in teahouses and taverns.
Even the renowned Chen Jinan's abilities and achievements were unknown to the soldier who had ridden the caravan. He was clearly an unqualified mouthpiece, but that's how it was.
Lin Sha also perked up and jokingly asked the other soldiers what they thought of the martial arts world. The result was self-evident. The Jianghu as seen by the soldiers differed greatly from the Jianghu he imagined.
Their experiences and perspectives were limited, and their access to information was also different. Naturally, there were all sorts of bizarre responses. Some said someone incoming was a so-and-so tyrant, surely a prominent figure in the martial arts world.
Others thought a certain bandit leader, ruling a certain mountain, was quite famous, a master on par with Chen Jinan. Still others excitedly remarked that a certain escort from a certain escort agency had extraordinary martial arts skills.
Having witnessed him sever a small tree with a single kick, he must be a renowned martial arts expert. Jianghu masters can't be that cheap, right? Lin Sha was at a loss for words.
He knew it was wishful thinking to extract intelligence from these low-ranking soldiers. So he gave up the idea and focused on chatting and gossiping to win over the troops. After returning to his residence,
his mind kept churning over the vaguely remembered martial arts movies and TV series he'd seen in modern times. It itched like a cat, a nagging itch. Unable to calm down, he simply took the 2 subdued guards with him.
Taking advantage of the bright morning light, he rode on his short Dian horse and eagerly headed for the nearby city of Kunming to gather intelligence on the underworld. Halfway through the journey, he turned back.
He returned to the camp and found a random excuse to bring over 2 local Kunming soldiers. He inquired about the details of the various underworld forces in the city. I can't just wander around blindly.
How long will it take to explore a city as big as Kunming and get the information I want? He asked. What are the well-known gangs in Kunming? The soldier replied. Donglin Caravan, Nanlin Caravan. Lin Sha's face was filled with black lines. Stop.
Stop. Where are there so many Lins? The soldier looked aggrieved. Yunnan province is a land of high mountains and dense forests. Many caravans have the word Lin in their names. Lin Sha rubbed his forehead. I'm asking about well-known underworld gangs.
Not some horse gang. The soldiers felt even more wronged. The horse caravans were extremely powerful in Kunming. Even the government sometimes had to give them face. Lin Sha waved his hands hastily. Okay, the horse caravans are one family.
Are there any other gangs? The soldier replied. Chain Gang, Black Tiger Gang, Evil Wolf Gang. Lin Sha was excited. What kind of experts were they? Did they know internal energy? The soldier's eyes were blank. There were quite a few experts.
The top brass and core members of the major gangs were all ruthless. Each of them had at least a few lives on their hands. As for internal skills, I'd never heard of them. Lin Sha's heart skipped a beat. How did they resolve conflicts in the martial arts world?
The soldier looked as if it was natural. Of course he took his machete and called his brothers to help him issue the tickets. Lin Sha was speechless for a while. What famous martial arts schools are there in the city? The soldier replied.
Weiyuan Martial Arts School, Zenshan Martial Arts School, Lin Sha asked with a last glimmer of hope. How strong is the martial arts master? The soldier gave a thumbs up with admiration. Are they all masters? Lin Sha's eyes lit up. What kind of magic was this?
The soldiers looked longingly. In the army, one man could easily defeat 10. I had a long conversation with my soldiers, but gained almost nothing. Lin Sha wasn't too discouraged. He had been mentally prepared. The Geo is also a circle.
If you're not part of it, it's hard to understand its inner workings, let alone knowing everything about the martial arts forces in a particular area. That's impossible, because the Jiao is too passionate and exciting, young.
Impulsive men are generally too impatient to resist the temptation. They would rather not join the underworld and become one of the lower-class characters, even if their situation was miserable.
They would not come to a mere second-line supply battalion of the Yunnan army to eat and wait for death. However, he did learn the specific addresses of several martial arts gangs incoming from his soldiers, so he didn't have to run around like a headless fly.
As for whether there are any martial arts masters in Coming City, he believes there must be. As the capital of a province, if even Coming lacked martial arts masters, then the entire Yunnan province would be a martial arts desert.
This is obviously unrealistic. After all, the king of Pingxi was the largest vassal state in the early Qing Dynasty. If he didn't have a sufficient number of high-quality underworld figures under his command,
the underworld order in Yunnan province would have been controlled by the imperial court long ago. Old Wu wouldn't have been able to live a peaceful life. Even Jiang Keshuang had Feng Xifan, a master swordsman, as his bodyguard.
The prince of Yamping's palace also had the renowned Chen Jinan and Chen Tianhua. To say that the equally powerful prince of Pingxi's palace didn't have top-tier guards was a fool's folly. Of course, the existence of one is one thing,
but whether or not he could encounter one is another. It's not like someone in the martial arts world wants to encounter a martial arts master. The probability of that happening is also pitifully small, regardless.
He was filled with curiosity about those high-flying martial artists. He wondered if they really possessed the inner strength techniques depicted in novels and television dramas. If so, he wondered. He wiped the greedy saliva from the corner of his mouth.
He had made up his mind and had basically learned the scope of influence of the gangs and martial arts schools in Coming City then. Dressed in the uniform of a 6th-rank military officer and accompanied by 2 obedient guards,
he excitedly rushed to Kunming City. Chapter 47. I'm in a hurry to find a master. Kunming, Wu Sanggui's home base and the capital of Yunnan province, is undoubtedly bustling. Yunnan province is also renowned for its perpetual spring weather.
Along the way, the blossoms in bloom were a breathtaking sight. Arriving in Kunming, I witnessed a vibrant scene unlike any we've seen in modern times, and a stark contrast to the vibrant Foshan and Flower city depicted in Wong Fei-hung's films.
I found a restaurant to fill my stomach. Then, I immediately set out to explore the city's martial arts schools. If they were nearby, I'd visit them directly. If they were farther away, I'd first explore the streets and paths.
It wouldn't be too late to visit them later when I had some free time. Southgate Yangwei Martial Arts Hall. What's the matter, master? The welcoming disciple asked warmly and politely. Looking for your gym owner. If he's not here, a headmaster can do the job.
It's unclear whether there are any martial arts masters in the gym. Lin Sha didn't dare to act rashly and said politely, I wonder what this gentleman wants from Shang. A short while later, a muscular man in his 30s strode over.
He bowed before Lin Sha and asked, I've just taken over military training. I've heard a lot about the martial arts world and am interested in seeing if there are any masters in this area in the city.
If I see someone, I'd like to learn a few tricks to help me keep those arrogant and reckless soldiers under my command in check. Lin Sha chuckled and explained gently. Of course, he couldn't be telling the truth. Oh, I wonder what you think, sir.
Pavilion Master Shang's eyes lit up and he asked eagerly, if we could recruit a powerful military officer as our disciple, our martial arts school would have an official background, making everything much easier and more convenient.
I wonder what kind of kung fu the owner of the museum can do. Lin Sha chuckled, put down the teacup in his hand, and asked instead of answering. Shang's specialty is iron sand palm, and has quite famous in Kunming. Speaking of his own martial arts.
Although Master Shang was polite, even a fool could see the arrogance on his face. Oh, could you please practice this a bit? As soon as Lin Sha finished speaking, Master Shang's face darkened. He waved his hand hastily, saying, There's no need for the master to do it himself.
Just a few demonstrations from a disciple who's learned it will be enough. For the sake of the martial arts school's future development, Master Shang reluctantly accepted the proposal. He called over a short,
yet very strong young man from the small training ground and asked him to demonstrate the iron sand palm in front of Lin Sha. To achieve a dramatic effect, he even brought a blue brick to demonstrate the powerful power of the iron sand palm.
That young man was truly impressive. He delivered a powerful iron sand palm strike, shattering the solid bricks with one blow. Yet, his calloused hands remained unscathed. Good. Iron sand palm is indeed a great skill. After the performance,
Lin Sha was full of praise. He exchanged pleasantries with Master Shang and said he would consider it. After leaving the martial arts hall, he remained expressionless, yet felt quite disappointed.
It was obvious that the iron sand palm of Yangwei Martial Arts School wasn't authentic. The young man's performance just now didn't even reach the level of Ming Jin, and without the support of traditional hard qigong, the power it exerted was only average.
Although disappointed, he wasn't discouraged. He had been prepared for this. He decided to ask each family, Xuanhuan Martial Arts School. Our school specializes in Xuanhuan. We offer both boxing routines and sword and weapon training techniques.
If your excellency wishes to see the results of our practice, it's not impossible. Niu asked one of his senior disciples to demonstrate it for your excellency. Shangsheng Martial Arts School. Lai is skilled in the Tongbikuan through arm fist.
He's fierce and powerful in close combat. If you'd like to see it, I can show you my skills. Chang Gang, the soldiers are coming. Everyone,
Get out of here!
Lin Sha, Black Tiger Gang. Where did this little officer come from?
We in the Black Tiger Gang have strong support. If you know what's best, leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Lin Sha looked at the group of men surrounding him, armed with knives and clubs with ferocious faces, speechless.
He turned and walked away behind him. He could only hear the unbridled laughter of the gang. Lin Sha had been running around all morning. Unfortunately, his results were far from satisfactory. He visited several brightly decorated martial arts schools.
The core disciples were mediocre, not to mention compared to a mid-stage Ming Jin master like Lin Sha. They were even inferior to the senior brothers of the Bao Ju Lin in the Wong Fei-hung film universe. The masters who opened the studio were quite capable,
though each had mastered their external skills to perfection. Some had even reached the early to mid stages of the Ming Jin realm. Of course, that was about it. As for the gangs in Coming City,
the situation was somewhat better than at the martial arts schools. The elite disciples within were only around the edge of Ming Jin. As for the strength of the headmaster, I hadn't seen enough to comment. These gangs were full of strange creatures.
Lin Sha encountered many strange things while visiting several of them. Some fled at the sight of soldiers, others rudely asked him to leave. Some even arrogantly refused to let him in.
What disappointed him was that almost all the people he had observed along the way were practicing external skills. As for the so-called internal skills or internal force,
it was either because their vision was too narrow to see it, or because they had never encountered a master who practiced such martial arts. He wandered around Coming for most of the day, visiting several martial arts schools and visiting several gangs.
But he couldn't find the internal martial arts master he wanted to meet. Not to mention the masters of internal martial arts. Even those who practiced internal martial arts did meet a single one. In the afternoon, he found a random restaurant to rest.
Sitting by the window, Lin Sha pondered whether he had made a mistake in his thinking. While resting at the restaurant, I overheard the guests with big tongues discussing Chen Jinan. They also discussed some recent events in the Tiandui.
This was definitely the world of the deer and the cauldron. But he felt that the quality of martial artists in Coming City was inferior to even those in Foshan in the Wong Fei-hung universe.
At least the elite disciples and masters of Foshan's famous martial arts schools were generally masters of Ming Jin. The masters of the schools were generally at the peak of Ming Jin or even An Jin's strength.
They were far more powerful than the so-called masters he had met in Coming City before. This truly amazed him. If he hadn't known that internal energy truly existed in the world of the deer and the cauldron,
and that all top masters possessed profound internal energy and immense strength, he would have truly suspected he had arrived in a lower-level martial arts plane, even inferior to the world of Wong Fei-hung. Let him think about it.
What are the famous masters and martial arts in the deer and the cauldron? Because it's been so long, I can't say I spent nearly 6 years in the Wong Fei-hung movie world, which was a wonderful life.
It would be a miracle if I could still clearly remember the occasional TV series I watched in modern times. The first one was Hong An Tong, the leader of the Shenlong sect, who shouted slogans like the Eastern sect leader.
It's unclear what martial arts he possessed, but he seemed quite powerful. Furthermore, his reputation spread far and wide. His publicity efforts were excellent. Chen Jinan, the leader of the Tiandui,
was known as the military advisor of the Zhang family of Taiwan. His martial arts skills were also unknown. I'd love to learn from him if I get the chance. Then there's the Chongzhen Emperor's ninth princess. The one-armed nun, Nun Junan, is truly remarkable.
She has a vague and ambiguous relationship with Xuanhuan, the male protagonist in The Sword of Blood and Valor. She studied under Taoist master Mu Sang of the Iron Sword sect. Her martial arts skills are considered top-notch in The Deer and the Cauldron.
There's also the Gui family from the Huashan sect. They inherit the Hoshan martial arts and are incredibly powerful. I'm not sure how this Huashan sect relates to the Hoshan sect in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. The names of their martial arts are similar.
As for Shaolin and Wudang, they are two giant sects that are absolutely indispensable in the later period of Jin Yong's martial arts world. They are so numerous and skilled that they should not be underestimated.
I just don't know if there are any well-known martial arts sects in Yunnan province. Chapter 48. Mountains and rivers are so steep that it seems there is no way out. Sitting quietly by the window on the second floor of a restaurant,
holding a cup of fragrant xiangming in hand, I was indifferent to the bustling and noisy streets outside. My mind was wandering, not knowing where to go. Honestly, there wasn't much he could remember about The Deer and the Cauldron.
Aside from Lord Wei's unscrupulous attempts to woo girls, there wasn't much else that left a deep impression on him. Since he wanted to experience the legendary inner strength, he naturally had to deal with the so-called Jiang people.
He had to carefully consider which forces and people he could safely contact, and which evil demons and heretics he could not easily touch. The Shenlong cult is not to be trifled with. If you're not careful, you'll be in big trouble. Furthermore,
their methods are undeniably similar to the demon cult from The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Both rely on underhanded methods like strange poisons to control their followers. The difference was that the Eastern sect leader was truly the best martial artist.
His ferocious power could stop a child from crying at night. His demonic influence was so immense that it could easily rival the entire righteous martial world. Even the imperial court was wary of him. The Shenlong cult was far inferior.
Their methods were far too sinister and ruthless. Furthermore, they had always been skeptical and kept a low profile, only daring to engage in shady and secret activities in the dark. The Qing court was a sieve. Its control over the local areas was not good.
And even the guards in the imperial palace had many loopholes. This is why the Shenlong cult was able to infiltrate the palace so many times. The leader of the Divine Dragon cult, Hong Antong, wasn't necessarily the strongest in the world, at least Nun Junan.
Gai Xinshu and Chen Jinan weren't necessarily any weaker than him. He wasn't able to overpower the world's masters, and he wasn't that far behind the leader of the Eastern cult. He didn't know where Shenlong Island was, and he didn't want to know.
Hong Antong was a madman whose ambition outstripped his ability. Being targeted by him wouldn't be a good thing. Forget about whether he could defeat him. If he could, expect the tire, burning and muscle strengthening pills to be his downfall.
It would definitely make him ecstatic. Chen Jinan, the leader of the Tiandui, was a famous figure. He must have a bad temper. The ancients were very concerned about their reputation.
The only problem was that he couldn't find a chance to meet with chief leader Chen. To say there was no chance at all wouldn't be entirely accurate. As the military advisor to the Zheng clan in Taiwan,
Chen Jinan undoubtedly had to network with various prominent figures in his quest to overthrow the Qing Dynasty and restore the Ming Dynasty. Even old Wu, the nation's largest warlord, was undoubtedly a force the Zheng clan in Taiwan sought to ally with.
Unfortunately, Lin Sha's position in the Yunnan army was too low. Even if Chen Jinan really came, he would not be able to obtain accurate information. He would not have the opportunity to contact Chen Jinan alone under the close surveillance of old Wu's men.
Unless he wanted to leave Yunnan province. Lin Sha had some guesses about Chen Jinan's kung fu. He believed it must have some unclear connection to the Hongmen sect. Later generations rumored that the Hongmen was originally founded by Zheng,
aiming to overthrow the Qing Dynasty and restore the Ming Dynasty. Its influence was no less than that of the Tiandihui. Even a fool wouldn't believe the claims of the masters that there was no connection between the two groups. In that case,
he definitely wanted to meet Chen Jinan. At the very least, he wanted to practice with him. He wanted to see what the original hung fist technique looked like. Did it have any matching internal energy techniques? As for the one-armed Nun Junan,
this character gave Lin Sha a headache. Anyway, in the movies and TV shows had watched in modern times, this old nun had given him the same impression as Miju from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. She was incredibly skilled in martial arts
and had a strange personality. It was really hard to deal with her. This old nun truly possessed superb internal skills, and was the person Lin Sha most wanted to meet. But if I really meet this old nun,
I think there will be no conversation and it'll just start fighting. Because he is a subordinate of the traitor Lao Wu. And Lao Wu is regarded as the biggest enemy by the old Nun Junan. The more I thought about it, the more of a headache it became.
It seemed like the top masters of the time weren't easily approachable. As for giant sects like Shaolin and Wudang, they were not ones he could easily provoke, unless his power and status were so great that both sects would be wary of him.
He would not easily offend them before he had fully grown his wings. Gai Sinshu should be easier to deal with. He has a mentally retarded son who has been sickly since childhood. Gaining their trust won't be difficult if he handled things properly.
The challenge was obtaining the coveted internal martial arts manual from them, and receiving their sincere guidance. That's right, arriving in a martial arts dimension with internal power techniques.
How could he possibly resist the temptation of internal power techniques? He wouldn't be able to overcome this mental barrier without trying. Internal martial arts also employ breathing techniques. When Ming Jin reached the middle stage of his training,
he felt a warm sensation in his lower abdomen during each session, as if a stream of heat was swirling around his danshin. He knew this was the normal feeling of internal martial arts.
But he didn't know if the warmth in his danshin could be transformed into magical internal force through internal martial arts techniques. There's another story. In the Wong Fei-hung film universe, Cheap Master and the boxing classics both describe it.
The foundation of internal martial arts training is to open up the body's meridians. Ming Jin strengthens the muscles and bones, and Jin's inner foundation is to open up the belt meridian, forming the small circulation. Hu Jin opens up the Ren and Du meridians.
Achieving the great circulation, the inner strength method is also to sense and nourish the qi, accumulate the qi, and then manipulate the internal qi in the body to impact the blocked meridians,
thereby achieving the effect of strengthening the internal force and transforming it into true qi. There is absolutely no conflict between these two different kinds of kung fu. In fact, they complement and benefit each other.
While internal martial arts open up the meridians throughout the body, they cannot fully utilize them. Internal gong techniques can only flow through the meridians, slowly improving physical fitness.
It could be said that internal martial arts could assist in the rapid breakthrough of internal skills, and internal skills, in turn, could assist in the practice of internal martial arts. Lin Sha thought about it and found no better way to improve his strength.
Right now, his biggest concern was how to acquire the inner skills. He also had an experienced master by his side to guide him through the art of Dharma protection, in addition to the top masters and sects mentioned above.
There should be some first-class or quasi-first-class players under the major forces. For example, Old Wu. As the country's top warlord, his personal safety is naturally of paramount importance.
Even a fool wouldn't believe that he didn't have expert guards around him. Unfortunately, he was completely clueless about the Yunnan martial arts world. Even though he was desperate, it was truly frustrating. Lin Sha.
Are you Lin Sha? Just as Lin Sha's mood was fluctuating between joy and sorrow, and he was becoming increasingly irritated by the internal energy technique, he suddenly heard a low, hesitant, and somewhat incredulous cry from beside him. Yes, Your Excellency.
Lin Sha was slightly startled. Turning his head, he saw a plump little man in a richly embroidered robe. All the information about him suddenly flooded his mind from the original owner's memories. He quickly stood up, bowed, and smiled. So it's young Master Hu.
It's been so long since I last saw him, and he's still as charming as ever. I'm truly envious. Chapter 49. After all, there is always light at the end of the tunnel. It really is you, Lin Sha. The fat man in fancy clothes slapped his thigh and pointed at Lin Sha.
He's full of surprise. Then without waiting for Lin Sha's reaction, he hurried over and circled around him a few times. His voice full of amazement. Tasks Katesk. You're quite good. Kid, you've changed so much in just a few months. There was no other way.
My family had fallen on hard times, so I had to take a chance in the military. To fight for fame and fortune, Lin Sha invited the fat young man, young Master Hu, to take a seat. He summoned the waiter to serve him some fine tea and snacks. Then,
with a helpless smile, he said, life in the military camp is truly not easy. Those soldiers are incredibly cunning. If you don't show some toughness, they'll dare to bully you and piss you off. This was the true experience of the original owner of this body.
Lin Sha spoke of it with a sense of sadness and helplessness. The chubby young man, Hu Dashao, was also affected by this, and his expression became serious. You may not know Mr. Hu. Lin Sha picked up a glass of Xiangming. His expression was one of pain.
A reminder of the past. He lowered his voice and smiled bitterly. Back then, I was new to the military and knew nothing. I was brutally teased by those sleazy soldiers. I was so angry I fell seriously ill and nearly died. Is it really that serious?
Young Master Hu was quite shocked. He was a little bit unconvinced. The situation is more complicated than imagined. Lin Sha took a sip of the incense in his hand. He shook his head, a look of vicissitudes. He sighed. Young Master Hu knows my character well.
If I don't stand up, I'm going to be devoured by those soldiers without a trace left. The fat young man, young Master Hu, took a deep breath. Just hearing about it was terrifying, let alone experiencing it firsthand.
He looked at Lin Sha with sympathy and suggested, "How about I think of a way? Have uncle transfer you to his personal guard battalion?"
No need, I appreciate Mr. Hu's kindness.
Lin Sha smiled broadly.
He put down his teacup and said with a touched look on his face, "Really? Don't try to be so stubborn." The fat young man, Mr. Hu, looked serious. He stared at Lin Sha with a sharp gaze. "Young Master Hu, look at me like I'm going to fail."
Lin Sha was touched. He deliberately stretched out his arms to show off his muscular strength, trying to dissuade the fat boy from trying to get him transferred to his uncle's general's personal guard battalion. A day earlier, he would have been tempted.
After all, they were the general's personal guard. Neither the treatment nor the status could be compared to a mere sergeant in the supply battalion. Once he reached a certain level, he could find an opportunity to transfer to a different location,
away from the direct battlefields of the three feudatories' rebellion. From then on, his actions would depend on the circumstances, but now, knowing that this is the world of the deer and the cauldron,
I naturally need to find a good internal martial arts technique to study. This requires a lot of free time. But once he joined the General Guard, not only would his free time be lost, but even his personal freedom would be deprived.
This was not the outcome he had hoped for. Of course, he appreciated the good intentions of the fat young man who,
Fine if you don't want to, forget it.
the chubby young man, young Master Hu, carefully looked Lin Sha over.
Seeing that he was full of vigor and vitality, with no trace of dejection, he finally relaxed and began to drink tea and chat. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. The original owner of Lin Sha's body was a strange individual.
He had no bad habits or hobbies. He simply stayed at home all day. He was a rare kind of otaku. With the original owner's soft personality and nerdy nature, it was hard for him to make friends. The chubby guy in fancy clothes was one of his few acquaintances.
They were both quite knowledgeable about food. The chubby young man in fancy clothes, young Master Hu, came from quite a prominent background. His uncle was one of old Wu's many sons-in-law. One of his most trusted generals was Hu Guzhu.
He was a powerful figure at the top of the pyramid, influential throughout Yunnan province. With the ability of the fat young Master Hu, although it was difficult to help Lin Sha get promoted and make money,
it was not difficult to help him smooth out the connections with the upper echelons and facilitate his future search for the inner cultivation method. He had been away on a long trip before. It happened that Lin Sha's father had passed away at that time.
That was why he hadn't had time to help. Otherwise, Lin Sha would have likely been transferred to General Hu's personal guard to live out his retirement. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, so naturally they talked a lot about sex.
The fat boy recounted his experiences on this long journey. The prosperity of Jiangnan and the rugged grandeur of the north were vividly and captivatingly brought to life in his clever mouth. Lin Sha recounted his life in the military camp.
How he earned respect with his fists, commanded the supply camp with his skills, earned the trust of his men with his integrity, and encouraged them to train hard and strengthen themselves through practical actions, and so on and so forth.
They were both delighted. From the little fat boy's slightly legendary and exaggerated tales, Lin Sha gained a vague understanding of the world outside Yunnan province. And from Lin Sha's narration,
the little fat boy also learned about the rules of survival in the military camp and the hard and exciting life. It wasn't until the sun was setting, after 3 pots of fine tea and 4 servings of dim sum, that the two finally stopped talking.
Still unsatisfied, and began to chat about random things happening in Kunming. "Hey, Lin Sha, I remember when I first recognized you. You looked so gloomy. Are you in trouble?" The sunset glowed brilliantly in the sky,
illuminating the teahouse window with a vibrant red hue. The fat boy suddenly slapped his thigh and yelled at Lin Sha, somewhat annoyed. "Well,
there is a troublesome matter."
Lin Sha's heart moved, thinking of young Master Hu's identity and the power behind him.
"Oh, tell me about it. I'll help wherever I can." The fat young man, Mr. Hu, narrowed his eyes. He nodded gently, his face full of enthusiasm, and expressed his reservations. To be honest, Lin Sha spoke frankly, without pretense.
"I've been feeling stronger lately. I've suddenly developed an interest in martial arts. I've heard that those martial arts masters are so adventurous, and am really envious of them. So today, I took advantage of my free time and came to the city to see them."
Who would have thought that there are so many martial arts schools and escort agencies in the city? But I haven't encountered many of those martial arts masters. He spread his hands and smiled helplessly. "Haha, I thought it was a big deal."
"Turns out it's just such a small matter."
When the fat boy Hu Deshao heard this, he immediately laughed and shook his head, looking like a country bumpkin. "What? Does Mr. Hu know such a person from the underworld?" Lin Sha's eyes lit up.
He ignored the fat boy's teasing and asked hurriedly, "Don't you know?" The little fat man asked instead of answering. "Know what?" Lin Sha was confused. The palace is guarded by numerous Dankang sect experts.
Experts from the 5 immortal sect are also responsible for the food safety of the prince and his companions. The entire Yunnan martial arts world is under the influence of these two families. The chubby young Master Hu explained this seriously. What?
Dian Kang sect. Lin Sha was shocked. Chapter 50. Dian Kang sect and Wuxian sect. After bidding farewell to the fat young Master Hu, they agreed on a date and location for their next reunion.
Lin Sha and two guards left coming before the city gates closed. On the way back, he was in a cheerful mood. What does it mean to search high and low for something and then find it without any effort? This is it.
I thought he'd come to the city early in the morning, hoping to see some martial arts masters. But after searching like a headless fly for most of the day, he could even find a single master. But this was nothing to a senior official like young Master Hu.
He casually revealed the news about the martial arts masters in coming city in just a few words. Dian Kang sect. This sect has almost no presence in the world of Jin Yong's martial arts. Lin Sha had no impression of the Dian Kang sect.
But since Old Wu was protected by Dian Kang sect masters, and was described by the fat young man Hu as the overlord of the Yunnan martial arts world, he must have some outstanding qualities. These things need to be explored slowly and there is no rush. Anyway,
Orbai hasn't died yet, so he has plenty of time. The Dian Kang sect might not be well known, but the Five Immortal sect, also known as the Five Poison sect, is undoubtedly a renowned martial arts sect in the world of Jin Yong's martial arts novels.
From the Return of the Condor Heroes to the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and the Sword of Royal Blood to the Five Poison sect, they are all well-known brands in the martial arts world. It's unclear how good their martial arts skills are.
But their poison skills are definitely top-notch. Li Moka's Five Poison Palm in the Return of the Condor Heroes, the brilliant Lan Fengwang in the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and Hitesho, one of the main villains in the Swordsman with Royal Blood.
Each of them was capable of stirring up a bloody storm in the martial arts world. It's clear that the Five Poison sect is truly unique. The Miaogu in the southwest terrified the Central Plains martial arts community. The Five Poison sect,
the forefathers of Gu cultivation, was feared by not only the martial arts community but even the government and the imperial court. As a major sect with over 1,000 years of heritage,
the Five Poison sect would be a fool to believe they don't possess profound martial arts secrets. Their signature martial art, the Five Poison Secrets, alone was a top-tier internal martial arts technique during the era of the Return of the Condor Heroes.
And in the recent world of the Sword of Blood and Valor, it's even more of a top-tier skill. Moreover, the most famous magical weapon in the world of Sword of Jade and Jade Blood, the Golden Snake Sword, originally came from the Five Poison sect, unfortunately.
His current status was too low, making it virtually impossible for him to contact the core disciples of the Dian Kang sect or the Five Immortals sect. Although the fat young Master Hu had great prestige, that was only in the official circles.
Whether he held any weight in the eyes of the two major sects that dominated the southwestern martial arts world was truly difficult to say. Young Master Hu didn't want to lose face.
Lin Sha also didn't want his friend to lose face in front of outsiders because of his own affairs, so they didn't say anything about introductions at the Tay House. It wouldn't be too late to talk about it later when his status and position were higher.
According to the Fat Boy, the southwestern martial arts world is dominated by two major factions, the Dian Kang sect and the Five Poison sect. The remaining smaller sects simply rely on the two major factions for survival. They lack foundation and strength.
So there's no need to expend too much thought and energy on them. Of course, there's another special entity in Yunnan province's martial arts world. Unless necessary. The little fat man mysteriously stated that even the king of Pingxi won't easily provoke him.
That is Prince Mu's mansion, which appears many times in The Deer and the Cauldron. It's not entirely true to say how powerful the Mu Palace is,
or how strong its military force is.
The Mu Palace, primarily during the pre-Ming Dynasty,
served as the guardian of Yunnan province for generations. For nearly 300 years, they painstakingly cultivated their power. Their connections and potential influence are unimaginable, regardless of whether they like it or not.
All the forces making a living in Yunnan province must give some respect to Prince Mu's mansion. Otherwise, the consequences may be very serious. Lin Sha was temporarily satisfied after learning so much about the martial arts situation in Yunnan province.
This place doesn't have the ownerless Langwan blessed land from demi-gods and semi-devils. Nor does it have the ancient tomb and secret chamber from the legend of the Condor Heroes.
Nor does it have the nine-yang divine art that can only be obtained by sheer luck in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber.
The Golden Snake secret manual found in a mysterious cave atop Mount Hua in the sculptor's Sword of Royal Blood has already been obtained by Yuan Chengji. There's no chance he could get a martial arts secret manual for free. Since that's the case,
I should just focus on practicing my internal martial arts. Once I reach the level of dark energy and my meridians are connected, I can then find an opportunity to search for the internal martial arts techniques. Everyone, cheer up, didn't you eat last night?
Excited, Lin Sha trained his brothers even more vigorously the next morning. Move more smoothly. The last 5 people will double their training and clean the toilet for 10 days. As soon as the punishment measures were announced,
The soldiers immediately rushed to the front, fearing that they would be the last 5 and suffer the consequences. Not only would they lose face, but they would also be embarrassed. What medicine did you take today? Why are you so violent? Who knows?
Hush, keep your voice down. Don't get caught. Sir, the entire camp was filled with wailing. In the cool morning breeze, the excited Lin Sha and Lin Daqian were constantly being driven around like ducks,
Sweating profusely and complaining bitterly. Humph, this kid just knows how to mess around. In a distant corner of the camp, a few men who looked like military officers and a few rather ruffian-like soldiers gathered together.
sneering repeatedly at the bustling training ground. That's right, only 2 meals a day, 1 dry and 1 watery. If I keep practicing like this, I'll be dead. They deserve to die. They didn't want those idiots to follow us. They deserve to be tortured to death.
There's something off about Lin Sha today. He's so excited. Did something good happen? Who cares if there's any problem with the training?
I'll go complain to Li Dusi.
Lin Sha, though excited, didn't let his mind wander.
He practiced for half an hour as usual before calling it a day. The guys in his supply camp weren't in great shape. If someone died during the training, it would be a disaster. After a quarter of an hour of digestion after breakfast,
He did not leave the camp immediately as usual. Instead, he summoned several of his captains to the main tent to discuss matters. After so long, I've learned everything I need to know. I've also gained a certain level of control over the supply camp.
it's time to start training my men's skills. As for the supply battalion, besides the individual qualities of the soldiers, the most important thing was the transportation of logistical supplies during wartime.
How to efficiently and quickly accomplish the planned transportation mission was the focus of Lin Sha's discussion with his fellow soldiers. Lin Sha didn't know whether old Wuxia province Green Camp troops were elite.
But he knew that old Wu was very generous to his brothers. Lin Sha's supply battalion, numbering about 100 men, boasted nearly 20 dwarf Dian horses, a dozen large carts for transporting supplies, and several wheelbarrows, shoulder poles, and baskets.
They could carry enough food and supplies for nearly 1,000 troops for half a month. Besides the Yunnan horses, which were often used for private purposes, the rest of the transportation vehicles were mostly piled up in the warehouse, gathering.
They would only be taken out for a show when a superior officer came to inspect them. This was not what Lin Sha wanted to see. If a war really broke out and the opportunity to fight was lost because logistical supplies were not delivered in time,
Who would be held responsible? He will also search for the secret manual of internal power in the future to become the legendary martial arts master who can fly over eaves and walk on walls. Let's talk about it. Brothers, it's time to practice your skills.
the audiobook readings for chapters 6 through 50 of this issue have concluded. Please subscribe to this channel, turn on notifications and share. Additionally, leave your comments. I will continue to update with further content.